Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Azu looked at the meek and submissive steel body before him, a satisfied smile appearing on his lips. He lifted the master ball, "Come back, Igor." A beam of red light shot out from the master ball, enveloping Superman Ego. There was no resistance, no struggle. Superman's enormous body transformed into a stream of red particles and was sucked into the small sphere. Click. Azu pressed the button and threw the master ball again. With a flash of white light, Superman Ego reappeared in space. Still in a ready-to-flight posture, perfect. "How are you feeling?" Azu asked. Superman Ego raised his hands, clenched his fists, and looked excited, although its current power is limited. As long as this body is given enough time to bask in the sun, and its genetic limitations are gradually unlocked, it may even be able to hunt down members of the Celestials in the future. And Superman Ego closed his eyes and recalled. In his remaining memories, I discovered a very interesting piece of information. Deep within Earth's Arctic glaciers lies a Kryptonian outpost. The original owner of this body called it the Lonely Fortress. Igor opened his eyes and looked toward the far north of the Earth. That was a Kryptonian exploration spaceship that crashed on Earth 10,000 years ago. According to the memories, the spaceship not only carried the core technology of Krypton's golden age, but more importantly, it contained a complete chamber for the origin of life. The chamber of the origin of life. Azu's eyes lit up slightly. His interest completely ignited. What is it used for? The origin chamber is the core facility for the Kryptonians to reproduce. Ego explained. The Kryptonians have long abandoned natural reproduction. Through the origin chamber, they artificially customize each new life according to the needs of society. They set their physiological characteristics, intellectual tendencies, and social roles at the genetic level, such as warriors, scientists, leaders, or laborers. And the ultimate key to activating and editing these genomes is the codex of life. And now the codex is within my body. Azu stroked his chin, and an image immediately flashed into his mind of a group of arrogant aliens covered in gold dust. It sounds like yet another sovereign. No, master. This is far superior to sovereign. Igor made no attempt to hide his disdain. Sovlin's genetic engineering went astray. In their pursuit of so-called perfection and purity, they removed all the wildness and variables from the genes. The result is a bunch of flawed products with only a glamorous appearance. Extreme arrogance, ate cowardly as mice. The Kryptonian origin chamber is designed to adapt to the harshest survival environments in the universe. Given sufficient energy and matter, we can use it to create a Kryptonian army that is absolutely loyal and invincible. An army of Kryptonians. These words struck Azu's heart heavily, causing his heart, which had always only cared about personal influence, to pound wildly for the first time. If only we could pack up the entire origin of life chamber and take it with us. Once back in the Marvel universe, he'll find an uninhabited planet and build a base. Given time, he can assemble an invincible army composed entirely of Supermen. Thanos' Dark Order, the Celestials, the dimensional demons, all were reduced to ashes under the combined heat vision of thousands upon thousands of Kryptonian warriors. Lead the way. Azu's eyes gleamed brightly. Go to that lonely fortress, Arctic glaciers. A fierce wind whipped up a blizzard and the vast white ice field stretched as far as the eye could see. Boom. Boom. Two sonic booms echoed across the ice field, scattering the snowflakes that filled the air. Azu and Igor were suspended in midair, with a huge iceberg below them. It's right down there, master. Igor leaped forward and placed his palm on the identification terminal next to the door. The Kryptonians' biometric information was verified instantly. The heavy doors slid open slowly to both sides. The two slowly entered. Azu examined the spaceship's internal structure. The style here is completely different from anything created by humans on Earth. There are no intricate circuits, no boxy control consoles. All the structures exhibit an organically grown crystalline morphology. After walking down a long corridor, they arrived at the spaceship's main control room. The place was a mess. Countless crystal fragments were scattered all over the ground. Several thick energy transmission pipes were broken, with obvious burn marks at the cuts. It seems there was a very unpleasant dispute here. Azu kicked away a broken crystal plate. These are traces left by Zod. Igor's gaze swept around. Back then, Zod tried to seize control of the ship and destroyed its main AI. Joel, the system is functioning perfectly. The hardware in the Origin of Life chamber is ready to activate at any time. Igor reviewed the data, then frowned slightly. However, Master, we face a problem. Speak. Azu walked to an empty amber chamber and tapped on the tough crystal shell. Materials, Igor frowned, his expression grave. To cultivate Kryptonian embryos. A radioactive mineral element unique to Krypton needs to be introduced as a stabilizer. This stabilizes the gene chain and prevents genetic breakdown during the cultivation process. Krypton has already been reduced to cosmic dust. Where am I supposed to find native Kryptonian elements? Azu frowned. Zod carried a batch of samples of this element back then. Ego explained, but in Superman's memory. Those samples, along with the ship, were destroyed in the ensuing battle to prevent Zod's plan from succeeding. What a spendthrift, Azu cursed. Suddenly, he remembered something. Azu flicked his wrist and took out the delicate green dagger from his magic pocket. How about this? Azu tossed the knife to Igor. Ego caught the knife steadily. Superman's instincts made his body feel weak the moment it touched the kryptonite. But he was Ego now, and he immediately used his divine power to shield himself from the discomfort caused by the radiation. Kryptonite, Ego nodded, it's extremely pure. This is indeed radioactive debris from the Krypton explosion. A small amount of isotopes can be extracted, which is exactly what the Origin chamber needs. As long as it works, Azu's spirits lifted. How many Supermen can this knife create? Igor shook his head. The amount is too small, Master. This knife can extract only enough effective radioactive elements to barely maintain the genetic stability of 3 embryos at most. 3, that's fine, better than nothing. Azu waved his hand. How long will it take for them to grow to your size and be capable of fighting? Well, if we turn the life accelerator to its maximum power and force catalysis, Igor estimated, it would take at least 9 months for an embryo to develop into a fully adult individual. Time is not the problem is not having time. Moreover, it's pointless to cultivate them if you can't take them with you. Master, is there a problem? Igor noticed Azu's hesitation. Azu asked bluntly, if you moved this Origin chamber, could you rebuild it in another location? Igor gave an affirmative answer without hesitation. All of Krypton's science and technology, as well as its genetic database, have now been extracted into my brain. I can rebuild it anywhere, however. This radioactive element unique to Krypton is something I've never encountered in my long cosmic journeys, visiting countless planets. Despite never having seen an isotope with similar properties, it seems to exist only under the specific rules of this universe. Azu understood. Kryptonite is a product of the DC universe. It doesn't exist in the Marvel universe. Looks like we'll have to scavenge more local specialties from around the world. Azu had already begun planning his next move. Superman did destroy most of the publicly available kryptonite in order to establish his totalitarian regime. But the world is full of clever people who are good at hiding their true nature. Bruce Wayne's bunker must be out of supplies. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been forced to rely on the Joker. Soon this ravaged Earth. The only person who might still possess a large amount of kryptonite. Only that bald guy Lex Luthor, even in death. He would definitely leave behind a trump card to guard against Superman in some unknown place. Thinking of this, Azu looked at Igor. You now possess Superman's memories. Find out where that bald guy named Lex Luthor is now. Ego closed his eyes and quickly searched for the name in Clark's memory bank. A few seconds later opened his eyes. His tone tinged with mockery. Master, this man named Lex Luthor is dead. Dead. Azu raised an eyebrow. How did he die? Killed by the original owner of this body. Ego recounted the memory expressionlessly. When Darkseid's vanguard arrived, Luthor contacted Apocalypse. In exchange for his own survival and power, he betrayed intelligence. He told Darkseid that Superman's fatal weakness wasn't kryptonite, but rather an Earthwoman named Lois Lane. Darkseid used this information to break into the Batcave, kill the woman and thus cause Superman's mental breakdown. When Superman learned that Luthor had betrayed him, he didn't even give Luthor a chance to deny it, and simply used his heat vision to incinerate him. Upon hearing this ending, Azu couldn't help but let out a sneer, as expected. Courting death is in Lex Luthor's nature. This guy's been smart his whole life, but he underestimated the rage of a Kryptonian who's lost his mind. In this apocalyptic world, the villains always meet a swift and decisive end. However, whether he lives or dies is not important. What matters is his legacy. In short, let's go back to the metropolitan area first. Thinking about it, Azu's gaze fell once again on the face of the Kryptonian sun. Listen up, Igor, Azu commanded. That face, that uniform, will attract far too many screams and unnecessary trouble in this world. I don't have time to deal with those silly stress reactions. Therefore, without my explicit permission, you absolutely must not appear in front of anyone dressed as an alien scout. Understand? The towering Kryptonian body leaned forward slightly, head bowed at the movement, conveying absolute submission. Your will is my rule, Master. I will remain hidden in the shadows until you need the power of this body. Very good, Azu nodded in satisfaction. To distinguish you, I'll give this body a new code name. Let's call it Supergo when I call you Igor. You still appear in your original blue brain form. Only when I call you Supergo can you use this Superman body to get things done. Remember that, Igor represents wisdom and creation, while Supergor represents power and destruction. I fully understand, Master, Azu nodded in satisfaction. With a flick of his wrist, the Master Ball landed in his palm. Come back, Igor, pressing the buttons. KOG transformed into a stream of red particles and was sucked into the sphere. Azu tossed the Master Ball and put it back in his magic pocket. After taking one last look at the alien-style base of Lonely Fortress, I left with his legs slightly bent. He headed towards the shelter and disappeared into the snowstorm. When we returned to the shelter, it was still dark. Azu walked through the corridor covered with a thick cashmere carpet and pushed open the heavy wooden door to the bedroom. The room was filled with the lingering scent of expensive fragrance, and the dim yellow light from the wall lamps cast ambiguous shadows. Harley Quinn lay sprawled out on the huge, round, soft bed. She had already kicked the blanket onto the carpet, revealing her fair skin covered in hickeys and old scars. She was still fast asleep, a trace of drool hanging from the corner of her mouth, and she was snoring softly. Azu stood by the bed, looking down at the crazed woman. The system interface appeared silently in my mind, and a string of dazzling numbers was flashing. Current popularity score, 312,505. Azu's gaze swept over the densely packed income records. Batman, Cyborg, The Flash, Mira. These core characters of this universe have all contributed significantly. But if you were to create a pie chart of the data, the vast majority would undoubtedly belong to the snoring, crazy woman in bed, Harley Quinn's. Azu's gaze towards Harley softened considerably, like the doting look a boss gives a top salesperson. If you give her even the slightest provocation, this woman's emotions will erupt like a volcano, continuously providing him with high-quality special popularity points. But along with this relief, a trace of regret also crept into Azu's heart. He did some calculations on his own. There are less than 2.5 days left until the end of this Earth 17-day luxury tour. Once his time runs out, he will be forcibly transported back to the Marvel Universe. And Harley Quinn, who is practically an ATM, will remain in this wasteland forever. Tusk, what a waste. Azu shook his head regretfully. The system doesn't even offer an option to bring living people through the universe. Anyway, let's start with 2 rounds. Azu returned to the sofa in the living room and sat down, looking at the huge sum of more than 300,000 yuan, and chuckled. Maybe there'll be a surprise. System, activate the superhero blind box. Confirm consumption of 100. 0 special popularity points for advanced draw. The system's voice announced. Draw twice in a row, then open it directly. Azu said without hesitation. Deduct 200,000 special popularity points. Draw begins. Familiar music, familiar special effects. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the rare item, Loki Mask. Loki's mask. Azu ran his fingers along the edge of the mask. Lost in thought, he knew exactly what it was. That green monster that could wreak absolute chaos in the city. Its power was immense, even bordering on conceptual invincibility, however. This restriction is too strict. It can only be used during Earth's nighttime. His great-grandfather is a man destined to conquer the stars. It's a fun toy, I guess. Maybe it'll come in handy. Azu didn't show much excitement and casually tossed the Loki mask into his magic pocket. Let's see what the second one is. Because his attention was completely focused on Loki's mask, he didn't notice the system's notification. In Azu's hand appeared a piece of red cloth, like a cloak. Azu gripped the red cloth, his eyebrows raised high. What is this, Doctor Strange's cloak? Azu shook the red cloth in his hand, trying to make it move on its own. The red cloth remained unresponsive, hanging limply like a lifeless object. What's going on? Is this thing broken? Azu frowned and carefully examined the item's description. It wouldn't have mattered if I hadn't looked, but once I did. I was overjoyed. Azu stared at the words on the panel, stunned for a good 10 seconds then. A burst of wild laughter erupted in the empty living room. Ha 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 ha, what the hell is this amazing gadget? This blind box has been upgraded, and the stuff they're releasing is really great. Just as Azu was lovingly rubbing it, the system notification sounded again. The current item has been detected as a replacement component for the host system uniform. Consume 5,000 special popularity points to fuse it with the current uniform, replacing the existing Stars and Stripes cape. To restore the classic skin, you can use 500 special popularity points. Azu looked at the words without even a second's hesitation. Replace it, of course, immediately. As the command was given, the red and blue uniform on Azu's body began to change. The gold buckles on his shoulders that secured the Stars and Stripes cape popped open automatically, and the Stars and Stripes cape that had been with him for so long turned into specks of light and dissipated into the air. Immediately afterwards, the red cloth in his hand seemed to come alive. It climbed up Azu's arm and finally locked firmly onto the buckle on his shoulder, then slid smoothly down his back. Azu stood up and walked to the full-length mirror in the bedroom. The man in the mirror was still wearing that tight-fitting blue battle suit, and the golden eagle poised to take flight was still on his chest. But behind him, there was no longer the somewhat elaborate Stars and Stripes, but a pure bright red cape. The red cloak hung down without wind, clinging to the lines of his broad back. This classic red and blue color scheme, by abandoning unnecessary frills, makes him look more concise and composed. Okay, consider it a tribute to the classics. There was a surprise, but we still hadn't found any way to take Harley away. He turned his head and looked at the woman still sleeping soundly on the bed. Harley rolled over, smacked her lips, and seemed to be having a sweet dream. Since we can't take her with us, we must maximize her popularity and value in the remaining 2.5 days. Azu glanced at the clock on the wall. There was still an hour until dawn. That's enough. He didn't wake Harley, but simply pulled the blanket over her exposed navel. Then turned and walked towards the shelter's exit. With a gurgling sound of air currents, Azu's figure disappeared once again into the vast night. In this war-torn world, finding what he needed was not easy. But he had speed and patience. Azu maintained his hypersonic flight, his red reflective cloak leaving a straight red line behind him. A few minutes later, he landed in a once bustling European city that was now nothing but ruins. Paris, the Seine has long since dried up, and its riverbed is littered with rusty metal debris and weathered bones. Azu hovered above the Champs-Élysées, where most of the buildings had collapsed. His supervision, like a radar, swept across every rubble and every dilapidated building below. He arrived at a collapsed building. This was originally a world-class jewelry store. After the building was bombed, many of the world's top luxury goods were buried under the rubble, weighing tens of tons. Azu stepped forward, grabbed a piece of load-bearing wall debris weighing tens of tons with both hands, and casually tossed it over 100 meters away. After cleaning it by hand for a few minutes, he saw the deformed alloy vault door. Azu inserted his hand into the crack of the door and exerted a little force with his arms. With a piercing metallic tearing sound, he forcefully ripped open the heavy vault door. Because the vault was well sealed, it was not contaminated by dust. Azu's gaze immediately locked onto the separate safe in the center of the vault. On the black velvet lining lay a diamond ring. The diamond was almost extravagantly large. Its cut flawless and under the emergency lights, it refracted a dazzling, mesmerizing brilliance. Perfect. Azu closed the jewelry box with satisfaction and tossed it into his magic pocket. Immediately afterwards, he flew to a top-tier haute couture bridal shop a few blocks away. The shop was also dilapidated, but fortunately, a prized possession was displayed in a sealed, dust-proof glass case in the back room. It was a pure white haute couture wedding dress. The train was several meters long, and it was hand-sewn with thousands of tiny pearls and intricate lace patterns. Its purity and preciousness form a stark contrast to this ravaged world. Azu shattered the glass with a single punch, carefully removed the artwork from the doll, folded it neatly and put it into his magic pocket. After doing all, Thish dusted off his hands, looked up at the eastern horizon, and saw the faint light of dawn breaking through the horizon. Dawn is approaching, although in this world, sunlight can hardly penetrate the gloom completely. The alternation of day and night still exists. Azu's legs were bent. Bang. The figure transformed once again into a red and blue shooting star, flying back towards the shelter. As Azu returned to his bedroom in the shelter, the first rays of dawn illuminated the thick haze. Harley let out a lazy moan from the large bed. Rubbing her messy hair as she sat up, the blanket slipped off, revealing a glimpse of her skin, but she didn't seem to care. She yawned, her gaze somewhat unfocused as she searched for the blonde man's figure until it settled on the window. "Good morning, Mr. Candy." Just as I was about to get out of bed, my gaze suddenly fell on the cloak behind Azu. She tilted her head and looked her up and down. "Wow, what's this new look? I didn't see you wearing this yesterday." Harley knelt on the bed and reached out to tug at the red cloak. "Red, are you sure you want to wear this out? If Batman saw you dressed like this, he'd instinctively draw his gun. Those poor souls who have just been rescued might think that Blue Scout has crawled back from hell to collect taxes." "Haha," Harley giggled and teased. Azu was somewhat taken aback. Harley's words reminded him that he had indeed overlooked this point. People all over the world are currently suffering from severe post-traumatic stress disorder regarding the red cloak. He hasn't managed to build up his savior image so painstakingly. He can't afford to have it negatively associated with just the color of his cloak. That could potentially affect his efficiency in gaining popularity. Azu immediately invoked the system in his mind. Spend 500 special popularity points to restore the cape's appearance to its original stars and stripes design. Command confirmed, appearance modification complete. To Harley's astonishment, the surface of the red cape rippled like water. In just a few seconds, the familiar stars and stripes pattern reappeared. Wow. Harley's eyes lit up. This feature is so cool. Can you make one for my jacket too? Just a little trick. Azu pinched her cheek and smiled slightly. Stop dawdling, get up quickly. We're getting ready to go to the metropolis. Go to the metropolis, what for? Harley plopped back down on the bed, her face full of reluctance. It's so comfortable here with hot water and champagne. Why don't we go soak in that big bathtub again? I can take a bath anytime. But it's time to go to work in the Federation now. Azu laughed. Harley blinked, seemingly not quite understanding. Going to work, wait. That human Federation you were talking about with the clown yesterday. You're not serious, are you? So you've conquered the world. She spread her hands out dramatically. I thought all those things you said at the Kent farm were just to fool that clown B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** chin. I've always been a very sincere person. I not only established the Federation of Humankind, but I also meant it when I said I was going to make movies. I even have a title for the first one, Homelander, Rise of the Wasteland. I've always had a dream, Azu said emotionally. I want to make a series of movies featuring Homelander, so that the whole world can see my story and know who is protecting them. That's a brilliant idea, Harley was taken aback at first, but then immediately raised her hand. I want to be the directors. I'm going to fill the movie with explosions and dismemberments. And sexy thighs, it's a deal. Azu held up his little finger. Anyone who goes back on their word is a pig. Harry giggled and hooked her pinky finger on it, stamping it with her finger. All right. Now go take a shower and get ready, Azu said casually. Make yourself smell nice. You're getting ready to be the First Lady of the Federation. The air fell silent for a second. Harley's smile froze on her face. First Lady. She stared at Azu in astonishment, thinking she had misheard in this cruel, insane, and betrayal-filled world. No one had ever said such a thing to her before. The Joker treated her like a toy he could discard at any time, while Batman saw her as a mentally ill person who had to be locked up in Arkham. And now Thai's man standing at the top of the world, on the first day of his reign, tells her that she will be the First Lady for the first time. Harley felt an uncontrollable tremor within her. She suppressed the turmoil of excitement churning within her, her nails digging into her palms as she reprimanded herself. Don't be silly, Harley, he was just joking. How could he let a mentally ill lunatic like you, a notorious criminal, become the damn First Lady? Harley quickly reverted to her carefree demeanor. Wow. The First Lady. Does that mean I can keep hyenas on the White House lawn and paint the Oval Office pink? As she spoke, she reached for Azu's belt, however. Before taking a shower, the First Lady felt that the president needed to fulfill his morning duties first. Without a word, she pushed Azu onto the bed and pounced on her like a hungry little leopard. 2 hours later, the two men dressed neatly left the shelter. Azu took Harley and soared into the sky, heading straight for the Metropolis. At this point, Metropolis, under Bruce Wayne's terrifying organizational and execution capabilities, had already presented a well-ordered appearance. The parademen's corpses on the streets were burned in a concentrated manner, and the resistance fighters were reorganized into a temporary security force to patrol the streets. Heavy machinery is clearing debris blocking the main roads. Temporary medical stations and food distribution points are being set up in various neighborhoods. When Azuna's iconic Stars and Stripes cape appeared in the sky, the entire square fell into a brief silence. Immediately following was a deafening cheer. Homelanders looked, he's back. People dropped what they were doing and poured into the streets from all directions. They waved their arms and, with tears in their eyes, called out the name of the person who had saved them. Azu held Harley's hand as they walked through the automatically parted passageway of the crowd. He wore a warm smile, nodding to the crowds on both sides from time to time, and would even stop to pat the heads of the dirty children. Harley walked beside Azu, and feeling a little uncomfortable under the fervent gazes around them, she shrank back slightly. She was used to being feared and hated, and this feeling of being worshipped as a hero made her. The Gotham crime queen feel unreal. Keep smiling, little pumpkin, Azu whispered to her. They love me, so they'll love you too. The LexCorp building has now been cleared out, and the temporary flag of the Federation of Humanities has been raised, serving as the Federation's temporary office location. Azu led Harley into the building. The moment he stepped into the lobby, Azu activated his supervision at full power, instantly penetrating every floor wall and underground vault of the building. He scanned the area carefully, searching for that signature green glow. However, there was nothing there. There were no laid-cast hidden compartments, no concealed safes, and not even a single kryptonite fragment the size of a fingernail. Azu withdrew his gaze and frowned slightly. How did that old fox Lex Luthor manage to clean Metropolis so thoroughly? Or did he hide those kryptonites in an even more secret place? Or was it completely destroyed by Superman? With questions in mind, Azu and Harley took the elevator to the top-floor conference room. In the conference room, everyone's expressions were serious. Bruce Wayne sat at the head of the table, a pile of newly compiled data reports in front of him, Cyborg. The Flash, Deathstroke, Marond, Amazon's new leader. Phillips were all present. Upon seeing Azu enter, everyone nodded in greeting. In this room, although everyone is a seasoned warrior, Azu's earth-shattering battle with Superman and the miracle of saving the world at the speed of light have completely established his absolute dominance in this world. You look like you've had a good rest, Bruce said first, his voice betraying deep exhaustion. Saving the world is hard work, Bat. I always have to be in top shape. Azu walked to the head of the conference table, pulled out a chair and sat down with an air of authority. Harley found a swivel chair and started spinning around in it. Begin, Bat, Azu tapped the table. Let me hear what trouble our new world is facing right now. Bruce ignored Azu's arrogant attitude and turned on the projector in the conference room. I was just about to talk about this. Here's the progress of our work over the past 30 hours. Bruce pointed to some lit green dots on the projected map. Steelbow has restored communication networks in major North American and European cities and has conducted a rough survey of the current population. Steelbow continued. Currently, the estimated number of survivors worldwide is around 1 billion. They are very scattered. I have informed them to gather in the nearest large city to facilitate the search for supplies. 1 billion, Azu frowned. It's a bit worse than I imagined. That's not even the worst part, Bruce said gravely, his hands clasped on the table. More than 70% of the world's land has been polluted because of Darkseid's modifications. The atmospheric haze not only blocks out sunlight, but also contains highly toxic heavy metal particles. Crops can't grow, and water resources are rapidly depleting. Without large-scale ecological restoration, the Earth simply cannot support these billion people right now. Bruce said gravely, moreover. The oceans are now severely acidified, Mira added, clenching her fist. If the waters cannot be purified, the remaining inhabitants of Atlantis won't last much longer. What we are facing is true genocide. Azu leaned back in his chair, his fingers tapping lightly on the table. Seemingly deep in thought after a moment, he slowly spoke, I can solve the environmental problem. Bruce, give me those 3 mother boxes. No. Upon hearing this, Cyborg Victor instinctively spoke up. Absolutely not, why not? Azu looked at him coldly. The mother box has the ability to reshape matter and alter ecosystems. I have a way to adjust its function, enabling it to purify the Earth's atmosphere and restore the vitality of the soil within a day. You don't understand what the mother box is, Victor exclaimed, his voice trembling. It's not some magic wish-granting machine. It's the pinnacle of apocalypse technology. A living machine, they are a trinity. Once they are put together and activated, they will merge synchronously. Once the mother box is fully fused, it will immediately open a direct interstellar sonic boom tunnel to Apocalypse. This means that Darkseid and his endless army of Apocalypse will descend upon us within minutes. We've just won a devastating war. Everyone is bleeding and exhausted. We had no time to prepare. This is tantamount to opening the gates directly to Darkseid and handing over the Earth. Everyone's gaze fell upon Azath. Their expressions varied, but all revealed a deep sense of worry. Faced with Steelbone's fierce opposition and the silence of the others, Azu slowly stood up, looking down at everyone present with a mocking smile. Preparation time. You had plenty of time to prepare last time. Superman was still alive. The Justice League was fully assembled, and armies around the world were on standby. And the result, Azu's voice suddenly rose, making the conference room glass vibrate. The result is that the Earth has become this wretched state. The result is that your comrades have been almost entirely killed or wounded. The result is that you've been hiding like rats in the sewers for months. The conference room was completely silent. Bruce lowered his head, his jaw clenched, and remained silent. You bunch of cowards. You're even thinking of running away. Azu slammed his hand on the table. If the mother box isn't activated, Darkseid won't come. You think that by hiding the mother box, he'll be eating hamburgers and drinking cola on Apocalypse. Forgetting the planet even exists, he's a conqueror. He'll always come. The only difference is whether it's today or tomorrow. What's the difference between dying now and starving to death 2 months later? Azu stood up straight, a fierce fighting spirit burning in his eyes, the arrogance of an absolute powerhouse. Since he's going to come sooner or later, instead of sitting here waiting to die, we might as well take the initiative. Activate the mother box, restore the Earth. Right here today, Azu slammed his fist on the table, and the solid wood surface exploded with a huge crack, sending wood chips flying everywhere. Let me go and kill them by surprise. If he dares to open a passage, I dare to storm in. Let me catch them off guard. Let's burn the battlefield all the way to Apocalypse. Good. Harley Quinn was the first to stand up, jump onto the table and excitedly wave her fist. F***K Apocalypse. Mr. Candy was right, we won't cower. We'll take the initiative. We'll twist that damn Darkseid's head off and use it as a toilet. She stood firmly on Azu's side, her eyes burning with fervor. Queen Mira gazed intently at Azu. The Atlanteans revered strength, and Azu's undisguised domineering aura and contempt for powerful enemies stirred a long-lost surge of emotion within her. He's right. Mira stood up, slamming her trident heavily on the ground with a sharp clang. Atlantis has never feared war if death is inevitable. I choose to die on the path of conquest. Hint. You've gained a special popularity bonus of plus 5,000. From Imura Zebarachala, the Amazon General Phillips, sitting opposite, also stood up and drew his longsword from his waist, the blade pointing straight at the ceiling. The Amazons are born to fight. Philip's voice rang out powerfully. We defeated Darkseid in ancient times. Today we will not fear again. Amazons, we will charge with you. Hint. You have gained a special popularity bonus of plus 5,000 from Philip's Egeliathemiscula. The atmosphere in the conference room felt as if it had been ignited by war. Barry the Flash swallowed hard, glanced at the women before him, their fighting spirit high, and suddenly felt that he couldn't lose face as a man. Although it sounds like a suicide plan to me. Barry scratched his head. But things always get worse when I'm scared. Maybe doing things differently is a good idea. I'm in favor. Since everyone's gone mad, then I'll be one too. Deathstroke Slade, who had been silent until now, sneered and made his stance clear. All eyes finally focused on Bruce Wayne, as the mastermind behind the Justice League. The mother box is now under his control. Bruce closed his eyes and crossed his hands tightly. To him, the Homelander's plan was utterly devoid of any strategy. It was nothing more than pure recklessness in the past. He would never have agreed to such a crazy all-in plan. He needed backup plans, plan A, plan B, or even plan Z, but Bruce recalled how this man single-handedly destroyed the global Parademon army and trampled Superman underfoot. Perhaps to deal with a new god as powerful as Darkseid, who is unreasonable. One needs an even more unreasonable madman. Victor, give him the mother box. Cyborg was stunned. Bruce, are you really going crazy? Go do it, Victor, Bruce said firmly. We have no choice. I hope you remember your promise today, Homelander. If you mess this up, then you've messed it up. Azu laughed arrogantly, turned his back to the crowd. And continued, but I've never messed anything up, Bat. After saying that, Azu took a step and walked towards the door. Take those 3 damned boxes and come with me, he said without turning his head. A dozen minutes later, the ruins of Century Park in the heart of the metropolis. A massive memorial statue of Superman once stood here. But now it has been smashed to pieces by an angry mob. Azu stopped in the middle of the open space. Bruce, Cyborg, the Flash, and a host of other heroes followed closely behind. Harley Quinn, like a carefree high school girl, skipped along beside Azu with her backpack on, humming an unknown tunes. Azu turned around and gestured with his chin towards Steelbone. Bring them out, Victor. Upon hearing Azu's words, Steelbone immediately knelt on the ground and opened the specially made shielded box. Buzz! The moment the 3 cube-shaped metal boxes were revealed, the surrounding air immediately emitted a low buzzing sound. Their complex patterns seemed to possess a life of their own, shimmering with a faint light that flows slowly at some unknown frequency. The 3 mother boxes exerted a strong gravitational pull on each other, attempting to break free of their restraints and merge together. The energy level of this thing is constantly escalating, the cyborg said solemnly. They are calling to each other and also to Apocalypse. Once they achieve triad synchronization, the boom channel will immediately take shape. The mother box, Mira gripped her trident tightly, a flicker of disgust crossing her beautiful face. This thing destroyed Atlantis, and the energy it emitted makes me sick. Soon it will become our street cleaner, Azu casually remarked, and with a flick of his wrist, the master ball appeared in his palm. Time to get to work, Igor. Azu casually tossed the master ball forward. A flash of white light suddenly appeared as the light faded. A gigantic blue brain several meters in diameter floated silently in midair. Wow, Barry. Like a startled rabbit instantly flashed backward, pulling back a distance of more than 10 meters. His eyes widened in horror as he stared at the enormous blue brain that had appeared out of nowhere in midair. What is this? A B-movie horror film from the 1980s, a brain demon. Amazon General Phillips also instinctively assumed a fighting stance. Only Batman and Harley Quinn seemed quite calm. Harley even whistled, "Hey, Mr. Brains, we meet again." Igor ignored the mortal's fuss, his blue nerve tendrils swaying slightly in the air. A respectful voice resonated through the air via mental fluctuations. "Master, your loyal servant awaits your commands." Listen, Ego. Azu pointed to 3 metal cubes on the ground. These are called Mother Boxes, living machines. They're currently programmed to transform this planet into a hell of lava and poisonous gas. I want you to change the parameters and turn this smog-filled Earth back to the way it was before, with sunshine, beaches, and bikinis. Ego hovered in midair, his blue neural tendrils slowly extending towards the 3 mother boxes. Extremely advanced mechanical life forms. Ego sensed the fluctuations of the mother box and exclaimed in admiration. Their underlying logic is incredibly sophisticated. A set of instructions built upon high-dimensional mathematics. Directly altering it from the outside is extremely difficult. I'll help you, Cyborg. Victor stepped forward, and the armor on his left arm rapidly reassembled, transforming into 3 complex probe interfaces. I am the child of the mother box. My code originates from them. I can forcibly tear through its firewall in an instant, creating a vulnerability lasting a fraction of a second. That's enough, Igor replied. As long as you open the door, I can infuse it with my will. Bruce looked at Cyborg and nodded slightly. Do it, Victor. Steelbone nodded in response and forcefully plunged several data probes into the 3 mother boxes. The moment they made contact, Cyborg tilted his head back and let out a painful roar. High-temperature steam spewed from the gaps in the mechanical body. The massive data stream from the mother box, like a raging tsunami, attempted to completely wash away and engulf the consciousness of this submachine. The firewall has been breached now. Victor gritted his teeth, squeezing out these words. Easy Ego unleashed a powerful light, and dozens of blue energy tentacles shot out like arrows, precisely piercing the core of the mother box through the opening Victor had created. The divine power of the gods intertwined with the apocalyptic energy of the mother box. The mother box began to vibrate violently, emitting a sharp buzzing sound. Meanwhile, in the distant depths of the universe, Sector Zero awaiting Darkseid's tall, gray body stood before the ruins of the central energy cell. The great Darkseid, Disidhi's body hunched over, quickly walked to his master's side and bowed deeply. The hyperspace portal to Oa has been completed. We have successfully bypassed the space barrier using the Green Lantern Core central power source. How much longer? 24 hours, Master, Disad replied. At most 24 hours later. This gate will be wide enough for your entire Dark Fleet to pass through simultaneously. At that time, the wrath of Apocalypse will once again descend upon Earth. Darkseid raised his head, his gaze fixed on the endless depths of space. That Earthling who killed the Kryptonians. Darkseid smiled cruelly. I won't let him die too quickly. I want to crush his hope with my own hands, to let him experience true despair. Your will is the end of the universe. Disad knelt on the ground. Let's turn our attention back to Earth. To the Metropolitan Plaza, Cyborg Victor. His body billowing white smoke pulled out the data probe, staggered back a few steps and landed hard on his backside. I'm disconnecting, Cyborg said weakly, now. It's up to it. All eyes were focused on Igor's enormous blue brain. Ego's divine tentacles have completely merged with the three mother boxes. The three mother boxes, which had been emitting an ominous red glow, had gradually calmed down, their surfaces now shrouded in a soft pale blue halo. Finish with a declaration from Igor. The dozens of blue tentacles slowly detached from the mother box. What did you do? Barry Allen leaned closer, cautiously examining the boxes that had changed color. I removed the Scorched Earth Environmental Restoration Agreement from Apocalypse and imported the ecological environment parameters most suitable for carbon-based life. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes were filled with undisguised astonishment. That's the mother box, a cosmic artifact that Superman and Cyborg could barely separate even with their combined strength. Yet this brain-dead creature appearing out of nowhere completely rewrote it in just a few minutes. Batman Bruce Wayne stepped forward. He didn't ask what kind of creature Ego was. At this critical juncture, probing his ally's background was the most foolish thing to do. How massive will the transformation of the Earth be? Bruce asked, voicing his most pressing question. How much impact will this scale of energy release have on the Earth's surface? Do we need to immediately mobilize civilians around the world for emergency evacuation? They are currently in very weak condition and cannot withstand any drastic geological changes. Refuge, Igor let out a distinct chuckle. Mortals, your minds are too narrow. I've been terraforming planets for millions of years. Please don't question my expertise. The rhythm of every inch of soil, the breath of every plant, the cycle of every drop of water, all are within my precise calculations. In the vast universe, no one knows better than me how to shape a planet. I will control the energy fluctuations within the perfect threshold. They won't trigger earthquakes, nor will they cause tsunamis. They will simply pass through the world like a gentle spring breeze. His words shocked everyone once again. You. What are you? You've lived for millions of years. Barry exclaimed, his eyes wide. Even the long-lived species like Mira and Amazons looked at Igor with a hint of awe. Atlantis has a long history, but compared to this being that claims to have lived for millions of years, it seems as immature as a single cell. Whoa. Millions of years, Harley Quinn jumped out from behind Azu, not afraid at all but bursting with curiosity. She moved closer to Ego, even reaching out her fingers to feel his texture. Mister. Candy, where did you find this old relic? Who is this big, jelly-like headed guy? He sounds pretty impressive. Everyone perked up their ears and turned their gazes to Azu. They were eager to know the origin of this mysterious brain and how Azu had tamed this being. Azu smiled casually, reached out and gently patted Igor's cerebral cortex. As if patting a docile hunting dog, his name is Igor. Originally, he was an ancient god from the depths of the universe. Because he lived for too long, he developed some mental problems and developed a liking for sowing seeds throughout the universe, attempting to assimilate the entire cosmos into a part of himself. Then one day came to my territory and did something bad. And I found out. Azu shrugged, his tone flat and devoid of any emotion. I just gave him a beating. I beat him so badly that all he had left was his brain. And then he behaved and became my subordinate. The wind blew across the ruins of the square. Stirring up a cloud of dust, no one spoke. Azu spoke these words with remarkable ease. But those present felt as if they had been struck in the heart by a heavy hammer. What does it mean to beat a god down to just a brain? That was a god who had lived for millions of years and could freely reshape planets. In the mouth of this countryman, how could it be as easy as casually teaching a street thug a lesson for getting something for free? Barry Allen felt like he was suffocating. The way he looked at Azu had changed from that of a powerful ally to that of an indescribable cosmic monster. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. They previously thought it was outrageous enough that Azu could single-handedly defeat Superman. But now it seems they had far underestimated the strength of this man draped in the stars and stripes. A sudden burst of laughter shattered the suffocating atmosphere. Ha ha ha, Mr. Candy, you're such a braggart. Harley patted Azu on the shoulder, laughing so hard she almost fell over. Look at them, they seem to really believe it. Like complete idiots. Harley's laughter seemed to offer everyone a way out. Barry the Flash chuckled awkwardly, haha, yes, Mr. Homelander is really funny. A master at livening up the atmosphere. Yes, that's absurd. How could anyone possibly beat a creature of that level so easily? Homelander must be joking, a kind of American humor, to ease the pre-battle tension. However, Azu did not intend to explain further. You can't talk about ice with a summer insect. Explaining the significance of gods to these natives, who have never even left the solar system, is a complete waste of breath. Bruce Wayne shook his head slightly, he didn't smile. As the world's greatest detective, he observed Ego's soul-deep obedience to Azu and the inner confidence in Azu's eyes. A voice deep inside him told him he wasn't joking. But since this man is on the side of humanity, the truth or falsehood no longer matters, all right, hero. Your sense of humor is unique. Bruce steered the conversation back on track. Since it's safe, let's begin. This world is already riddled with holes, we can't wait. Hearing Batman's words, Azu nodded slightly and said, although Ego assured me the modification process would be very gentle. Bruce, your concerns are valid. This is a cataclysmic event concerning the fate of all humanity. Even without harms, a sudden and drastic change will cause immense panic. Humanity has just experienced the apocalypse. Their nerves are on edge. They need to know what happened, they need to be prepared. Bruce nodded in agreement, so what are you planning to do? Harley, Azu turned his head and snapped his fingers. Roger that, sir, Harley instantly understood. And with an excited cheer, she immediately threw her backpack to the ground. Unzip it up, and inside are all high-precision photography equipment, image stabilization brackets, and even a miniature fill light. She skillfully set up the tripod, adjusted the aperture and focus, and then clipped the microphone to Azu's collar. Azu also walked to the designated position. Perfect lighting, perfect angle, Harley gave an okay sign. Mr. Candy, you're absolutely stunning right now. Mechanic, come help, after setting up the camera. She waved to Steelbone. Connect this thing to the global network, hurry up. Steelbone stood frozen, stunned by the sudden turn of events. Momentarily speechless, now. Live streaming at this time, that's just how he is. Bruce Wayne said in a low voice as he walked past Cyborg. Do as he says, Victor. Victor sighed helplessly, stepped forward, extended a data cable from his right arm, and connected it to Harley's broadcasting equipment. I've connected to every screen and speaker in the world that can still emit light. A red light flashed in Cyborg's eyes. Homelander, you can now speak to the whole world at any time. Whether they're in an underground bunker or in a corner of ruins. They can hear you, thanks, Victor. You've thought of everything. Azu expressed his appreciation to Cyborg, seeing Azu's practiced demeanor and the almost overflowing desire to perform on his face. Everyone immediately understood. I see now, Deathstroke couldn't help but chuckle. This preparation was certainly thorough. Even if he wasn't a Hollywood star before, he was at least a popular online influencer. But I quite like it, Barry said softly, watching the man who was having Harley adjust the angle of the fill light. To be honest, I feel quite at ease seeing him like this. I'd even be willing to spend some money on royal horns for him. Everyone understood that this man from the motherland was vain and craved attention. He was like an entertainment star who always needed the spotlight. Strangely, instead of feeling disgusted, people felt a sense of relief, having witnessed Superman's inhuman tyranny. Homelander's vain little flaw makes him seem more real and more human. The fact that a powerful being with the power to destroy the world has a love of showing off is the smallest and most endearing flaw in the world. After all he needs is applause and praise. Camera ready, lighting perfect. Harley gave an okay sign, Mr. Candy, your profile is absolutely stunning. Azu nodded slightly, patted his chest to adjust his breathing, and switched his expression to work mode. 3, 2, 1. Signal access, action. Harley pressed the record button. Fellow countrymen of Earth, I am a citizen of my motherland. Azu's rich and emotive voice once again resonated in every corner of the Earth. In unabandoned basements, people gathered around a flickering screen in the trenches. The rebel soldiers lowered their guns and listened intently. Even the refugees still wandering among the ruins heard this message through the public broadcast activated by the steel skeleton. A day ago, we won the wars. We drove those alien invaders out of our city, but this doesn't mean we've taken back our world. Those alien scum have left ugly scars on our planet. They've stolen our water, our air, our sunlight. Let us slowly wither away in despair, but he's dreaming. Azu suddenly raised his voice-high gaze fixed on the camera, a fierce fire burning in his eyes. Today, I will not only reclaim our freedom but also our skies. Our oceans, our green home. Do not be afraid of the upcoming tremors. Do not fear the coming storm. Because that wasn't the death knell. It was the heartbeat of Earth's rebirths. Get out of your bunkers, open your windows. Lift your heads. Go and greet the sunshine that belongs to you. I, a man of my homeland, will bring everything back now. Azu's loud shout was like a sharp arrow that could pierce through mountains and split rocks. Wow! In front of the television, countless people were moved by these words. They stood up tremblingly, supporting each other, and walked towards the ravaged world, as if receiving a command. Ego unleashed his immense divine power. Guided by Ego's divine power, the three mother boxes slowly rose into the air. They quickly converged in midair, click, click, click. With a series of crisp mechanical clicking sounds, the three separate mother boxes fit together perfectly, forming a seamless complete cube. Boom. The Trinity is complete. But this time there was no devastating impact. Only a single, visible pale blue energy ripple spreads violently outward in a ring shape from the metropolis as its center. Its speed exceeded the speed of sound, and it swept across the entire Earth in almost a few seconds. The fluctuation was enormous, but when it brushed against everyone's bodies, it was surprisingly gentle. It was like a gentle spring breeze, softly caressing the face of everyone present. It even gave everyone a sense of warmth from the inside out, as if the fatigue and pain of the past few days had been soothed. Then a miracle began. The skies above the metropolis. The smog that had shrouded the Earth for months quickly disintegrated, and dissipated under the wash of this blue light. Pure and brilliant golden sunlight cascaded down like a waterfall, bathing the ravaged land. Oh my gods. Bari tilted his head back, raised his hand to shield his eyes from the blinding sunlight. But tears streamed down his face involuntarily. The sky. The blue sky, not just the sky. The earth is also undergoing tremendous changes. Miraculously, tiny green shoots emerged from countless parched sandy and scorched soils. Tender green shoots broke through the soil at a speed defying biological norms and grew wildly. In the blink of an eye, the once desolate desert has transformed into lush green grasslands swaying in the wind. In the Amazon rainforest, dead trees have come back to life, and lush forests have once again covered the land. In the ruins of Paris, a group of survivors, having just pushed open a manhole cover in their basement, stare blankly at the dried-up, foul-smelling Seine River. A clear, cool water source suddenly appeared and filled the entire riverbed in the blink of an eye. Water, clean waters. People collapsed onto the riverbank, scooping up handfuls of water and gulping it down. Weeping loudly, Moscow, the ruins of Red Square. People hiding in the air raid shelter tentatively pushed open the heavy iron door. They weren't wearing gas masks and took a deep breath of the outside air. It has no sulfur smell or burnt smell. Only the fragrance of earth and the freshness of the sky after the rain. Hurrah! Someone shouted it out. Immediately afterwards, countless people rushed out of the air raid shelters. They embraced and sang and danced in the sunshine on the muddy square. Deep in the Atlantic Ocean, the surviving inhabitants of Atlantis are hiding in a deep-sea containment structure, enduring the suffocating effects of acidified water. Suddenly, a stream of blue light pierced through the seawater thousands of meters deep. The murky, acidified seawater became clear and transparent. Dead coral reefs were revitalized, emitting colorful fluorescent light, countless dying. Glowing jellyfish once again swam in groups in the clear seawater. Schools of fish emerge from the dark trenches and dart merrily through the clear ocean currents. A little girl from Atlantis swam out of the isolation enclosure, twirling happily in the pure seawater, reaching out her hands towards the faintly visible sun above the surface. This is a miracle. Hint. You've gained plus 1899540 popularity points. Hint. You've gained plus 2154488 popularity points. Hint. You've gained plus 2566412 popularity points. With the rebirth of the Earths, the surge in popularity came like a tidal wave. The emotional value of offering salvation to the desperate is far more powerful than a mere display of force. In the square, Queen Mira closed her eyes tightly. As a member of the royal family of Atlantis, she had a natural affinity with the ocean. At that moment, she felt it. The ocean's toxicity has receded, and the ocean currents have become warm and vibrant again. In the deep sea, the remnants of Atlantis, hiding in the depths of the trenches, are sending her signals of ecstasy and excitement through the seawater. Her people were saved and her kingdom could be rebuilt. Mira opened her eyes, tears streaming uncontrollably down her beautiful face. The pent-up despair was released. She slowly opened her eyes, her gaze settling on the blonde man bathed in sunlight. That's him. He brought miracles to the world. He saved her people. Mira's heart pounded. Atlanteans never hid their emotions, especially their worship and admiration for the strong. Without hesitation, she strode forward with her long, slender legs and came to Azu. She wrapped her arms around Azu's neck, closed her eyes, and without hesitation offered him her most passionate kiss. Hint, you've gained a special popularity bonus of plus 15000. From Imura Zebarachala. Hearing the notification tone and watching the red-haired beauty pounce on him, Azu's lips curled into a smile. He obediently lowered his head slightly, preparing to accept this gift of gratitude. Suddenly, a multicolored figure slid in from the side at an incredibly unbelievable angle. He crawled between the two of them from below and precisely sealed Mira's red lips with his own. Mira, caught up in her emotions, didn't notice and kissed him deeply. She only felt that Azu's lips were very soft. and even had a slightly sweet taste, moreover. The other person's reaction was very enthusiastic. A nimble little tongue pried open her teeth without any hesitation and became fiercely entangled with hers. Mira let out a soft satisfied moan and kissed her even more passionately, Batman Deathstroke. The Flash and the others standing nearby were all dumbfounded. Azu kept his head slightly bowed, looking speechlessly at the two women embracing and kissing passionately right below his chin. A full half-minute passed. Mira finally sensed that something was wrong this height. It is wrong. The man from her homeland was much taller than her. But now the other person was even a little shorter than her. And her two mounds were pressed against her chest. She decisively opened her eyes. Instead of Azu's handsome face, what appeared before her was the pretty face of a girl with heavy eyeshadow and red and blue pigtails, winking and making faces at her. Mira's eyes widened instantly. She shoved Harley away, stumbled back 3 or 4 steps, and frantically wiped her lips. What are you doing? Mira's face turned bright red, both ashamed and angry. Oh, Miss Mermaid, you're so enthusiastic. Harley licked her lips deliberately, smacked them, and gave a look of lingering enjoyment. Not only is your tongue flexible, but you also have a large lung capacity. No wonder you can breathe underwater. As she spoke, Harley grabbed Azu's arm and puffed out her chest as if asserting her dominance. But listen up, fish girl. This handsome guy is already stamped by me. Every inch of his skinvery hair, including his lips, is stamped by me, Harley Quinn, but Harley is very kind. If you really can't resist, I can satisfy you. Harley playfully stuck out her tongue. Upon hearing Harley's lewd remarks, Mira was momentarily at a loss for how to react. But she was, after all, royalty who had seen it all. After a brief moment of surprise, she wasn't angry. Instead, she laughed heartily. Well, thank you so much, Harley Quinn. Mira stared unwaveringly at Harley. Anyway, I'm single now in Atlantean tradition. Excellent men deserve to be pursued. As long as you haven't exchanged wedding rings. I think everyone has a chance, right? You're dreaming. US ***** why lustful fish. Harley bared her teeth like a possessive wildcat. I'll turn you into sashimi before you even get close. Watching this farce, Barry couldn't help but laugh out loud, while Bruce rubbed his temples in exasperation. Just as everyone was about to make a joke to ease the tension, the sky suddenly became strange. Boom. With a deafening explosion, a green meteor streaked across the sky, which had just returned to its azure hue, leaving a long trail of flame as it hurtled straight toward the plaza where they were. Enemy attack. Bruce Wayne instantly went into battle mode, grabbing 2 high-explosive batarangs from his belt. Deathstroke drew his rifle. Cyborg's plasma cannon began charging, and the Amazon warriors quickly raised their shields to form a defensive formation. Bang! The green meteor crashed heavily into the open ground, dozens of meters away from the crowd, creating a large crater, with rubble and dirt flying everywhere. A protective shield made of pure green energy appeared at the bottom of the pit. As the protective shield slowly dissipated, a tall and imposing figure was revealed. Judging from his appearance, he is undoubtedly an alien. He was over 2 meters tall, with pale pink skin and an extremely fierce appearance, resembling a bulldog walking upright. She was wearing a green and black tight-fitting uniform with a lantern logo printed on the chest, and a fluorescent green ring on her finger. Cough, cough. The alien struggled to climb out of the crater, knelt on one knee and gasped for breath. Don't move. Deathstroke's gun was pressed directly against the alien's head. His eyes icy. Darkseid's new type of demon. It's really ugly. Wait, don't shoot. The alien cried weakly, raising his hands. The green ring on his hand flashed, automatically translating his language into English. I'm not your enemy, I'm Tofkoff. I'm here to help you. Put the gun down, Slade. Mira strode forward and stopped Deathstroke. A look of shock flashed in her eyes as she stared at the insignia on the alien uniform. That's the green light symbol. Are you with the Green Lantern Corps? She recognized the symbol from ancient Atlantean texts. The Green Lantern Corps. Deathstroke frowned, his gun still raised. That's right, the Green Lantern Corps. Amazon General Phillips sheathed his sword. His expression grave. They call themselves the Guardians of the Universe, driving their rings into battle through sheer willpower. They fought alongside us in ancient times against Darkseid's invasion. They can be trusted, Guardians of the Universe. Deathstroke spoke coldly then. Where were you Guardians when Darkseid was slaughtering our planet? Upon hearing this, extreme pain and anger flashed across the fierce alien's face. My name is Kilowog, an instructor in the Green Lantern Corps. He sat heavily on the ground, as if he had exhausted even the strength to stand. You think we've abandoned Earth? No. Kilowog clenched his fist, green light struggling between his fingers. We can't afford to worry about this place because Oa Star is the headquarters of our legend, the center of light. It has already fallen. Kilowog's words sent a chill down the spines of everyone present. What do you mean? Phillips asked anxiously. Kilowog lowered his head, as if recalling a terrible nightmare, Darkseid. He personally led the elite Dark Legion in a surprise attack on Oa. We fought back fiercely. Thousands of Green Lanterns formed a defensive line in space. But it was no use, he was too strong. His Omega beams tore through our formation, and an endless army of Parademon devoured our brothers. Kilowog slammed his massive fist into the ground in excitement. But I fought my way here not to complain. I'm here to warn you, he not only destroyed our army, but also used the technology and energy of Oa to forcibly open a large-scale hyperspace teleportation channel capable of traversing galactic sectors. He's on his way, leading the entire Dark Elite Legion of Apocalypse. Kilowog pointed to the sky, his voice trembling slightly. Darkseid is expected to return to Earth in 24 hours. 24 hours, that time frame feels like a countdown to death. The atmosphere in the square plummeted to freezing point. Those who had just been basking in the joy of Earth's recovery felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over their heads. In this suffocating silence, buzz buzz buzz. A sudden, urgent electronic beeping sound came from behind them. Everyone turned their heads abruptly. The mother box, which had already undergone ecological transformation, did not stop operating even after the work was completed. The coordinates inside the mother box were automatically activated, creating a certain linkage with the parent box located on Apocalypse. Victor's expression changed drastically. He immediately understood what this meant. It's a popping sound channel. They're forcibly opening the popping sound channel. Buzz boom as Victor finished speaking. The space above Metropolitan Plaza seemed to be torn apart by an invisible giant hand. A massive circular portal over 100 meters in diameter suddenly opened with a roar through the massive sonic boom. Everyone saw the scene on the other side, a dark red sky, a huge fire pit spewing lava, and countless grotesque steel structures. That is the origin of all nightmares in the universe. Apocalypse Dark Fortress, ugh, suddenly Victor Stone, who was standing in front, let out a painful growl. His knees buckled and he knelt heavily on the ground. Victor, what's wrong? Bruce Wayne immediately crouched down and asked with concern. Is it the aftermath of the mother box? Or some kind of viral invasion? No, it's memory. It's data, Cyborg gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing red, and lines of code seemed to cascade across his retina like a waterfall. What did you see? Bruce asked. Steelbone shook his head violently, staring intently at the tall, black fortress across the passage. I recognize that place, it's the Dark Fortress. Steelbone's voice carried a slight tremor. Darkseid. The mere mention of the name caused everyone present to involuntarily hold their breath. Explain the specifics, Victor, Bruce pressed. That's Darkseid's palace. Victor closed his eyes, trying to sort through the vast database of Apocalypse information in his mind. That wasn't just his residence. It was also the military command center of Apocalypse. More importantly, it was the anchor point of Darkseid's divine power. Anchor point. Bari frowned, his expression full of doubt. What does that mean, some kind of energy generator? It's worse than that. Victor opened his eyes and recited the intelligence that had just been decrypted from his mind. Darkseid is no ordinary alien being, he is a new god. His dark divinity requires him to constantly strengthen himself by absorbing negative emotions such as fear, pain and despair in the vast universe. There are countless lives enslaved, transformed, and tormented by him. All the negative energy generated by those lives in their endless suffering converges through that anchor point and is then continuously channeled into his body, providing him with inexhaustible power. As long as that anchor point remains, his power will never run dry. He is invincible, haha. Sounds like an emotional dumping ground. Harley Quinn grinned, completely unfazed. Isn't that good news? I mean, since that's his baby bottle. What if we went over there and smashed that awful place to pieces? Wouldn't that guy be so angry he'd go crazy on the spot? Rolling on the ground crying. It's not that simple, Harley, Cyborg shook his head, directly interrupting her reverie. That fortress is almost impossible to destroy. The core structure of the Dark Fortress is entirely forged from black steel, a specialty of Apocalypse. That metal is denser than neutron star matter. Even a supernova explosion couldn't leave a scratch on its surface. Steelbone surveyed the crowd and continued to present the despairing truths. Moreover, its building materials also incorporate high-purity omega-3 ore. This ore contains primordial omega-3 energy, capable of directly absorbing and rendering immune to most forms of energy attacks. These words plunged the atmosphere into a freezing point once again. It doesn't matter. A relaxed and casual voice broke the oppressive silence. Azu stood with his hands behind his back, facing the sonic boom channel. There's no shell that can't be broken, I have my ways. Besides, it doesn't matter even if we can't break it. Azu turned to look at Steelbone, who was deep in thought. Victor, answer a question for me. If Darkseid, on his way to Earth, suddenly discovered that someone was vandalizing his home planet and attempting to destroy his source of power, do you think he would still be in the mood to continue his expedition to Earth? Steelbone reacted, and his brain immediately started working at lightning speed. Apocalypse's communication network is synchronized in real time. If the Dark Fortress is attacked, the alarm will be instantly transmitted to Zexer's flagship. Cyborg analyzed, the fortress is his source of power. If it is destroyed, his divinity will be severely damaged. Even if there's only a 1 in a billion chance, he would absolutely turn back without hesitation. Protecting the fortress is 10,000 times more important than destroying the Earth. Very good, Azu turned around and snapped his fingers. Then our strategy is very clear. I'll be in his stronghold, sitting on his throne waiting for him to relieve the siege of Wei by attacking Zhao. Bruce uttered in a low voice with a French accent. As a tactical mastermind, he had read every military book outside of the United States. He immediately understood Azu's intention. You must use yourself as bait to draw the war from Earth to Apocalypse. That's right, Abat, Azu gave Bruce an approving look. You're insane, Steelbow Victor retorted loudly. Homelander, I know you are powerful. You defeated Superman. You wiped out the parademons from Earth. But Darkseid is different, he is a true cosmic deity. If he were anywhere else, you might be able to put up a fight against him with your strength. But if he's on Apocalypse, the situation is completely different. That's his home turf with the anchor point's support. His power will increase 100-fold, you can't beat him. Going there means certain death. Steelbone's warning echoed across the empty square. Everyone fell silent. They knew Cyborg was telling the truth. Facing a god blessed by the homeland in the enemy's stronghold violated all basic tactical common sense. Azu did not immediately refute. His peripheral vision swept over the cameras still in operation in the square. Hundreds of millions of eyes around the world are glued to their screens, listening to Cyborg's despairing pre-battle analysis. Azu lowered his head slightly, letting half of his face be shrouded in shadow. When he looked up again, He had perfectly switched between emotions and expressions. In the Photoshi's brows are slightly furrowed, and his eyes reveal a hint of pity, a trace of helplessness, and a resolute acceptance of life and death. Victor. Azu spoke slowly, his voice low. But his words struck a chord deep within. Tell me, if I don't go to Apocalypse, where should the battlefield be chosen? He turned around, slowly stretched out his hand, and pointed to the dilapidated skyscrapers and the ravaged streets around him. Choose here on Earth, don't you understand? Darkseid has returned not to conquer nor to occupy. Darkseid has come with fury and only to destroy. If we set the battlefield on Earth, with his dark fleet hovering outside our atmosphere, countless main guns aimed at our cities, even if we could defeat him here, what would the cost be? The oceans will evaporate. The continents will be shattered. Newly revived life will turn to ashes in an instant. Of the billion people who barely survived, how many are left? 10,000 or 1,000,000? This war has dragged on for so long, and humanity has already shed too much blood. A mother should not lose another child, and a soldier should not weep over the severed limbs of his fallen comrades. Perhaps in the end we will have won justice for humanity. But what is lost will never be regained. Azu took heavy steps and came to Steelbone, patting his cold shoulder. We don't want to be avengers, Victor. We are the protectors of humanity. After he finished speaking, turned around, facing the camera and the global audience. Sunlight shone on his handsome profile, subtly casting a sacred filter upon him. Fellow countrymen, I am a citizen of my motherland. I promised you that as long as I'm alive, nothing can harm you, therefore I must go to Apocalypse. I will lock the battlefield on his land. I will burn the flames of war in his palaces. Azu clenched his right fist tightly, pressing it against the golden eagle emblem on his chest. Now I promise again, I will end Darkseid on Apocalypse. I will use my own hands to utterly crush this cosmic nightmare from his throne. If he paused for a moment, his eyelids drooping slightly, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. The price is my death today. Then please let me become light and live on in your tomorrow. My heart is with you, tragic, incomparably tragic. At that moment no one spoke. The only sound in the square was the whistling of the wind through the ruins of the buildings. Batman Bruce Wayne pursed his lips tightly. He was a suspicious man, but at this moment, faced with the strategy this man had paved with his life, he couldn't find any reason to refute it. Barry secretly turned his head away, subtly wiping the corner of his eye so that no one would see his tears of emotion. As Queen Mira gazed at that broad-retreating figure, her initial gratitude transformed into intense admiration. Amazon General Phillips then slammed his right fist into the armor on his left breast, giving a warrior's salute of the highest rank. Even the extremely arrogant Deathstroke spoke silently at this moment. He is a true hero. On the other side of the screen, countless ordinary people around the world watching the screen also had their inner defenses shattered by these words. Inside the shelter, a mother tightly embraced her child, sobbing uncontrollably. Remember this face, child. He gave us the chance to live. The wounded resistance fighters silently removed their helmets, gazed at the clouds on the horizon, and raised their hands in salute. Looking at the explosively growing numbers, Azu felt a surge of exhilaration. This is exactly the effect he wanted. The emotional value of these DC Wasteland residents is ridiculously high. Let me go with you, Bruce. Gotham's Dark Knight suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. While I don't have superpowers, I can be of assistance in tactical infiltration and sabotage. Me too, Barry Allen immediately raised his hand. I can draw their fires. Atlantis never leaves its friends to fight alone. Mira stepped forward. The sword of the Amazon will pave your way. Phillips echoed loudly, seeing the crowd so enraged and ready to go to their deaths with him on Apocalypse. Azu rolled his eyes inwardly. Take you guys with me? Are you kidding me? How can I act freely with a bunch of you dragging my feet? With your skills, you're only fit to be exploited on Earth. But on the surface, Azu showed a touch smile. Thank you, my comrades. It is because I know you exist on Earth that I have the courage to face all of this alone. I also firmly believe that humanity's future will be incredibly glorious. He pointed to the devastated metropolis. You are needed here more than ever. People need Batman to establish order. And they need the Flash to bring hope. Azu walked up to Bruce and gently patted him on the shoulder. Bruce, you're smarter than me. You know how to build a system. How to get this broken world running again. If you come with me to Apocalypse and die there, Earth will quickly descend into chaos once more. Then he looked at Mira and Phillips. Your people needs your leadership. Atlantis needs rebuilding Paradise Island needs revival. You are their queen and generals. Your responsibility lies here. Azu took a step back, taking in everyone's gaze. Leave the destruction of Darkseid to me. And the rebirth of Earth, I'm counting on you all. Bruce looked at Azu for a long time. Then took a deep breath and nodded solemnly, I understand. Leave Earth to us, I will build the Federation you desire. Very good, Azu smiled with satisfaction. Preparing to turn around and leave the audience with a perfect image of his back as he went against the flow. No, Harley Quinn was trembling all over. Her heavy eyeshadow now streaked with tears. She looked like a little girl about to lose the whole world. She threw herself onto Azu without hesitation, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist and pressing her entire body against his chest. What are you doing, you damn B*********? D, what are you doing? What you just said, it was all an act, wasn't it? Your speech was fantastic, truly fantastic. You deserve an Oscar, so the play is over, right? We can wrap up now, right? She kept shaking her head. Tears and snot even splashing onto Azu's face. You're just saying nice things. You don't actually want to go to that gloomy fortress at all. Right? Harley looked at Azu almost pleadingly. Please don't go, Mr. Candy, you stay here. If those aliens dare to come, well, fight them back together. You're invincible, please don't leave me. You promised to make me the first lady, looking at Harley, who was crying in his arms. Azu reached out and gently stroked Harley's messy hair. This crazy woman, she's genuinely afraid of dying. Although he mostly used this woman to boost his popularity and kill time. But I must say, this crazy woman's genuine nature is sometimes quite endearing. Don't cry, little pumpkins. Azu sighed and gently wiped away the black tear stains on her face. I will not die. I am a citizen of my homeland and I never break my promises. Liar, Harley exclaimed dismissively. Men's promises are all bullshit. Bad boy promised to protect Gotham. But they've only caught more and more lunatics. Bruce Wayne lowered his head and remained silent. I have to go, Harley, then take me with you. Harley interrupted Azu before he could finish speaking. She already knew she couldn't stop things from happening. So she decided to try a different approach. She wiped away her tears and resumed her arrogant demeanor as the Queen of Gotham. Anyway, the Earth doesn't need a madman like me. I'm the Queen of Gotham crime, a supervillain. It doesn't matter whether the Earth has me or not. Civilians will just scream and call the police when they see me. No, Harleys. But this time it was Cyborg Victor who spoke up to stop her. You cannot go to Apocalypse. The environment there is absolutely deadly for humans. The atmosphere of Apocalypse contains extremely high concentrations of sulfur dioxide and highly toxic heavy metal dust. The oxygen content there is less than 5%. And the surface temperature remains above 120 degrees Celsius year-round. The moment you step out of the sonic tunnel, without any enemy lifting a finger, your lungs will be burned through in 30 seconds. Your blood will boil and you will die an agonizing death. Hearing Cyborg's hardcore explanation, Harley looked at him incredulously. Really? 30 seconds. Maybe 20 seconds, Cyborg added coldly. Harley hung her head in dejection. But she was Harley Quinn after all. After only 2 seconds of sullenness, she suddenly raised her head again, her eyes flashing with a stubborn light. Then I'll carry the oxygen tank with me. Then put on the hazmat suit. Bat Boy must have that kind of equipment, right? She turned to look at Bruce, her eyes pleading. Bruce didn't say anything. He just spread his hands and looked at her helplessly. Harley was completely deflated. She lowered her head and let go of Azu's arms. So I'm just a piece of trash, I can't even die with you. Harley, look at me, Azu sighed. Cupped Harley's smudged face in her hands. And her eyes suddenly softened, not useless. As long as you're here, I can feel boundless power. Harley was stunned by Azu's sudden gentleness. And even her breathing became slightly rapid. But I want you to stay here. Because I have something more important to give you. Something important, you're leaving it to me. Harley rarely showed a hint of insecurity, you know. What I'm best at is messing up important things. Azu smiled slightly, gently stroking her cheek with his thumb. You absolutely won't mess this up, what is it? Harley's eyes widened, filled with anticipation. Azu leaned close to her ear and said clearly. Preparing for our wedding at that moment. Even the wind in the Metropolitan Plaza seemed to have stopped. Batman's jaw agape slightly and a rare, obvious look of surprise appeared on his usually expressionless face. Queen Mira's face stiffened. She stared at Azu in disbelief, her mind in turmoil. The Flash Bear slapped himself on the forehead, thinking he was hallucinating, and couldn't help but complains. Wouldn't this be considered setting a huge flag? After this battle, I'll go back to my hometown and get married. Harley Quinn, the person involved. She stood frozen in place as if petrified. Wedding. Wedding, she stammered, repeating as if she didn't recognize the word wedding. Our wedding, Harley Quinn is a cancer in Gotham, now. This hero who just saved the world is asking her to prepare for their wedding in front of the entire world. Yes, the wedding, Azu took half a step back and then, in full view of everyone, knelt on one knee. He flipped his hand, and a black velvet jewelry box appeared in his palm. Clatter, the box is opened, a stunningly large, top-quality diamond refracts the sunlight with dazzling brilliance. Azu raised his head looking up at Harley, who was completely stunned. His tone solemn and affectionate. Harley Quinn. This world may be riddled with holes, but you are the most beautiful color I've found here. Will you marry me? Are you kidding me? Harley's voice trembled violently, and her eyes instantly reddened. I never make jokes like that, Harley. I'll prepare the most beautiful wedding dress and the biggest diamond ring for you. All you need to do is decorate the church however you like. Then, wearing your wedding dress, wait for me to come back. So will you say yes? Azu asked again. Aria. A piercing scream erupted from Harley's throat. She covered her mouth, and tears of happiness poured out like a burst dam. I do. I do, a million times I do. She eagerly stretched out her left hand. Azu smiled as she slipped the enormous diamond ring onto her ring finger. And miraculously it fit perfectly. Harry looked at the sparkling diamond in her hand, feeling as if she were walking on clouds, and excitedly spun around in circles. When she looked at the world again, the dilapidated ruins of the metropolis around her had vanished. The drab brick walls transformed into pink cotton candy, and a rain of colorful candies fell from the sky. Winged unicorns played the wedding march in the air, while Batman and Cyborg transformed into adorable bunnies in tuxedos. Her world transformed into a vibrant, colorful fairy tale. I'm going to be a bride. I'm going to be the first lady of the Union, ha 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 ha. She suddenly rushed up to Mara, raised her chin triumphantly, and poked Mira's shoulder. Did you hear that, fish girl? He's marrying me, you have no chance. You don't even qualify to be a bridesmaid, because you tried to steal a kiss from him just now, heh. Mira took a deep breath, resisting the urge to stab 3 holes in the madwoman with her trident, and turned her head away from her. Hint. You've gained a special popularity bonus of plus 100,000. From Harley Quinn WDF 100,000 points, a full 100,000. The special popularity points provided by a single person in a single instance have directly broken the system's historical record. Azu stared wide-eyed at the string of dazzling zeros. In that instant, he couldn't suppress his inner elation. He clenched his fist and excitedly waved it forcefully in midair. Yes, that's it, Harley witnessed Azu's excitement. He was so happy. So happy he clenched his fist and cheered like a child. He really loves me, this is love. This is love that flows between two people. Harley threw herself at Azu, cupping his face in her hands and pouring all her love and madness into the kiss. The superheroes standing nearby exchanged bewildered glances. Bari scratched his head, awkwardly looked up at the sky, and whistled Mir aside softly, a hint of envy and relief flashing in her eyes. Bruce Wayne remained expressionless, but his eyes twitched uncontrollably a few times. At this critical moment of life and death that would determine the fate of humanity, he was forced to witness a mouthful of dog food, a Huxia slang term for witnessing public displays of affection. They kissed for a full minute before finally separating. Azu released Harley, stretched out his right hand, and out of thin air appeared a meticulously folded pure white haute couture wedding dress. In the sunlight, the thousands of tiny diamonds embedded in it amid a dazzling halo. Get everything ready and wait for me to come back. He tucked the snow-white wedding dress into Harley's arms. I'll wait for you, you must come back alive. If you dare die on that damned planet, I'll dig up your grave and turn your bones into wind chimes. Harley clutched the wedding dress tightly, threatening fiercely, but her eyes were full of love. Don't worry, my bride. After saying that, he put Igor back into the master ball and picked up the mother box, which had already completed its Trinity transformation. From the ground, he glanced at Batman one last time. Take care of her, Bruce. Batman nodded heavily. Good luck, Homelander. Earth awaits your triumphant return. Azu nodded and said nothing more. His body slowly rose into the air, and sunlight shone from his side and rear. A star-striped cape billowed behind his broad back. That upright figure, that epic silhouette with the passive effect of a 50% charm bonus, exudes a fatal attraction and unparalleled heroic spirit. He was a peerless hero for love and for humanity, single-handedly charged into hell. The scene was both tragic and beautiful. Everyone spontaneously stood up straight and stared at that figure from behind. He's so handsome, Bari Allen murmured unconsciously. Azu flew to the edge of the passage. There was no turning back, no hesitation. Boom. He suddenly accelerated, transforming into a streak of red and blue light, and plunged headlong into the sonic tunnel. On the other side of the universe, Apocalypse. This is the most despairing place in the entire universe. Dark red poisonous clouds forever churn in the sky, and the enormous fire pit spews flames and black smoke day and night. At this moment, alarms are blaring frantically inside the dark fortress. What's going on? Kalibak beckoned to his officers and asked. Father is opening a hyperspace portal on planet Oa. Who dares to sound the fortress alarm at this time? Kalibak, Darkseid's eldest son. The second tyrant of Apocalypse, he had a huge, rugged body like a wild beast. With a face full of fat and wild hair. It's not us. It's the mother box. The mother box's signal has been activated at that moment. A short man wearing a monocle walked in and answered. Vimin Van Debbe, a senior tactical officer on Apocalypse. Mother box placed in the mother box on Earth. Kalibak let out a maniacal laugh. Has that Kryptonian finally got everything sorted out and is ready to present his spoils to Father? No, sir, the energy reading is incorrect. Vimin tapped rapidly on the control panel in his hand, a hint of disbelief in his voice. A high-energy biological reaction is rapidly approaching the coordinates of Apocalypse. Someone is invading us through the sonic boom. Lord Kalibak, the fortress's defense matrix is now activated. But just to be on the safe side, should we immediately activate the hyperspace communication to report to the Great Darkseid? No, there's no need to notify him. Kalibak gritted his teeth. He harbored a morbid adoration for Darkseid and an extreme sense of inferiority. But Darkseid never valued him. He wasn't even allowed to call Darkseid father in public. This was the deepest humiliation in his heart. He never even looks at me properly. He took my kind grandmother. But he left me here like a watchdog. Now some reckless crawler dares to invade Apocalypse. This is my chance. Calabac raised the Beta Club high and roared to the sky. I will personally rip this intruder's spine out. I will hang his head on the fortress gates. When my father returns, he will see my bravery. He will know that Calabac is the strongest warrior on Apocalypse. Pass on my orders. First and second type demon legions take to the skies. Heavy destroyer tanks assemble in the plaza. Calabac strode outside. I'm going to crush him myself. Above Apocalypse, as you holding the mother box in one hand, burst out of the blue vortex. As soon as he was freed from the pulling force of the passage, the sonic boom behind him quickly closed, turning into several wisps of energy and dissipating into the air. Azu is suspended thousands of meters in the air. Instead of taking immediate action, he narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing the legendary hellish planet. There wasn't a trace of green, nor any of the soft colors that represent life. As far as the eye could see, there were sharp black buildings, huge fire pits spewing lava, and slaves working on the ground like ants. What a rotten, hellish place. After making a casual joke, Azu flipped his wrist. A master ball appeared in his palm. He casually tossed it forward. Come out, Igor, Super Igor. Bang bang, two beams of light flashed through the void. After the white light dissipated, a blue brain several meters in diameter and a tall figure dressed in red and blue battle armor appeared simultaneously beside Azu. Igor and Supergo, Master. Igor's mental fluctuations echoed respectfully in the air. Ko drew with his hands hanging at his side, chovered silently, awaiting instructions. Suddenly, his blue nerve tendrils began to dance restlessly in midair, and the light on the surface of his brain flickered at an extremely high frequency. Master Igor's tone held surprise. This planet is very unusual. Its energy structure defies my understanding of the natural evolutionary laws of the universe. Oh, tell me about it, Azu asked. Igor did not answer immediately. His spiritual power spread like an invisible net down to the ground below. Click with the sound of rocks cracking. Several pieces of black ore with faintly flowing dark red patterns broke free from the planet's gravity and flew straight into the sky, hovering in front of Igor's brain. Igor separated a few of its finest, glowing tentacles and pierced into the black ore. In the blink of an eye, the hard matter was broken down and recombined under Igor's divine power, turning into a stream of microscopic particles that were sucked into the crevices of the blue brain. Incredible! There was an undisguised astonishment in Igor's voice. This should be the Omega mineral that the cyborg mentioned. But I must correct one point, it's not a naturally formed mineral. What? Igor hovered one of the energy cores in front of Azu and explained. This is essentially a solidified form of divine power. This being called Darkseid possesses astonishing methods. He imprinted his will onto that energy known as Omega, and then fused it with the entire planet Apocalypse in this materialized way. This power became the cornerstone of the entire development of civilization, whether in architecture, energy, or weapons development. That's why Darkseid has absolute control over everything on this planet. As long as he stands here, he is omniscient and omnipotent. And Ego's voice held admiration. This Omega power is truly amazing. Its energy level is incredibly high in some ways. Its energy level is even purer than that of the Infinity Stones. I sensed at least 4 laws governing this energy: destruction, creation, space, and time. That sounds like a good thing. Could I steal this power from Darkseid and use it for my own purposes? This is what Azu cares about most. I'm sorry, Master. Igor decisively poured cold water on the idea. This power is inextricably linked to the rules of the current universe. Igor explained. Just as the Infinity Stones become ordinary stones when they leave their original universe. Once you return to our universe with this pure Omega power, it will immediately lose all its properties. Azu's eyes turned cold. So all that analysis you've done was just to spout nonsense. Please allow me to finish speaking, Master. Sensing Azu's displeasure, Igor immediately increased the frequency of his mental fluctuations. I have an alternative, he said with a hint of self-satisfaction in his voice. I can use my assimilation ability to fuse my own divine power into this Omega, adapting it to the physical rules of our original universe. In this way, I can develop abilities similar to the Omega effect. The difference is, Igor added cautiously, this power cannot be as inexhaustible as Darkseid's. It becomes a pure consumable. These fused ores once used are gone, consumables. Azu was not disappointed upon hearing this instead. He smiled gently. What does it matter if the quantity is large enough? What does it matter if it's consumable? He lowered his head, looking at the enormous planet beneath his feet, which was several times larger than Earth. Igor, I remember assimilating planets. That's your old specialty, isn't it? Igor's brain visibly jolted. What the master means is, assimilate this planet for me. Azu pointed to Apocalypse beneath his feet, his tone flat. Fuse up all the Omega ore on this planet and take it all with you. Upon hearing the commands, a burst of intense blue light erupted from the surface of Igor's brain. My heart fluttered, an irresistible flutter in my heart. Since losing his original body and being left with only this fragile brain core, Igor has been in a state of extreme insecurity. The feeling of being naked made every second he spent outside the Master Ball extremely agonizing. But his pitiful pride prevented him from showing it. He spent millions of years absorbing matter bit by bit in the universe to construct a body as enormous as Ego. The planet Apocalypse before us contains an immeasurable treasure trove of material density and divine resources. If he can successfully assimilate this planet, his new body will be even more powerful than the original Ego star. This was simply a grand unparalleled feast in the universe. But Igor wasn't completely blinded by greed, Master. It's incredibly tempting to me, but the risks are enormous. Ego expressed his concerns to assimilate such a vast planet filled with divine power. I must sink my body deep into the Earth's core and release all my neurons to erode its energy network. During this process, I am unable to move or defend myself. If a powerful enemy discovers me at this time, even a single precise, high-energy strike will annihilate me. You just go and enjoy your feast, Igor. Azu slowly floated to Igor's side, raised his hand, and forcefully patted Igor's resilient cerebral cortex. I'll draw all the attention here to myself, giving you enough time. I guarantee no one will touch a nerve until you've fully digested this planet. With this promise, Igor no longer hesitated. Yes, my great master. The blue brain quickly contracted its light, and instead fled in the opposite direction from the dark fortress, seeking a fire pit with a relatively weak energy network, preparing to dive into the Earth's core in midair. Only Azu and Keoj remained standing silently. Azu looked in the direction where Igor had disappeared and smiled with satisfaction. He landed on a towering black hillside, took a chair from his magic pocket, and sat down with his legs crossed. Keoj landed quietly in the void beside him, his eyes fixed on the black storm rolling in from afar. Ready to warm up, Keoj. I'm ready to crush everything for you, master. The outskirts of the dark fortress. The deafening buzzing sound was the combined roar of millions of parademons flapping their wings. Kalibak stood atop a heavy destroyer vehicle powered by an anti-gravity engine. His massive beast-like body was clad in heavy spiked armor, and he held a thick beta club upside down in his hand. His messy hair grew on his ferocious face, which was full of savage killing intent. Target spotted. Above the fourth fire pit, Wyman Vendeba, who was in charge of tactical reconnaissance, reported loudly, wait. The energy reading has changed, Lord Kalibak. What was originally detected as one high-energy biological reaction has now become two. Weeman quickly pulled out the holographic observation screen. Two, Kalibak scoffed, a bunch of ignorant insects. No matter how many comes, they'll all be crushed by me. However, when the holographic screen magnified the distant image and presented it clearly in front of Kalibak, his expression froze in the scene. A blond man in a red and blue uniform is sitting leisurely on a hillside, his relaxed posture suggesting he is waiting for you to come over. In front of that man's hovered a tall figure also dressed in a red and blue uniform. His distinctive face and the clearly visible red S logo on his chest undoubtedly identified him. The son of Krypton, Kalibak glared. His rough skin flushed slightly with anger. This Kryptonian who had submitted to Darkseid was highly valued and trusted by him, even more than Darkseid trusted his son. This is the source of Kalibak's jealousy now. This Kryptonian so highly regarded by his father is actually standing with the enemy invading Apocalypse. Betrayals, he betrayed my father. Lord Kalibak, perhaps there's a mistake. Wyman felt it best to ask for clarification first. As there might be other reasons, shut up, you coward. Kalibak didn't give Wyman a chance to speak. Slapping him and sending him flying, I knew it. That Kryptonian B*****D is completely unreliable only. I, Kalibak, am the most loyal and strongest warrior on Apocalypse. He let out a deafening roar and swung his beta club down fiercely forward. Attack, tear those two reptiles to shreds. I want to personally twist off the Kryptonian's head and bring it to Father to claim the credit. Hiss, the overwhelming army of parademons, like a swarm of locusts blotting out the sun, swarmed frantically toward the hillside where Azu was. At this moment, Azu leaned back comfortably in his chair, crossed his hands behind his head and crossed his legs. He raised his chin, gesturing towards the front. Look, the guests have arrived. The dark, imposing army seemed to be right before their eyes, and piercing screams pierced the sky. KOG, it's up to you. Remember my instructions, don't kill too quickly. Our goal is to buy time, to make them think you're waging a hard-fought breakout. Understood, Master. I will do my best to buy myself some time. KOG moved swiftly, breaking the sound barrier and charging towards the army of Apocalypse. Smash, 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 wherever KOG passed. The dull thuds of flesh colliding echoed one after another, and severed limbs and blood flew wildly in the air. The one controlling this body at this moment is a ruthless god who has lived for millions of years. He has no mercy whatsoever, and his fighting style follows only the principles of efficiency, precision and cruelty. ZZZZZ. KOG's eyes lit up and his crimson gaze shot out, however. Instead of indiscriminately cutting through large areas like Azu did, he targeted the energy cores of the Tyrannosaurus Rex warships in the sky. His superhuman vision allowed him to see the enormous cannons on these warships, whose power could potentially penetrate to near the Earth's core. Booms, booms, boom. A series of violent explosions erupted among the Apocalypse army. The fireball generated by the warship's explosion engulfed hundreds upon hundreds of parademons in the surrounding area. Kryptonian B*****D, your death is nigh. A furious roar came from above. Kalibak leaped off the hovering destroyer chariot, gripping the beta club tightly in both hands, and slammed it down with tremendous force towards KOG's head. KOG slightly raised his head, his eyes completely unmoved. He raised his left arm and blocked it without flinching. Clang, the deafening crash echoed through the sky, and a visible shockwave spread outwards, blasting away all the nearby parademons. Kalibak felt a sudden numbness in his arms, and the large club almost slipped from his grasp. He stared in shock at the Superman before him. You. How could you, in Kalibak's Memorith's Kryptonian, though powerful, could never have taken his full-force beta club attack with one hand and remained unscathed? KOG didn't give Kalibak time to think. He grabbed the top of Beta's club with his backhand and swung his right fist, striking Kalibak precisely in the abdomen. Bang. Kalibak's body flew backward like a cannonball, smashing through countless parademons before barely coming to a stop. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, damn it, focus fire. Blow him up, Kalibak roared madly. The flashes of fire from the explosion continued to illuminate the sky above Apocalypse. Meanwhile, deep within the mantle, Ego was also busy. Ego's brain has successfully breached Apocalypse's crustal protection and reached the scorching, churning core of the planet. What an overwhelming power. Igor felt the rich Omega energy around him. and his mental state was filled with ecstasy. He wasted no more time, and blue divine tendrils spread wildly in all directions. 10, 100, 10,000. He began to plunder life from the planet at an alarming rate. As Ego's assimilation process began, the entire planet apocalypse began to emit a hidden and low lament. On the ground, the fire pits that had been spewing lava for years began to dim. Azu felt a slight tremor beneath his feet, and his smile grew even brighter. Progress is good. He happily pulled a bag of potato chips from his magic pocket and continued to watch the melee ahead with great interest. Tusk, that old B** DKOG's combat IQ is definitely much higher than that big oaf Clark's. Not wasting a single ounce of energy, every move is fatal. That's the fighting style a Kryptonian should have. He tossed a handful of potato chips into his mouth and mumbled his comments. At that moment, a small squad of parademons let out hoarse screams and flapped their wings as they charged toward Azu. Eliza. Azu held up his index finger and gestured to his lips. He then tilted his head slightly, a flash of piercing red light appearing and disappearing in his eyes. Sizzle a crimson gaze swept back and forth in the air. The group of parademons was shredded to pieces when they were still 200 meters away from Azu, their body parts falling into the lava pool on the ground. Azu patted the crumbs off his hands, then took out a bottle of milk and warmed it with his heat gun. Continue watching this 5D high-definition blockbuster without glasses. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Kalibak truly lived up to his reputation as the second tyrant of Apocalypse. His thick skin and tough flesh were outrageous. He was repeatedly driven underground by KO, only to roar and charge out again and again. And those parademon legions seemed endless, as if they could never be killed. Azu yawned, somewhat tired of what he was seeing. How boring. These guys are only good in numbers and can take a beating. They're not entertaining at all. Just as Azu was feeling a bit bored, and even considering whether he should personally go down and stretch his muscles, deep within his mind, something exploded without warning. The system's notification sounds came out like a machine gun, pouring out in a frenzy. Hint: you've gained plus 1351252 popularity points. Notifications: you have gained 1,398,851 popularity points. Hint: you've gained plus 1413200 popularity points. Hint: you've gained plus 1520212 popularity points. The sheer speed at which the screen was filled with the astonishing numbers made Azu jump up from his chair. Azu was completely stunned. Where the hell did this come from? He had already finished reaping this round of popularity on Earth, but the subsequent plot hadn't even begun. Before he could figure it out, the system notification tone changed, and new announcements followed one after another. Current galaxy reputation level increased, rising fame. Current reputation level in the Andromeda galaxy has increased to emerging talent. Current reputation level in the Triangulum galaxy has increased to emerging talent. Current reputation level in the Windmill galaxy has increased to emerging talent. Current Sunflower galaxy reputation level increased to emerging talent. He stared blankly at the names of the galaxies before him. Milky Way, Andromeda, Triangulum. The names of the galaxies from which these people gained popularity definitely do not belong to the DC universe he is currently in. These Earthlings, beaten to a pulp by Blackie and forced to hide like rats, couldn't even leave the solar system, let alone spread his name to other star systems. After calming down a bit, Azu's brain started working at lightning speed, spanning countless galaxies, causing such a huge sensation. And all of it is cosmic-level prestige. By connecting all the clues and eliminating all impossible options, only one answer remains: Sovlin. That golden-skinned woman, Aisha. Azu finally couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, this woman is amazing. I'll make sure you have a good time when I get back. He immediately realized that Sovlin's drone fleet must have recorded his duel with the Celestials on Ego, and Aisha had broadcast the video throughout the universe. No, not only on Earth's, but also across thousands of civilizations and countless planets in the Marvel Universe. Everyone knows he is the savior of the universe. Monetized traffic on a galactic scale. While I wouldn't call them top stars, after 2.5 years on Earth, it's about time they debuted in the universe. The system prompts did not end there. With the breakthrough in reputation level, an epic enhancement descended upon Azu. Ability enhancement, super strength 888,000 tons. Ability enhancement, super speed Mach 22,000. Ability enhancement, thermal vision 318,000 focus state. Ability enhancement, steel body celestial class. Father level Azu was overjoyed finally. Without any boosts, I've stepped into the top tier of the universe. Before he could even be happy for long, boom. Azu discovered that he had no way to control the sudden surge of power within his body. The black steel rock slope beneath his feet was instantly reduced to dust with a bang due to the slight reaction force from his subtle movement. He was floating in midair. The power is expanding too rapidly. It's getting a bit out of control, Azu frowned. If he returned to Earth in his current state, he could probably sneeze and cause a magnitude 10 earthquake in Metropolis. Or even accidentally pat Harley's butt and turn her into a bloody mist. Fortunately, the system is always so considerate. Unlock new feature, basic ability adjuster. Function description. The host can freely set the output thresholds and upper limits of various basic abilities, achieving precise control from 0% to 100% once enabled. The system will assist in locking your basic ability burst thresholds, ensuring that uncontrolled abilities do not cause accidental damage in daily life. This came just in time. Azu immediately set his normal output of strength and speed to around 1%. The feeling that the world was about to collapse disappeared, and he regained perfect control over his body. But that wasn't the end of it. The system upgrade notifications continued. Unlock new system module, superhero skin blind box. Activation condition, consumes 100. 0 special popularity points each time. Function description by extracting skins. The host can not only obtain a specific appearance, but also gain exclusive passive effects and active skills tied to the skin's theme after equipping it. Azu raised an eyebrow. Skin blind boxes. This system is starting to resemble those money-grabbing mobile games. However, he is now very wealthy. While special popularity points are valuable, thankfully we have Harley Quinn's, a super easy target for exploitation. I'm just killing time anyway. System, give me a shot. Deducting 100,000 special popularity points. Blind box draw in progress. A video suddenly appeared deep within Azu's consciousness. On the dimly lit battlefields, corpses piled up like mountains, a hero his face obscured, knelt on one knee-high's uniform in tatters. Countless enemies surrounded him. But the hero did not fall. He slowly raised his head, his broken body transforming into an indomitable flame. A dazzling light bursting forth from within him, engulfing the entire screen. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the legendary skin, Unyielding Elegy. Skin description. It records the indomitable will of countless guardians throughout the universe who fought to the last drop of blood. This is not just a skin, but a monument to those who lived and died. Exclusive passive skill, Desperate Struggle Guardian. Skill description. After the host receives any form of attack, the dissipated energy will be absorbed and stored by this skin. Note, this skill does not reduce damage taken by the user. Upon being attacked, the skin will automatically display a corresponding battle damage state, such as torn armor, blood hurt, and lacerations, all realistic effects. As stored power increases, the injuries and visual devastation will deepen, spreading to the surrounding area with auras of near-death and tragic grandeur. Exclusive active skill, Love Without Limits. Skill description. When Defense of Desperation reaches 100% charge, the host can activate this skill, releasing all stored energy at once. The damage depends on the total number of attacks received during the charge period. Cooldown 24 hours. Special mechanism, feign death to escape combat. if the target is not completely eliminated after Infinite Love is released. The host can choose to activate the Feign Death effect Hero's End. After activation, the true form will enter a dimensional rift, becoming untargetable and unobservable. This state lasts for a maximum of 24 hours, and the host can manually cancel this state at any time and return. After reading this long introduction, Azu couldn't help but clap his hands in admiration. A brilliant designs. This is practically a tailor-made cool show tool for him. During the Reality Stone's inactivity, he had to smear blood on Superman's corpse to create a battle damage effect and elicit tears. Now it's all automated. The harder you get hit, the more miserable you look, the more terrifying your counterattack will be. Even if your ultimate move doesn't kill the enemy instantly, you can remain invincible and submerged for 24 hours. This is simply the perfect divine equipment that combines showing off, dealing damage and survivability all in one. He immediately gave the order, where the unyielding elegy skin. A flash of light. But Azu's battle armor remained unchanged, however. He could sense a faint melancholic aura surrounding him, which would make anyone who saw him think of him as a great hero fighting to protect some kind of belief. Let's test the waters, Azu's figure flashed, and he instantly disappeared from the spot the next second. He appeared directly in the center of the battle between Keoj and Kalibak. Keoj, go rest over there for a while. Azu reached out and placed a hand on Keoj's shoulder. Let me play a bit. Keoji immediately stopped what he was doing and respectfully flew away. Kalibak was furious when he saw Azu suddenly switch players. He was stunned for a moment, then laughed angrily. So you're finally willing to come down and die like a man. Open fires, blow him down, with a command from Kalibak. Countless demonic creatures in the sky and heavy destruction chariots on the ground simultaneously aimed their weapons at Azu. Bring it on, instead of dodging, Azu laughed loudly. Opened his arms wide and completely exposed his chest, striking a pose as if he were bravely facing death. Boom, 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 a barrage of energy beams, high explosive bombs, and plasma cannons rained down on Azu. The entire sky was engulfed in blinding flames, and the deafening explosion lasted for a full minute. Kalibak stared at the billowing smoke in the airspace with a cold smile. Hey, that arrogant worm, shattered to piece of show, pathetic. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated. Azu remained suspended in place, arms outstretched. He glanced down at the skin's energy storage panel. Energy storage progress, 0.008%. Azu's smile froze on his face. He blinked, thinking he was seeing things 0.008%. I stood there and let your alien army bombard me for a minute. And I didn't even get 0.1% of the points. How long will it take before they can unleash their ultimate move? Azu had originally been looking forward to the cool scene of himself being beaten, covered in blood, and then unleashing a full-screen ultimate move to wipe out the entire enemy team. Looking at myself no apart from some dust on my clothes. I haven't even had a new tier, this steel body, which has just been upgraded to the Heavenly Father level, is too tough. The system judges this level of attack as not even a tickle, let alone enough to charge up energy. Azu lowered his arms, his face darkening. He looked at Kalibak across from him, and at the parademons who had ceased fire. That's it. Azu's voice wasn't loud, but Kalibak heard it clearly. Is this the firepower of your apocalypse? Are you giving me a laser skin rejuvenation treatment? He then focused his attention on Kalibak. Hey, you ugly, hairy monster over there. Stop looking, I'm talking to you. What's your name? Are you the leader of this bunch of good-for-nothings? As Darkseid's eldest son, Kalibak held a position second only to Darkseid on Apocalypse, and had never been so slighted before. Listen up, you lowly reptile, I am Kalibak, the eldest son of Darkseid, commander of Apocalypse. Oh, eldest son, I have a question. Azu feigned sudden realization, then asked seriously. So you Apocalypse people don't have reproductive isolation for any living beings? Kalibak was taken aback, not understanding the meaning of those words. Azu clicked her tongue twice and looked at him with a pitiful expression. What I mean is, Just how desperate must that old gray guy Darkseid be to have you with a baboon? The entire hall fell silent. All the Apocalypse officers lowered their heads in terror, not daring to utter a sound. Insulting Darkseid and mocking the bloodline of the firstborn son would lead to the destruction of an entire civilization. But don't be too self-conscious, Azu waved his hand, offering earnest words of comfort. The universe is vast and full of absurdities. I've seen things worse than your father, really. I know an old geezer who actually had a child with an alien praying mantis. Isn't that ridiculous compared to a praying mantis? A baboon is at least a mammal, don't you think? I will tear you to shreds, Kalibak was furious. His rationality was shattered by Azu's few words. He let out a frantic roar, slamming his legs into the ground, instantly creating a huge crater. Kalibak swung his heavy beta club in midair, whistling as it tore through the air, and brought it down with all his might on Azu's head. When a shockwave visible to the naked eye spread wildly outwards from Azu's head, shattering the internal organs of any nearby parademons. Unfortunately, Azu's head didn't even tilt. He lifted his eyelids and looked at Kalibak's face, contorted with rage from excessive exertion. Put some effort into it, I can manage, Azu smiled calmly. Kalibak couldn't believe it. He raised his big stick again and with all his might swung it at Azu's smug face. Die, you crawler, bang. The beta club slammed solidly into Azu's cheek, the immense force causing visible shockwaves in the surrounding air. Is this all you have? Azastil, with his hands behind his back, looked disappointedly at Kalibak, who was standing close by with an expression of disbelief. It seems the baboon's genes didn't give you any real boost. Lord, did you skip your banana today and have low blood sugar? Our deaths. Kalibak had completely lost his mind. His eyes were bloodshot and he looked like a madman. Bang. Bangs, 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 bangs. A barrage of blows rained down on Azu's shoulder schist and head. Each strike unleashed a terrifying shockwave. Azu neither dodged nor avoided the blows. Letting him smash them, he simply stood there, continuing his verbal and psychological attacks. This is too soft. Are you giving me a shoulder massage? No wonder Darkseid never takes you with him when he goes to war, leaving you here instead. Taking you out would be utterly disgraceful. Seriously, Kalibak, if you went to a zoo on Earth and performed acrobatics, you might even make some money off bananas. Area. Shut up, die. Kalibak no longer cared about his surroundings or the convergence of energy. He poured all the power in his body into his weapon, and each swing unleashed a terrifying energy storm. The parademons that flew up to help were in deep trouble. The shockwave from Kalibak's swing of the big stick shredded them all into a bloody pulp. Rings of destructive storms spread outwards from the two of them. Yes, that's it, make it even more ferocious. As Azu watched the energy storage bar on the system panel finally begin to slowly creep upwards, 0.1%, 0.2%, he finally felt some relief. Although it's still ridiculously slow. It's better than nothing. Keep going, baboon, don't stop. Let me see just how much potential your hybrid bloodline really has. An unprecedented and bizarre spectacle unfolded in the sky above Apocalypse. The son of God Kalibak is like a mad blacksmith, while Azu is the unbreakable piece of steel. While being beaten, they uttered the most vicious language in the entire universe. Just as the battlefield on Apocalypse descended into this absurd situation. Deep in the distant universe, within that hyperspace tunnel connecting Oa and Earth, Darkseid sat enthroned on the flagship's black throne. His hands were crossed over his chest, his eyes slightly closed like a lifeless rock statue. Suddenly his right eyelid twitched slightly. Darkseid then opened his eyes, a hint of doubt flashing in them. Through his connection to the dark divinity of Apocalypse, he vaguely sensed its distant fluctuations. However, this unusual fluctuation was extremely slight, like a tiny ripple on the surface of a vast lake. Darkseid closed his eyes briefly to sense it. The energy anchor of the Dark Fortress remained stable, showing no signs of damage or weakening. However, as a ruler, he needed to know what problems had arisen in his territory. Darkseid. Darkseid's majestic voice echoed across the empty bridge. Great Master, I am here. Desad immediately stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Contact Apocalypse and ask what happened there. Yes, Master. Desad immediately went to the command console and skillfully operated the communication terminal. A moment later, the communication was established. Lord Desadard Cantor 87 is reporting to you. A holographic image of an Apocalypse officer appeared on the screen. What happened? Desad asked. Unidentified creatures have invaded Apocalypse. The officer dared not conceal the truth. Lord Kalibak has led the first and second type demon legions to suppress them. A foolish. Who gave him the authority to deploy the legion without authorization? Desad scoffed. How's the battle going? Please take a look. The officer used the Apocalypse satellite to transmit images captured at the front lines to the terminal in Desad. In the video, Kalibak is seen like a raging beast, wielding a beta club and raining blows down on a red and blue figure, due to the obstruction caused by the dust and energy fluctuations. In Desad's view, the invader being attacked was powerless to fight back and could only stand there like a punching bag, being unilaterally and relentlessly beaten by Kalibak. An overconfident insect, a moment later turned around. A disdainful sneer on his face and reported to Darkseid. Great Darkseid confirmed. An unidentified creature has invaded the outer area of the Dark Fortress. But please rest assured, Lord Kalibak has personally led the First and Second Legions to suppress the rebellion. The situation is completely under control. To prove his point, Desad projected the image from the terminal onto the large screen on the bridge. As you can see, Master, Lord Kalibak is unilaterally executing him. This reptile won't even have a chance to fight back. It'll be smashed into mincemeat in no time. Darkseid glanced at it casually, his eyes showing no emotion, since it's just an insect that can be crushed with a flick of the wrist. It's not worth his extra effort. He nodded slightly and then looked away from the screen. In his mind, as long as the anchor point of the Dark Fortress was not under substantial attack, no matter how many slaves died or what riots occurred on Apocalypse, it was not worth him abandoning his rest of the journey to make a special trip. Keep moving forward, everything as usual. Darkseid closed his eyes again. Solve the problems on Earth first. I want to see if that guy who killed the son of Krypton is worthy of being my servant. On Apocalypse, the one-sided battle continues. But Azu remained as steady as a rock. He even yawned lazily, his head tilting slightly as Kalibak struck him. Before turning back listlessly, his gaze then passed over the crazed Kalibak and landed on KOG, who was suspended in midair hundreds of meters away. The two looked at each other. Azu raised his right hand, put his index and middle fingers together, and pressed them down slightly, a simple instruction. Super Gauho carried the consciousness of the god Ego. Understood instantly. The tall figure blurred for a moment in midair. The next second, KOG charged straight into the dark. Swarming army of parademons, there were no battle cries, nor any superfluous tactical maneuvers. KOG displayed the demeanor of an absolutely efficient killing machine. A red and blue afterimage cut into the center of the densest formation of the parademon army. His eyes flashed with a deathly red light and two blazing high-energy rays sliced through the Apocalypse army. Every second, hundreds or even thousands of parademons were torn into pieces, their mangled bodice with charred edges falling like rain. Enemy attack counterattacks opened fire. Commander Viman Vandeba, who was directing operations from the rear, roared at the top of his lungs, eyes bloodshot with rage. However, KOG suddenly turned around in midair, his chest bulging high. Phew. A burst of extremely cold air spewed from his mouth, and a frost storm swept outwards in a fan shape in an instant. It froze Viman and his surrounding troops into ice sculptures. The slaughter continued, and at an ever-increasing pace. KOG weaved through the enemy ranks, each pause accompanied by the cracking sound of bones shattering and bodies being torn apart. Blood pooled on the ground, flowing along the cracks in the rocks. Kalibak was completely unaware of what was happening behind him. He was completely consumed by a violent obsession. His mind was filled with only one thought, to smash the head of the blonde man in front of him. Death, 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 deaths. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 40 minutes. After an hour of high-intensity play, Kalibak's swing speed finally slowed down, huff, huff. He stopped moving, leaning on the beta stick with both hands. Breathing heavily, turbid sweat soaked his full head of hair, falling in large drops to the ground. It wasn't that he didn't want to continue the attack. Instead, extreme exhaustion, coupled with a growing fear that was slowly creeping up from the depths of his heart, forcibly severed the frenzied attack commands in his brain. The wind dispersed the lingering sand and dust. Azu remained standing there. He hadn't even changed his posture. His hands casually clasped behind his back. He glanced silently at the system panel. Defense of the Nation Energy Accumulation Progress, 7. 3%. Azu's brows furrowed into a deep frown. An obvious impatience flashed in his eyes. He raised his hand and touched his right arm. There was a crack about 2 centimeters long, revealing a small patch of clean skin. This unyielding elegy skin has finally produced some visual effect. Is that all? Azu looked at the panting Kalibak with disdain. His tone filled with disappointment. I stood here, letting you hammer away like a blacksmith idiot for an hour. Azu pointed to the insignificant tear in his uniform. You only gave me a loose thread. Kalibak's hands began to tremble uncontrollably. What did he see? He unleashed a relentless barrage, capable of destroying continental plates on other planets. For a full hour, they only managed to tear a small hole in the man's clothes. Kalibak's confidence was shattered at that moment. His strength, which he had always been so proud of, was a joke in front of this man. He had only ever experienced this sense of despair when facing his own father. Darkseid, no, this is impossible. Kalibak took several steps back, stumbled and almost fell. Such a monster is definitely beyond his ability to deal with. Father must be notified. Reason finally returned to the beast's mind. Wyman. Kalibak roared in a hoarse voice. Go and notify the Dark Fortress. Tell them to connect to Father's signal now. His roar echoed across the empty plain. There was no response, there was no sound. The world was eerily quiet. Kalibak froze, looking around. But all that could be seen were corpses. Mutilated and piled-up corpses covered the entire black plain. Broken warship shard metal wreckage and frozen. Shattered demonic bodies stretched all the way to the horizon. The dark green blood pooled into small lakes, emitting a nauseating stench. The stench made even a monster like Kalibak, who was constantly immersed in killing, feel nauseous. This hellish planet, feared throughout the universe, is now truly showing what hell should look like. This. How is this possible? Kalibak stood blankly amidst the mountain of corpses and sea of blood. His mind a complete void, looking for your men. A completely flat voice suddenly rang in his ears. Kalibak's hair stood on end instantly. He suddenly turned his head. Azu had somehow appeared beside him, less than a meter away. His face was expressionless, his eyes coldly fixed on him as if he were looking at a corpse. Kalibak let out a terrified scream, a sound that completely lost his dignity as the commander of Apocalypse, sounding like a drowned dog whose tail had been stepped on. He dropped the Beta Club and fled in the opposite direction, using both hands and feet. He just wanted to get away from this monster. The farther the better, bangs. He had only run a couple of steps when he crashed headfirst into a solid wall of flesh. The enormous reaction force sent him tumbling backward, landing hard on his backside in the blood-soaked mud. He looked up and was met with KOG's equally expressionless face. First came Homelander, now comes the son of Krypton. The two men on in front and one behind. Sandwiched Kalibak in the middle. Kalibak completely broke down, he was trembling violently. Like a leaf, and desperately tried to move his body backward. Don't come any closer, don't come any closer. Just as Azu was about to play another trick on him, suddenly, the ground beneath their feet began to change drastically. Huge cracks spread rapidly across the scorched earth of Apocalypse. And Calabac looked at the fissures in the ground with horror. He discovered that what was gushing from the depths of the crevice was no longer the familiar dark red magma, but rather a Chillingery blue light. Calabac looked up in horrors. They discovered that not only underground, but the sky had changed as well. The atmosphere of Apocalypse, which is perpetually shrouded in dark red poisonous clouds, is now being rapidly covered by a thin blue film. This blue membrane is like a giant glass dome, completely enveloping the entire planet and isolating it from everything outside. What is this? What have you done? He screamed desperately at Azu and Keoj. Neither Azu nor Keoj spoke, but the corners of their mouths simultaneously twitched upwards, forming two eerie smiles with exactly the same arc. In the distant, dark fortress, the officers left behind were in complete chaos. Reporting, sir, emergency. The vital signs of all soldiers in the 1st and 2nd Legions have reached 0. An officer frantically pounded his fists on the control panel. His uniform soaked with cold sweat. How is this possible? Lord Calabac has led an army of tens of millions. The officer left behind shoved the operator aside and checked the data on the screen himself. The screen showed a blank, with no vital signs of any Apocalypse soldiers. How could this happen? The officer's eyes were filled with fear. Sir, there's something else strange. Another sergeant responsible for monitoring the star's energy reported loudly. The gravitational field is changing. Abnormal energy readings in the Earth's core. An unknown energy is eroding our Omega network. What? The officer on duty grabbed the sergeant by the collar. Impossible, absolutely impossible. No one can touch Lord Darkseid's power, it's true, sir. Look, the sergeant pointed to the main screen. In the 3D model representing the energy distribution of Apocalypse on the hologram, the originally pure dark red energy network is being rapidly divided and devoured by countless blue threads. Those blue threads were like a viral infection, spreading upwards along the energy channels. Contact the great Darkseid immediately. The officer roared, realizing the situation was completely out of control. Several communications officers immediately activated the hyperspace communication array. Establishing connection, warning. Signal transmission failed, what's going on? The officer roared, sir. An unknown blue energy network has covered the entire fortress's communication array. All frequency bands are locked. The communications officer stared despairingly at the connection interrupted message on the screen. All communication channels were cut off by Igor. Apocalypse is isolated, it's over, we're finished. He slumped into a chair, utterly dejected. On the dark plains, Calabac was terrified. He stopped looking at the two men with their eerie smiles. Escape, we must escape back to the dark fortress. With a sudden burst of power from his legs, the immense force of his leap propelled his body like a missile, launching him thousands of meters into the air as he hurtled towards the dark fortress. The wind whistled in my ears, Calabac suspended in midair. Breathed a slight sigh of relief. As long as he could create distance. As long as he could return to the fortress. He subconsciously looked down at the ground below. It was just that one glance. It showed him the most terrifying and mind-blowing scene of his life. And indeed of his long life. The landscape of Apocalypse below has been completely altered. Black rock formation churning fire pits. Continuous mountain ranges. All the geological structures are writhing wildly. Two massive mountain ranges split apart, forming two deep basins in the middle. At the bottom of the basins, a deep blue light converges to form two lakes. No. That's not a lake, those are a pair of eyes, two blue eyes. Hundreds of kilometers in diameter. Are embedded in the earth of Apocalypse, coldly gazing at the sky immediately afterwards. Below the eyes, a continental plate thousands of kilometers wide suddenly split open, accompanied by the earth-shattering sound of tectonic plates fracturing. The crack grew larger and deeper, eventually forming a gaping maw that seemed capable of swallowing everything. His home planet Apocalypse has grown a face. What terrified Calabac the most was that the dark fortress he considered indestructible and eternally indestructible stood right in the center of that gaping abyss. No, no. Calabac frantically waved his arms in midair. His worldview collapsed at that moment. The planet has come to life. Is the planet going to devour its father's fortress? Your hometown looks a bit hungry. A sinister and chilling voice rang in Calabac's ears, and the hairs on his body stood on end. Azu had somehow flown to his side, maintaining the same gliding speed as him. He made a gurgling sound in his throat, but couldn't utter a single word the next second. Azu had already stretched out his right hand and grabbed Calabac's neck like an iron clamp, suspending his massive body in midair. Then, with his other hand, he pulled out a master ball and shouted to Koj, who was not far away. Well done, Koj, come back. The stage from now on is mine. Inside the hyperspace tunnel, a vague sense of unease lingered in Darkseid's mind. Although he had initially thought the unrest on Apocalypse was nothing to worry about, he ultimately made a decision out of caution. Disadad. Master, what are your orders? Disad immediately stepped forward. I don't like waiting, I want to get to Earth immediately. Darkseid stood up, his eyes suddenly flashing with a scarlet light, and violent Omega energy surged from his eyes, pouring directly into the void. He is using his divine power to forcibly compress this spatial channel that spans several galactic sectors. Boom, the entire fleet began to tremble violently. Master, the passage structure cannot withstand the mass of the entire fleet. If we forcibly compress the spatial folding rate, the edges of the passage will collapse. Disad exclaimed in astonishment. Then discard those burdens. Darkseid's tone was devoid of any pity. Apart from my flagship and the Dark Elite Legion's direct combat ships, sever the shield traction of all other warships. As Darkseid's orders were given, the large number of Tyrannosaurus cruisers and transport ships located at the rear and edge of the fleet were instantly cut into pieces by the violent spatial turbulence. Billions of parademons and apocalypse soldiers were forever banished to the cold depths of space. In just a few short minutes, the massive expeditionary force of Apocalypse was reduced to 95% of its original size. Finally, when the space passage stabilized again, only Darkseid's flagship and a few heavy warships guarding it remained. The cost was enormous, but the results were also remarkable. The distance of the passage was compressed to an extreme degree, and Darkseid's journey time to Earth was shortened to the absolute minimum. Disadad watched the signals of the large fleet disappear, his expression unchanged. Your decisions are always incredibly wise, Disadad said. Bowing, the arrival of the great Darkseid will be enough to remind those Earthlings who dare to rebel of the fear of being dominated by Apocalypse. Darkseid did not respond, but simply stared coldly at the exit that was about to appear ahead. It was a blue planet, Earth metropolises. Although the sun shone again, the oppressive feeling in the air did not dissipate in the slightest. The countdown to Darkseid's arrival has begun. They all know that it's 24 hours a day. This is the final countdown for Earth. The Justice League heroes had no time to celebrate the sunshine and water they had just gained. They immediately threw themselves into extremely intense preparations for battle. Although Darkseid may be lured away by the Homelanders, his Apocalypse Legion is unlikely to cease its invasions. Vivisector, raise the elevation of those plasma cannons by another 15 degrees. Green Lantern said the dimensional exit is over Metropolis. Bruce shouted into the communicator, Cyborg. Is the energy circuit for the protective field connected? 5 more minutes, Batman. Barry. Bruce turned to the Flash. You're the fastest. Go and notify the rebel leaders in various locations to immediately organize elite forces to converge on Metropolis. Ordinary civilians, continue to stay in the underground bunkers and don't come out. Leave it to me, Barry Allen said solemnly. Blue arcs of electricity erupting from his body. Mira, the queen of the sea, arrived at the harbor of the Metropolis, raising her trident high and unleashing its magic. At her command, Seawater flooded the city's waterways and sewers, forming a network of water defenses that would become deadly weapons should the Apocalypse Legion appear. Amazon General Phillips led hundreds of Amazonian warriors, arrayed at the forefront of the plaza. They held swords and shields aloft, carried longbows on their backs, and their eyes burned with a fearless fighting spirit. Deathstroke Sladia, a cigar dangling from his lips, leisurely wiped his longsword, gazing at the sky with a cold smile. Green Lantern fires a green light beam into the sky, penetrating the atmosphere. This is a signal amplifier aimed at the universe, as he attempts to summon the surviving members of the Green Lantern Corps for assistance. Under Batman's command, the entire Federation of humankind on Earth began to operate at high speed. Like a sophisticated war machine, however, amidst this tense atmosphere of preparation for war, one person was doing something completely unrelated to the war. Harley Quinn, Gotham's crime queen, now the designated First Lady of the Federation of Humans, is currently waving a baseball bat in one hand and holding a megaphone in the other, shouting and yelling in the square, "Hey you, yes you. Lower that bouquet of white roses. You're blocking the camera, hurry up, move faster. You bunch of slow-moving turtles. And you bunch of idiots, lay out that red carpet over there. Didn't you see that corner is curled up under her command?" A group of bewildered rebel soldiers were laboriously carrying flowers, ribbons, and red carpets that they had salvaged from the ruins. One second they were writing their wills for the impending apocalyptic war, and the next they were conscripted by this crazy woman and forced to set up some kind of bizarre wedding scene here. Pink balloons were hanging from a broken lamppost. Countless flowers scavenged from various places were forcibly pieced together to form a giant heart-shaped archway. Dozens of high-definition cameras and drones, restored with steel frames, have been placed in various corners of the square, their red indicator lights flashing, indicating that they have been connected to a global live streaming network. All of these cameras are broadcasting live on screens around the world where signal has just been restored. One half shows images of armies from various countries mobilizing tensely, while the other half shows the absurd scene of Harley Quinn setting up her wedding ceremony on the ruins. She knew that Azu liked grand gestures and being the center of attention. Coincidentally, as Gotham's former queen of crime who loved to show off, she also liked it. She wants to livestream her entire wedding with Azu to the world. She wanted the whole world to witness how she would wear a wedding dress and marry the most powerful man in the world. Oh my God, when he gets back and sees all this, he'll definitely praise me for doing a great job. Harry cupped her cheeks and her hands, her eyes sparkling, imagining Aju returning triumphantly from Apocalypse, bathed in the glow of victory landing on this red carpet. He'd see everything she'd meticulously arranged, then gently pat her head and praise her, "Well done. My little pumpkin, hehe, all right. You bunch of slow-moving sloth-like guys, get back to work." "I'm going to change." Harley put down her baseball bat, picked up the wedding dress that Azu had given her, and ran into the building closest to the square. She found a reasonably clean room and closed the door. Wow. Well, Harry carefully unfolded the pure white haute couture wedding dress and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. "So beautiful, my Mr. Candy has excellent taste." Just as she was about to take off her dirty clothes and put on her wedding dress, a clatter, something slipped out of the lining of the wedding dress and fell to the floor. Harley looked down. It was a wooden mask, dark green in colors, with a wood grain texture on the surface. It had a unique shape and exaggerated features, and looked like an ancient totem. "What's this?" Harley curiously picked up the mask and examined it from side to side in her hand. "Could this be Mr. Candy's wedding gift to me?" Harley's thought process has always been different from ordinary people. When she looked at the bright green mask, she didn't find it strange at all. Instead, she burst out laughing. "Haha, that's hilarious. The bride wearing a green wooden mask to the wedding. Perfect, the best combination," without thinking too much. She quickly took off her dirty clothes and carefully put on the gorgeous pure white wedding dress. The size is so perfect, it's like it was custom made. The intricate lace, sparkling diamonds, and long train made her look like a real princess. Finally, she picked up the green mask. To avoid ruining her freshly styled hair, she didn't put the mask directly on her face. Instead, she found a thin string, threaded it through the holes on both sides of the mask, and tied it to her hair on top of her head like a hair accessory. Perfect. Harley looked at her reflection in a cracked piece of glass and was very pleased with her current look. By the time she lifted her long skirt and hummed a song as she walked out of the building, it was already evening. The sun had already sunk below the horizon, and countless spotlights illuminated the metropolis. The wedding venue in the square was almost completely set up, with dozens of camera indicator lights flashing red, indicating that it had been connected to a global broadcast network. Everyone stop what you're doing. Look how beautiful this princess is. Harley stood on the building steps, loudly showing off to the people in the square. However, no one looked at her. Everyone's eyes were fixed intently on the sky. A green gash was torn open in the dim sky by an unknown force. With a deafening roar, the crack was violently forced open. Several enormous black warships the size of towns slowly emerged from the crack and hovered above the metropolis. The warship's surface shimmered with red Omega symbols, exuding a fearsome and oppressive aura. Then, an overwhelming army of parademons swarmed out of the warships. Although their numbers were not infinite, they were far fewer than the hundreds of millions they had anticipated. However, the terrifying power emanating from these flying parademons was clearly far more elite and powerful than the parademons they had previously destroyed. Enemy attack. An alarm sounded over the communications channel from Steelbone. It's Darkseid's flagship. They arrived ahead of schedule. The various defense lines in the metropolis instantly erupted into chaos. And everyone was shocked. Wasn't it supposed to take 24 hours to arrive? How come it arrived early? But what's done is done, and further words are pointless. Wars never go according to plan, fortunately. Thanks to Batman's efficient command, Metropolis has already formed an initial resistance force. The anti-aircraft guns began charging. The Amazon warriors drew their longbows, and the rebel soldiers also put their fingers on the triggers. Don't panic, defend according to the plan. Bruce Wayne calmly gave the order from the top of a tall building, but his gaze immediately fell upon the striking figure in the center of the square. Dressed in a white wedding gown, Bruce fired his grappling hook, his body swaying in an arc through the night sky before landing steadily beside Harley. Harley, listen to me. Bruce grabbed Harley's arm, his voice urgent. They're here, come with me right now to the bunkers. Let go of me, bad boys. Harley forcefully shook off Bruce's hand. Don't touch my wedding dress, you've wrinkled the lace. She stared wide-eyed, showing no fear whatsoever. Instead, she raised a baseball bat that she had somehow acquired and pointed it at the warship in the sky. I'm not leaving, this is my wedding venue. My fiancé will be back soon, I'm not going anywhere. Harley, do me a favor. Bruce growled in a low voice, that's Darkseid up there. It's dangerous for you to stay here. I promised Homelander I'd protect you. So what if it's Darkseid? Harley stubbornly raised her head. I said no one can ruin my wedding. Anyone who dares to come, I'll smash their head in. Bruce looked at this stubborn, crazy woman and felt a deep sense of powerlessness. He wasn't afraid that Harley would die. The real question is how Homelander will react after Harley's death. Superman was completely corrupted by Lois's death, turning Earth into a living hell. If Homelander's bride died on Earth while he was fighting on Apocalypse, that man stronger than Superman will definitely tear the Earth in two. Earth cannot afford a second corrupted god, Barry. Bruce yelled, pressing his earpiece. Whoosh. A red lightning bolt stopped instantly beside Bruce. I'm here, Bruce. Parademons are everywhere outside, they're airdropping. Listen, Barry. Bruce gripped the Flash's shoulders with both hands, his eyes extremely serious. Your mission has changed. Ignore the frontal battlefield, ignore the parademons. He pointed to Harley, who was wearing a wedding dress and waving a baseball bat while yelling at the sky. Put all your attention on her, use your speed force. No matter the cost, absolutely do not let her get hurt. Bari looked at Hala hesitant. Without taking any damage. In the very center of this battlefield, Bruce. I feel this is even harder than dealing with Superman. That's an order, Bari. Bruce's tone left no room for argument. If she dies, we're all finished. The Earth must never see another corrupt tyrant. These words awakened Bari's fearful memories. And he nodded heavily. I understand. I'll keep an eye on hers. The doors of the warships in the sky swung open, and the generals of the Dark Elite Legion descended one after another. And war broke out instantly, flames, explosions, and screams filled the entire metropolis. But the Metropolitan did not succumb to the first wave of attacks, because Darkseid abandoned 95% of his fleet. The number of Parademon troops that descended upon Earth was far from reaching that devastating scale. Although the remaining troops were the most elite killing machines, the Earth's will to resist reached an unprecedented peak. Hold the formation, raise the shields. Amazon General Phillips roared, thrusting his longsword forward with deadly force, piercing precisely through the chest of a high-ranking Parademon that was swooping down. Hundreds of Amazonian warriors formed an arc-shaped bronze shield wall around the perimeter of Century Square. The heavy clanging of metal echoed repeatedly. The demon's claws scraped across the shield's surface, sending up blinding sparks. The female warriors did not retreat an inch. Their longswords pierced fiercely from the gaps in their shields, piercing through the monsters that tried to cross the defensive line. Slade, there's a gap on the left flank, fill it with fire. Bruce Wayne was lying on the edge of a tall building, directing the battle. I see it, give it to me. Deathstroke Slade's modified sniper rifle fired continuously, blue electromagnetic projectiles tearing through the night sky and blowing the heads off several Dark Elites who were preparing to throw bombs at the Amazon defense line. Meanwhile, Mara, the Queen of the Sea, demonstrated the true power of the Atlantean royal family. She raised her hands high, and countless streams of water, guided by her magic, transformed into dozens of thick water dragons that shot into the sky. These streams of water quickly froze into sharp ice spears in midair, pouring down like a torrential rain on the Apocalypse troops. Countless demons were pierced by the ice spears and fell into the river. The battle was extremely intense. The Apocalypse Legion had not anticipated that this planet, which should have already fallen completely, would be able to mount such a tenacious counterattack. Although the Earth Alliance was fighting extremely hard and casualties were constantly increasing, their defensive line was like a solid reef, firmly holding back the Black Tsunami from Apocalypse. They did not collapse. All of this was captured in real time by dozens of high-definition cameras and transmitted to audiences around the world. The cameras Harley Quinn had previously set up for live streaming the wedding now became the perfect battlefield live streaming equipment. Countless survivors around the world stared intently at the screen. They witnessed the bravery of the Amazon warriors, the fury of Maron, the control of Batman. There was no narration, only the real sounds of gunfire and monster roars. This scene is more powerful than any words in igniting human passion. People held their breath in front of the screen. No one was crying and no one was cowering. They clenched their fists, watching the heroes fighting bloody battles in front of the camera, their hearts pounding with each explosion. Above the metropolis, a massive black flagship silently hovered amidst billowing smoke. At the front of the flagship, Darkseid stood with his hands behind his back, coldly looking down at the meat grinder below. He frowned slightly, his eyes revealing obvious boredom and disappointment. Dixt, Darkseid's deep voice rang out, Master. Disadad bowed and stepped forward. Where is that earthling who killed the Kryptonians? Darkseid's gaze swept across the entire battlefield like a searchlight, searching for the powerful figure in the image, the one draped in a stars and stripes cloak, his eyes gleaming red. I haven't seen any creature that matches that energy level. Disadad brought up the detection data and quickly scanned it. Great Master. The detectors indicate that the highest energy level on the battlefield originated from that cyborg and those remnants of the old gods from Earth. No target has been detected, he escaped. Darkseid scoffed, his face filled with disdain. It seems this so-called savior of Earthlings chose to run away before witnessing true despair. Darkseid lost patience. He originally came to crush the powerful figure who dared to challenge the majesty of Apocalypse. But no, all that's left is a boring slaughter game. End this farce, Darkseid gave the order. Preparing to turn and walk back to the bridge. Raise this city to the ground with the main guns. Just as he turned around, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a corner in the center of the square. Etc. Darkseid paused for a moment. He keenly noticed a peculiar phenomenon on the battlefield below. In the heart of a war-torn city, there was a strikingly conspicuous white figure. She was a woman wearing a pure white, elaborate wedding dress. The woman was holding a baseball bat stained with green blood upside down in her hand, cursing loudly at the Apocalypse warship in the sky. You bunch of rude, ugly freaks. Can't you see there's a wedding going on here? You've dirtied my carpet, get off here. I'm going to shove your balls up your noses. What caught Darkseid's attention was not the madwoman's ridiculous behavior. It was the reaction of the Earth's heroes around them. The red speedster abandoned its large-scale mowing of the enemy forces, transforming into a red lightning bolt that constantly darted back and forth within a 50-meter radius of the woman in the wedding dress. Whenever a stray bullet or a parademon tries to get close to her, this speedster will instantly appear and deflect the threat. The black bat that leaps through the ruins always seems to intentionally or unintentionally snipe any fish that manage to slip through the net and approach the center of the square. Even the Amazon's shield formation was intentionally or unintentionally contracting towards the woman's position, forming a protective circle. These people are desperately protecting her. On this battlefield where death could be a matter of life and death at any moment, these battle-hardened warriors surprisingly made protecting a crazy woman with no superpowers their top tactical priority. Why, who is she? Darkseid pieced together all the clues in his mind. The strong man who escaped, and this woman heavily guarded. Interesting. Darkseid abandoned his plan to end everything prematurely. It seems that coward left behind an important legacy. He took a step forward, his body passing directly over the edge of the flagship. The tall, gray body plummeted straight down towards the Metropolitan Plaza below. Booms! It looked like a meteorite crashing into the ground. The earth collapsed violently, and spiderweb-like cracks spread wildly in all directions. The powerful shockwave mixed with debris hurled away the surrounding parademons and Amazon warriors. The smoke and dust cleared. Darkseid's towering figure slowly came into view. He carried no weapons and wore no heavy armor. Simply standing there, his terrifying aura made the air on the entire battlefield thicken. The clamor on the battlefield paused briefly at this moment. He's down, Cyborg roared, his left arm instantly switching to its highest-powered plasma cannon. Aiming at the tall figure in the smoke and dust, fire. Everyone focus fire, zzzzz. A beam of azure plasma instantly traversed space and slammed into Darkseid's chest. At the same time, Mira condensed 3 high-pressure water blades, heading straight for Darkseid's neck. Deathstroke Slade leaped down from the side of the building, his sword aimed straight for his opponent's head. Faced with this concentrated attack, Darkseid didn't even adopt a defensive stance. He just watched coldly. The plasma beam struck him, leaving no mark except for a tiny spark. The moment Mira's high-pressure water blades touched his skin, they were instantly blasted into a cloud of water mist by an invisible force field. The tip of the Deathstroke sword struck Darkseid's forehead, but it produced a crisp metallic clang, and the blade shattered on the spot. What? Deathstroke's one eye shrank sharply. Darkseid casually raised his right hand and slapped it lightly. Bang! Deathstroke's body was struck as if by a high-speed train. The armor on his chest caved in instantly, and he was sent flying, crashing through 3 concrete walls before collapsing in the rubble. His fate unknown, Slade, Bruce shouted. Darkseid didn't stop but strode off towards Harley Quinn. Stop him! General Phillips roared and led a dozen of his most elite Amazon warriors. Spears and shields raised in a flank charge. Darkseid didn't even glance at them. His eyes merely flashed red, Zai. Two beams of Omega rays shot out from his eyes. These two rays defied the physical law of rectilinear propagation, zigzagging and twisting in midair, drawing complex jagged trajectories, and striking the Amazon warriors at the forefront with unparalleled precision. The moment they were struck by the Omega rays, the valiant female warriors along with their bronze armor vanished into nothingness in the air. Completely erased from existence, no, Phillips roared. Filled with grief and indignation as he charged forward. Get out of here, Darkseid waved his hand casually. And a tremendous force swept through like a hurricane. Phillips was thrown into the air by this irresistible force and crashed heavily into the ruins in the distance. Barry, take Harley away now. Bruce roared through the channel, his eyes bloodshot. Receive without any hesitation. Blue arcs of electricity exploded around him, and the world seemed to slow down dramatically in his eyes. He rushed toward Harley, reaching out to grab her arm. However, Darkseid merely tilted his head slightly, and crimson Omega rays shot from his eyes. Catching up with Barry first, the kinetic shield constructed by the Speed Force shattered instantly. Barry screamed in agony, tumbling through the air a dozen times before crashing to the ground. Unable to move, the entire square was cleared out in an instant. Only Darkseid remained, along with Harley Quinn standing in the center of the red carpet. The two are vastly different in size. Harley looks like a Barbie doll next to him, but this Barbie showed absolutely no fear. You ugly freak who looks like a piece of junk. You've dirtied my red carpets. Harley gripped the baseball bat tightly with both hands, and with all her might swung it hard at Darkseid's knee. Bang, the metal rod bent instantly. But Darkseid's body didn't even sway. Harley threw down her baseball bat, and instead of retreating, she advanced, raising her foot in a white high heel and delivering a fatal kick to Darkseid's groin. Darkseid had no choice but to act, and just before her toes touched him, he reached out and grabbed Harley by the neck. They lifted the woman in the gorgeous wedding dress into the air. Harley's feet dangled in the air, her hands gripping Darkseid's thick fingers tightly, trying to pry them open even a crack, but it was all in vain. The increasingly severe feeling of suffocation caused her face to flush red, then turn bluish-purple. Even so, there was no pleading in her eyes. She opened her mouth and spat at Darkseid's indifferent face. Spit landed on Darkseid's chin and slowly slid down. Let her go. Bruce Wayne leaped from the high-rise building, his glider unfurling in midair. He hurled 6 high-explosive batarangs at Darkseid's face. Bang, bang, bangs. The flashes of the explosion illuminated Darkseid's face. But they didn't even make him blink. Darkseid. Your opponents are us, let go of that woman, Bruce shouted. Darkseid turned to look at Batman. I remember your outfit. While the Kryptonians submitted, that crawling worm lurked in a corner, barely clinging to life. He slightly lifted Harley in his hand, allowing Bruce to see her more clearly. You protect her like a mother animal guarding her cubs. It seems this female in white is important to you. Let me guess. A slight cold smile appeared on Darkseid's lips. Is she connected to the person who killed the son of Krypton? Bruce's grip on the gun tightened. Darkseid's intuition was too sharp. Answer me. Darkseid stared intently at Batman. Where is that person? He went somewhere you wouldn't expect. Bruce tried to remain calm. Let her go or else. Otherwise what? Darkseid interrupted him, his tone full of disdain. Trying to prove your anger to me with your pathetic strength. Darkseid turned his gaze back to Harley in his hands. Harley was on the verge of losing consciousness. Her eyes rolled back, her legs were struggling less and less, and the green wooden mask tied to her head swayed slightly with her spasms. You've placed your hopes on a coward who's hiding in the shadows. Darkseid's voice echoed throughout the square and, through the diligent cameras, reached the ears of every viewer around the world. He killed my servant, yet he dares not face my wrath. since he cherishes this female so much. Darkseid's fingers began to tighten little by little. A painful groan escaped Harley's throat, and her hands fell limply to her sides at that moment. Countless viewers around the world covered their mouths, tears of despair streaming down their faces. The hero who brought them hope, his bride, is about to be killed in public by Darkseid. Perhaps killing this girl, Darkseid stared at Batman. His eyes filled with cruel mockery. Won't that person? Like a mad dog crawl out of his hiding place. Bruce roared no stop without hesitation. He pulled the trigger, and a beam of energy poured down on Darkseid. But it didn't even cause a ripple. Click. A crisp sound of bones breaking rang out. Harley Quinn's struggling limbs froze instantly, then fell limply to her sides. Her once wild eyes had completely lost their luster. Darkseid released his grip. Wearing a pure white wedding dress, Harley fell heavily onto the gravel-strewn ground like a puppet with its strings cut. The wedding dress was covered in mud, making it look incredibly desolate. Harley. Bruce's knees buckled and he collapsed to his knees. The seemingly perpetually calm Dark Knight raised his head and let out a heart-wrenching roar. He failed again. He couldn't protect Louise. And now he can't protect Harley either. This was not just because he had lost a comrade in arms, but also because he knew that as the man who was Earth's last hope, his only bond had been severed. If Homelander knew Harley was dead, what would he do? Could that man with unparalleled power instantly transform into a destroyer, even more terrifying than Darkseid? Everyone felt a deep sense of despair. Darkseid watched this scene with satisfaction. Fear and despair, that was his favorite food. Now prepare for destruction. Darkseid coldly issued death's notice. Countless people around the world covered their mouths in disbelief as they watched on their screens. The girl who was about to become a bride was killed so easily. Tears welled up in every eye watching the screen. Ouch. This really hurts, it's killing me, the crowd, their hearts heavy with sorrow, were abruptly interrupted by a voice. The sound was filled with a strange excitement and a sense of the bizarre. What is that sound? Bruce suddenly looked up. Darkseid frowned and looked down. Boom. A multicolored energy tornado erupted from where Harley had fallen. Accompanying the tornado was an extremely exaggerated cartoon sound effect. The sounds of siren strain whistles, the pounding of marimba, and maniacal laughter filled the air. What is that? Darkseid's eyes flashed with doubt. He was actually sensing a divine power fluctuation from this tornado that he had never encountered before. The tornado came to an abrupt end. The person standing there was revealed. It was Harley Quinn. This scene left everyone speechless. But Harley Quinn had completely changed by this moment. Her face turned into an extremely bright, gelatinous emerald green. Her original features were exaggeratedly enlarged, and her mouth stretched almost to her ears, revealing 2 rows of ridiculously large white teeth. SSSSSSS mockin' so cool. Harley put her hands on her hips, struck a seductive and exaggerated pose and let out a long, drawn-out scream. Let's liven up this dull party. Bruce stared at her blankly. Harley, wrong. Now please call me the super cute #1 party queen in the universe. Harley spun around on the spot, her white skirt spinning like a helicopter propeller. Then, with a speed that completely defies the laws of physics, she instantly glided to Darkseid's side. Now, it's Queen Harley's turn to give you your party presents. HMPH, whatever your trickery or disguise. Darkseid sneered, his massive fist slamming mercilessly towards her head. Only death awaits. Bang, that punch landed squarely. But then something strange happened. The moment Harley's head made contact with the fist, it was smashed flat, and her neck, like a piece of highly elastic rubber, was stretched backward by Darkseid's fist for a full 10 meters. Her eyeballs even popped out of their sockets like springs due to the pressure. Hanging in midair just the next second, plan. With a strange sound effect, Harley's head, which had been flattened into a pancake by Darkseid, bounced back to its original shape like a sponge soaked in water. The eyeball switch had been suspended in midair, suddenly shrank back into their sockets. The neck also snapped back to its original position under the pulling force. This absurd scene caused Darkseid to pause slightly, a look of bewilderment flashing in his eyes. Haha, my turn. Harry reached into the wide hem of her dress, as if she were reaching for something. To everyone's astonishment, she pulled out a giant black wooden mallet with an extremely exaggerated design. The mallet also had 10,000 T written on its surface in white paint. Feel the bride's anger. Harley lifted the giant hammer and swung it through the air 3 times like a windmill, creating a whooshing sound, before slamming it down hard on Darkseid's head. Thump. So deafeningly loud bangs, amidst the stunned gazes of all the heroes, and under Darkseid's incredulous expression. This cosmic overlord, the King of Apocalypse, was actually smashed into the ground by this single hammer blow. The earth shook violently and dust billowed everywhere. Darkseid's entire body was slammed into the ground, with only his head remaining above ground. Several cartoon yellow birds suddenly appeared above his head, circling and fluttering about. Done. Harley leaned on her giant hammer, striking a victory pose. The entire audience was shocked. That's Darkseid, the tyrant of the universe. He got hit with a hammer by a crazy woman, mistaken for a groundhog. The Dark Elite Legion, having fought alongside Darkseid for many years, had never witnessed such a sight. Boom. The ground exploded. Darkseid pulled himself out of the pit, his usually indifferent face now showing obvious rage. Although the blow did not cause him any real damage, the feeling of being smashed into the ground in front of the entire army was more infuriating than the injury itself. Accept destruction, he roared at Harley. But Harley was no longer there. She was standing to the side of Darkseid, holding a huge palette and a paintbrush. Don't move. Don't move, your fierce expression isn't cute at all. Harley's paintbrush moved swiftly, then bounced away like a spring after she finished. Darkseid felt a chill on his face. He reached down and touched it. His fingers were covered in paint. Under the high-definition live broadcast cameras around the world, Darkseid's cold and dignified face was painted with 2 comical mustaches, and his eye circles were painted to look like panda eyes. Puff. It's unclear which rebel soldier couldn't help but let out a short laugh. Damn crawlers. Darkseid let out an angry roar, his eyes blazing red. Zay. 2 bright red Omega rays shot out from Darkseid's eyes, heading straight for Harley's face. Oh wow, oh wow. What a burning gaze. Harley turned and ran, her legs spinning like a whirlwind as she darted away with a whoosh. But the Omega rays followed closely behind, following with various right-angle bends. What happened next left all the Earth heroes and the Dark Elite present dumbfounded. Harley jumped and leaped between skyscrapers. Just as the ray was about to hit her back, she suddenly pulled a huge mirror from under her skirt and held it in front of her. Bounce back, Chirpu. The indestructible Omega rays were refracted back the instant they came into contact with the mirror. The refracted Omega rays struck an Apocalypse escort ship in the sky, blasting it into a fireball. Darkseid watched this scene in disbelief. How could the Omega effect be reflected by a mirror? This defies his common sense about the universe. These exaggerated effects, usually only seen in cartoons, are now playing out in reality on this brutal battlefield. Audiences all over the world were stunned. What's this? The doomsday battle for Earth's survival has suddenly turned into a weekend evening cartoon, on the screens broadcasting live worldwide. People who had been crying in despair were now staring blankly at that green figure. The children in the safe house and air raid shelter couldn't help but burst into laughter as they watched the green-faced bride writhing and making all sorts of funny gestures on the screen. Although the adults found it absurd, the extremely oppressive tension did indeed dissipate considerably at that moment. Even the tense rebel soldiers couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths, turning the tense atmosphere into a lighthearted and absurd one. It's my turn again. Harley threw the mirror away and reached into her neckline, rummaging around inside. A moment later, he pulled out an exaggeratedly large Gatling gun, with a pink bow tied to the barrel. The gun barrel blazing with blue flames. didn't spew out bullets but rather ripened tomatoes. Slap, 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 slap. The tomato slammed into Darkseid's gray armor and face, bursting into puddles of red juice. This certainly couldn't harm him, but it was extremely insulting. Darkseid, the new god leader of the universe, the nightmare of countless civilizations, is now being used as a prop in a circus act by a green-faced madwoman. At that moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of humiliation. Enough. Darkseid roared, scattering the tomato juice from his face. He leaped forward, his enormous hand grabbing Harley's slender waist and slamming her violently to the ground. Boom, the ground was smashed into a deep crater. Darkseid didn't stop. He raised his foot and began to stomp on Harley in the pit like a storm. Every step triggered a small earthquake, and the entire square trembled violently. Oh my God. My poor Harleys. The person in the distance collapsed on the ground, covering their ice uniball to bear the sight. When Darkseid stopped trampling and removed his foot, Harley Quinn, as expected, did not appear. She lay limply at the bottom of the pit, like a flattened piece of paper. Then, the paper doll Harley reached out and pulled herself out of the ground, put her thumb in her mouth, and blew air into it like she was blowing up a balloon. Her body inflated like an inflatable doll before returning to its original shape. Darkseid was completely baffled by this situation. It was the first time he had encountered such an enemy. He grabbed Harley again in disbelief. Oh dear. Hide-and-seek time. Upon seeing this, Harley immediately crouched down. A red iron bucket appeared out of nowhere and with a clang, it completely enveloped him inside. Darkseid strode forward, grabbed the metal bucket with a furious expression, and forcefully lifted it upwards. However, there was no sign of Harley under the metal bucket. There was only one bundle tied together, a classic-looking red explosive. There was also a yellow sticky note on it with kaboom, written in big letters. Surprise. Harley's voice came from behind a bunker several dozen meters away. She poked her head out, holding a remote-controlled detonator, and made a face at Darkseid. Beep. Harley pressed the button. Boom. The bomb exploded right in front of Darkseid. This seemingly primitive, old-fashioned bomb unleashed terrifying power. A mushroom cloud, small in range but with an incredibly exaggerated shape, rose high into the sky above the metropolis. The smoke and dust from the explosion dissipated. Darkseid remained standing in the same spot. His body was indeed indestructible. It was not blown to pieces, but his once dignified face was now covered in black ash. His armor was badly damaged, and he looked utterly disheveled. Most importantly, Darkseid stretched out his finger and touched his nose. A streak of scarlet liquid stained his fingertips. Blood. He was bleeding. Darkseid stared intently at the smear of blood on his fingertip. He hadn't been injured in many years. The last time he bled was during the invasion of Earth. That crazy woman not only made him lose face, but also truly hurt him. Darkseid's eyes changed. If Harley was just an annoying bug before, she has now become a venomous bee that can hurt people. This is a real threat, and this is not a power possessed by humans, Darkseid said in a deep voice, his previous contempt disappearing from his eyes. You possess the chaotic power to distort reality and rewrite the rules. It would be a waste to leave such power here. Darkseid reached out his hand to Harley and actually started to beckon her. Join my dark elite and submit to me. I will give you the Earth as your playground, where you can unleash your wildest desires. Upon hearing Darkseid's offer of recruitment, the hearts of all mankind were once again in suspense. If Harley were to switch sides at this point, Earth would truly be doomed, ruling the Earth. Sounds good. Harley stroked her chin as if deep in thought. Darkseid thought she was interested. Very well, as long as you, but... Harley suddenly grinned, interrupting him. I'm the first lady of Earth now. Earth is mine. Who do you think you are, trying to use my things to entice me? She conjured a giant cream pie out of thin air from behind her. This is my rejection letter, please check it. With a forceful flick, the enormous cream pie seemed to have eyes, tracing a graceful arc through the air before landing squarely on Darkseid's face with a resounding smack. White cream dripped down Darkseid's face. Audiences around the world erupted in even more frenzied laughter. Desad, who had been watching this scene closely, was enraged to see his master suffer such humiliation and ordered the surrounding dark elites to launch an attack. Kill him, kill him. Hundreds of energy guns were fired wildly at Harley. Whoa. A hail of bullets. Harley weaved through the dense laser beams like a ballerina. Spinning Gleeping closed her eyes, striking various poses in midair that defied human anatomy. While the deadly rays always narrowly missed her, bang. A beam of energy which had been deflected struck a partially collapsed residential building at the edge of the square. The building was already on the verge of collapse, and after the attack, a large section of its load-bearing wall collapsed. At the site of the collapse, more than a dozen civilians who had not yet had time to evacuate were exposed. The floor of one of the apartments collapsed, and a mother and daughter lost their support, screaming as they fell towards the exposed steel bars below. The little girl waved her hands frantically in midair, her desperate cries tearing through the night sky. No. The heroes in the distance rushed over, but they were too far away to provide any assistance in time. Harley, who was taunting and mocking Darkseid in front of her, suddenly turned around, damn it, upon seeing this. Harley, without bothering to mock Darkseid, immediately began the rescue operation. She is the First Lady of the Human Federation. Those are her people, and she hates seeing children get hurt. Her legs remained stationary, but her upper body stretched infinitely like rubber, extending dozens of meters in an instant. Just as the mother and daughter were about to be pierced, Hala's long arms caught them steadily, protecting them in her embrace. But at this moment Harley, in order to protect the civilians, was unable to make any evasive maneuvers and became an easy target. Got you, Darkseid gave a cold laugh. The crimson Omega ray struck Harina's elongated back hard. Oz, Harley cried out in pain, shielding the mother and daughter as they crashed heavily to the ground. That is, at the very instant of being hit. The light on the mask on her face dimmed slightly. The edges even loosened briefly, although this process lasted only 0.01 seconds. But Darkseid's keen tactical intuition immediately caught this fatal detail. I see. A sudden realization flashed in Darkseid's eyes, moreover. He seems to have found the key to breaking this underhanded tactic. That means don't attack that elusive comical monster. Attack what she cares about. He stopped attacking Harley and turned to cast his crimson gaze upon the remaining civilians. You dare. The Loki mask amplifies the wearer's strongest emotions. At this moment, besides her fervent infatuation with Azu, Harley's strongest thought was, I am the First Lady of the Human Federation. These are my people. Now Darkseid dares to use civilians to test her. Harley was furious. She took a deep breath. His chest bulged high like an inflated balloon. Beep beep with a loud train whistle. White steam billowed from her ears and nostrils. She lifted the hem of her white wedding dress. Her legs vanished in that instant, transforming into a wildly spinning wheel. In the blink of an eye, it covered a distance of 100 meters and was right in front of Darkseid. Darkseid was preparing to unleash the Omega Ray when Harley suddenly appeared before him. Instinctively, he swung his fist and smashed it hard into Harley's furiously distorted face. Bang, that punch landed squarely, however. The scene of Harley being knocked away as expected did not occur. He stared intently, his face filled with disbelief. Harley managed to grab the fist, which was bigger than her head, with one hand. That's impossible. Darkseid let out a low growl of alarm and anger. Trying to pull his arm back, it remained completely still. Harley's hand was like an absolutely locked iron clamp, pinning his fist firmly in place, completely wrong. Harley raised her head and a cruel, monstrous smile slowly appeared on her face. Then, with a sudden burst of strength, he grabbed Darkseid's wrist and spun him wildly in midair. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 1 lap, 2 laps, 10 laps, 100 laps. The speed increased rapidly, and Darkseid's body left a gray afterimage in midair. The immense centrifugal force made him feel dizzy. Let go. You madman, Darkseid roared furiously as he spun around. I'll put you down right now. Harley suddenly stopped spinning and slammed Darkseid hard into the ground. Bang! Darkseid crashed heavily onto the stone slab, cracking the ground before he could react. Harley leaped up and stomped heavily on Darkseid's back. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, in an instant. A huge cloud of white dust rose from the spot where the two were fighting. In the smoke, all that could be seen were various limbs stretching out and retracting haphazardly. In the distance, one could vaguely see Darkseid's outstretched gray hand, seemingly trying desperately to crawl out of this chaotic area. But the next second, a white-gloved hand emerged from the smoke, grabbed his ankle and with a whoosh, ruthlessly pulled him back. Ugh. Occasionally, three-dimensional letters such as BAM, POW, and WHAM would pop up from the smoke and dust, accompanied by Darkseid's angry and painful roars. This tyrant of the universe is currently experiencing the most humiliating moment of his life. Darkseid's pride, his dignity, was shattered in this aesthetically displeasing and utterly ridiculous beating. What's the principle behind this? Batman stared blankly at Darkseid, who was screaming in agony. I don't know. Deathstroke shook his head. But I think we absolutely must never make her angry again. Disadad. From within the smoke, Darkseid unleashed a piercing roar. Launch the attack, launch all attacks, all Parademon. All Dark Elite Order, initiate a self-destruct charge. Complete coverage of the entire area. Upon hearing this order, Disad trembled. Great Master. Those are all elites if we consume them all here. Disadad hesitated. These elites are different from the cannon fodder demons that can be mass-produced at will. Cultivating them requires a huge amount of resources. Execute the command immediately. Darkseid's screams came again from below, accompanied by a crisp creak as if some joint had broken. Hearing his master's almost distorted scream, Disad dared not hesitate any longer. Yes, sir. For Darkseid on the battlefield, all high-level Parademons and Dark Elite Warriors. Their bodies suddenly stiffened, and their eyes flashed with a dazzling light. The energy cores within their bodies were forcibly overloaded, entering an irreversible countdown to self-destruction. For Darkseid, these fanatical suicide bombers abandoned all defense and tactics. And like madmen, human bombs swooped down on the Earth Army's positions. Bunker sand even unarmed civilians. Oh no. They've gone mad. Bruce Wayne's expression changed drastically, and he roared, take care to protect civilians. The style of the war has shifted from an absurd comedy back to a brutal meat grinder. Watch out, they're about to self-destruct. Cyborg was the first to notice the anomaly, and he roared a warning. Booms. A Dark Elite Warrior charged into the Amazonian formation and exploded upon contact. The immense energy blasted away more than a dozen Amazonian female warriors. General Phillips raised his shield to shield the enemy, but he was also blown away by the terrifying force of the explosion. Spitting blood from his mouth, Green Lantern Kilowog took over the defense, erecting a massive green energy shield. But dozens of Dark Elite Warriors crashed into the shield and self-destructed. The energy shield shattered with a deafening roar, and Kilowog was struck by the residual force, bleeding from all 7 orifices and collapsing to the ground. Severely injured Kilowog. Cyborg Victor wanted to go to the rescue, but he himself was entangled by a group of crazed Parademons. Just as the plasma cannon on his arm destroyed 3 Parademons, he was grabbed by 2 more Parademons that pounced from a blind spot. Boom! The Parademon self-destructed. Victor's mechanical body had 1 leg blown off, and electronic sparks flickered on his body. Despite his severe injuries, the Flashbari got up again and started running, moving civilians one by one to safety. Fires raged everywhere, and explosions and screams filled the air. The heroes found themselves in a predicament. unable to defend themselves from both sides, under the relentless attacks of the Apocalypse Army. Harley, who was beating Darkseid amidst the smoke and dust, also heard the screams coming from outside. She immediately stopped waving the frying pan in her hand. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated. Darkseid was revealed, his face bruised and swollen, his body wrapped in bandages. Harley stood on him and she turned to look around. Amidst the flame, civilians wailed in agony. Green Lantern collapsed to the ground. Cyborg was mangled, and Mira was severely wounded. The protective instinct magnified by the mask made it impossible for Harley to continue this one-sided beating. Whoosh, she kicked off with both legs, transforming into a giant spring. He rushed to the base of a collapsing building and caught several civilians who were falling. Then she blew her hands into two giant clappers, swatting away hordes of self-destructing monsters that were about to rush into the crowd, sending them flying into the sky like flies. Boom, boom. Boom. The parademons exploded one after another at a safe altitude. Darkseid, who had been lying on the ground, finally caught his breath, get upripped off the bandages, and slowly rose into the air. Darkseid looked at everything before him with a mocking expression. Pity, compassion, sacrifice. These useless emotions are the root of your human weakness and incompetence. Woman, you clearly possess the power to defeat me. Yet you forwent the chance to kill me to protect these worthless reptiles. Darkseid's eyes once again focused deadly Omega energy. And your mercy will be the last handful of earth to bury your world. Bangs, bangs, bangs. Taking advantage of Harley's vulnerability while she was busy rescuing others, he ruthlessly joined the attack. Omega rays struck Harley's body repeatedly. The Omega effect, one of the most powerful attack methods in the universe, still causes pain that penetrates to the bone, even with the low-key mask. But Harley didn't have time to pay attention to any of that. Boom, boom, boom. Thousands more self-destructing parademons swooped down on the crowd. No, we can't continue like this. Harley looked around at the city engulfed in flames, and at the heroes lying in pools of blood. She knew that if things continued like this, everyone would die. The city would be completely razed to the ground. Unforgivable, Harley lowered her head, and the exaggerated smile vanished from her green cheeks. She held her breath and pushed the magic bestowed upon her by the mask to its maximum limit. He then pushed off the ground with both legs, leaping directly to the top of the Lex Group building, the tallest skyscraper in the metropolis. She stood at the edge of the building, looking down at the densely packed enemy troops below. Time to change as her body spun like a whirlwind. Harley's wedding dress flashed and transformed into a distinctly Western-style cowboy outfit. A wide-brimmed brown cowboy hat, a fringed leather jacket, and tall leather boots with spurs. Most strikingly, she carried two enormous revolvers with exaggerated designs and barrels thicker than her arms at her waist. Wowzers! Accompanied by a unique Western-style harmonica accompaniment. In the otherwise pitch-black night sky of the metropolis, a cartoon sun with a smiling face rose in a bizarre way, illuminating the sky as if it were daytime. Harley pulled her cowboy hat down low, a cool smile playing on her lips. It's noon. The moment she finished speaking, she simultaneously drew the two enormous revolvers with both hands. No one saw her fire the guns. All they saw was her hand and the gun becoming a blur, spitting out countless sparks. Smash, 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 smash. The deafening gunfire created a dense, impenetrable symphony of death. The bullets seemed to have eyes, tracking each parademon with unparalleled precision. Each elite dark warrior, and even the fleets hovering in midair. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, countless dazzling sparks burst forth in midair. In just over 10 seconds, the suicide army from Apocalypse that had plunged all Earthlings into despair was wiped out by this terrifying barrage of comments. Not a single living monster can be seen in the sky anymore. The gunfire ceased. Harley deftly blew away the smoke rising from the muzzle of her gun. The revolver twirled a few times between her fingers, and with a click she stylishly holstered it. After resolving all of this, Harley breathed a long sigh of relief. She leaped into the air, landing back in the center of the square like a feather. The moment of landing clatters. Having withstood multiple hits from the Omega rays, and having overdrawn the mask's magic power with her ultimate move, the green mask lost its luster, fell off her face, and landed on the nearby pebbles. Harley's legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground, reverting to the ordinary woman in her tattered wedding dress. She was panting heavily, feeling as if all the bones in her body were falling apart, and she didn't even have the strength to move a finger. But after a brief silence, the entire metropolis erupted in thunderous cheers. The rebel soldiers and civilians who had narrowly escaped death stared blankly at the ashes falling from the sky and the countless corpses of falling monsters for a few seconds before finally realizing what had happened. The Apocalypse Army was completely annihilated. "We survived, she did it, that girl did it, we won. Hail Harry, long live the First Lady." People wept with joy and embraced each other to celebrate this devastating and incredible victory. Through the live broadcast, viewers all over the world applauded and cheered for this girl who created a miracle. Amidst this joyous atmosphere, a massive gray figure slowly rose from the distant ruins. Darkseid, he looked terrible, his body covered in huge bullet holes. Blood still oozing from them, but he is still alive. A foolish celebration. Darkseid's Omega power surged wildly, and under the red lights, his numerous wounds were instantly healed. He was like an insurmountable mountain, and once again walked towards Harley, who was slumped on the ground. No. Bruce desperately tried to stand up, but he had lost too much blood and fell heavily to the ground as soon as he got up. Darkseid walked up to Harley and looked down at the girl who was now powerless to resist. He reached out and gripped Harley's neck tightly again, lifting her into the air. "Your trick is over this time. The miracles have run out and the mask has fallen off." Everyone clenched their fists and watched helplessly as the girl struggled painfully in midair. No, Bruce desperately tried to stand up, but he had lost too much blood and fell heavily to the ground as soon as he got up. Barry dragged his leg, which was now a bloody mess, and gritted his teeth. They had just seen a glimmer of hope, but now they had to watch it be extinguished. Someone save her, a little girl hiding in the ruins. Her hands clasped towards, their tears streaming down her face. Someone from a corner of the square whispered a name. Homelander's. The voice was very soft, but soon a second person joined in the call. Homelander. Then the third, the fourth, of the hundreds, the 10,000s. Whether in Metropolis or in Paris, Moscow, or in every corner of the earths. Whether they are ordinary people standing or fallen heroes. A billion people regardless of nationality or race. Their heartbeats seemed to be connected. Everyone, without prior arrangements, was frantically calling out that name in their hearts and on their lips. Homelanders, Homelanders, Homelanders. Homelander. Darkseid gave a cold laugh. "This is the savior you've been calling for. A coward who runs away with his tail between his legs in the face of true power." His fingers tightened slightly, and Harley's neck cracked dangerously. "He abandoned you when you needed him most. You know nothings, you moldy granites," Harley said sarcastically, completely disregarding her own pain. "He's gone to pick out a coffin for you when he comes back. He'll twist your ugly head off and shove it up your anus." Darkseid wasn't angry. He simply stared at the woman before him. He had to admit that the power this woman had just displayed had indeed exceeded his expectations. Even he felt a sense of threat from that power that distorted reality. "I have never shown mercy to anyone twice, woman. You are the first," Darkseid said. "Submit to me and your previous promises remain valid." "Sounds good, but you look so pathetic. If you wore a pink miniskirt and danced ballet in front of me, I might consider it." Darkseid listened quietly to Harley's taunts. He controls the anti-life equation, which allows him to easily see through the fears in the hearts of any living being and use the formula to destroy their will, turning them into absolutely obedient slaves. At this moment, the anti-life equation had been silently injected into Harley's brain through his palm. But soon Darkseid frowned. There was no fear. There is no despair deep within the mind of this dying. Madwoman Darkseid saw a wall constructed of blind worship. Extreme fanaticism and a morbid love and hope. She firmly believed that the man named Homelander was invincible. And she firmly believed that he would come back and marry her. This intense emotion directly blocked the operational logic of the anti-life equation. The last glimmer of appreciation in Darkseid's eyes vanished completely. Since I cannot be conquered, then let me turn to dust. Just as he was about to exert his strength, his movements suddenly stopped. Buzz, buzz, buzz. His keen senses detected that the gravitational constant of the surrounding space was undergoing a violent distortion. Darkseid recognized this fluctuation all too well. It was an energy reaction from the sonic boom channel. But the entire Apocalypse fleet has already arrived. So how could a new sonic boom channel open on Earth at this point? Who is forcibly tearing space apart? Harley's bloodshot eyes shone with an astonishing light. She strained to look behind Darkseid. Her smile widening to its limit, cough cough, aha. Ugly freak. Harley forced a mocking laugh from deep in her throat. You're finished, my husband's back. Darkseid turned around upon hearing this and looked up at the sky. Not only him but Batman, Cyborg, the Flash, Mira, and all the other heroes, as well as all the rebel soldiers in the square, held their breath and looked in the same direction. The director in charge of the wedding livestream also remotely adjusted the angle of the camera lenses that had not yet been damaged in the battle. Above the Metropolitan Plaza, a circular sonic tunnel with a diameter of over 100 meters suddenly opened up. As the former owner of the Mother Box, he had an absolute perception of its energy fluctuations. When Darkseid saw the scene at the other end of the passage, his eyes flashed red. At the other end of the passage was the iconic dark red sky. A huge fire pit spewing lava and towering. Sharp black buildings. That's Apocalypse, his base of operations. Above that scorched earth, a man dressed in a red and blue tight-fitting uniform, with the stars and stripes draped over his back, floated silently in midair. With his back to the apocalyptic landscape of Apocalypse, he carried a gigantic monster in one hand. The monster was being held by the head by Azu, its limbs hanging limply in the air, its hairy face filled with terror. It was Kalibak, the young mastermind of Apocalypse. At this moment, Kalibak had lost all trace of his former commanding presence. His face was covered in blood and his limbs hung limply, as if they had been twisted off. Darkseid recognized his son at a glance. In that instant, he connected all the clues. Now I finally understand why I sensed the unusual fluctuations of Apocalypse on the flagship. He initially thought it was just some reckless rebels causing trouble, and that the remaining Kalibak was enough to suppress everything. But to everyone's surprise, the guy who killed the Kryptonians on Earth, the Homelander he called a coward, didn't hide at all. Instead, he used the coordinates of the Mother Box to storm into his homeland. At this very moment, Darkseid was on the battlefield on Earth, with Harley Quinn in his hand, Homelander, under the sky of Apocalypse, scurrying a Kalibak. The two were separated by a massive sonic boom, spanning countless light years. They stand facing each other from afar. One for one, Darkseid. Azu used magical amplification to transmit his voice through the sonic boom channel. You put my people down, I'll give your son back to you. A fair deal, isn't it? He waved the half-dead Kalibak in his hand forward. Darkseid's gaze was fixed on Azu at the other end of the passage, his facial muscles twitching slightly with anger. But he quickly suppressed his emotions. As the ruler of Apocalypse, he never accepts any form of threat. The heroes of the Justice League and the people on Earth stared in disbelief at this scene. Is this what the Homelanders meant by going to destroy Darkseid's lair? He actually did it and even took Darkseid's son hostage. Everyone watched Darkseid with bated breath, hoping that Harley would be saved. A trade. Darkseid spoke. You know nothing of the laws of Apocalypse, Earthling. In my world, losers have no value. Darkseid not only didn't put Harley down, but instead lifted her even higher. A piece of trash, unworthy to be used as a bargaining chip. He doesn't deserve it. If you think you can trade him for this woman's life, you've miscalculated. He was trying to gain the upper hand in the negotiations this way, knowing that this earthling valued the woman in his hands extremely much. By exploiting this weakness, they can make even more demands. Oh, Azu nodded. You're worthless, aren't you? You're not even good enough to be used as a bargaining chip. Are you at the other end of the passage? Kalibak heard Darkseid's voice. He struggled to open his swollen eyes, his lips moving as if he wanted to say something. But the next second, smacked. Azu suddenly tightened his grip on Kalibak's neck. Kalibak's enormous head, like a ripe watermelon, exploded in Azu's hand, brain matter, blood and bone fragments mingled together, dripping onto the scorched earth of Apocalypse. Fortunately, Azu activated the head biofield in advance, preventing these filthy things from landing on his face. The tall headless corpse-having lost its last support, plummeted straight down into the fiery pit of Apocalypse below. Darkseid's eyes widened, the crimson light in them like a volcano about to erupt. He miscalculated. He thought he had seen through this earthling's weakness. But to his surprise, this man was so decisive and brutal. Right in front of him, he killed his eldest son without hesitation. Even if Kalibak is a useless piece of trash, he is still of Darkseid blood and the commander of Apocalypse. Everyone else was also stunned by Azu's sudden decisiveness and ruthlessness. That's Darkseid's own son, the commander of Apocalypse. He just crushed his head like he was squashing a bug. Not even a room for negotiation. You will pay 1,000-fold price for everything you've done. Darkseid roared in fury, his eyes flashing with murderous intent as he looked at Harley in his hands. He wanted to crush every bone in this woman's body right in front of this man. To make him feel real pain, wait a moment. Azu patted the blood off his hands, his tone still relaxed. Don't be so quick to anger, Darkseid. I just said I'm a man of fair trade. Since your son isn't qualified, I have something more worthwhile to trade. Darkseid stared at him coldly, his hands momentarily halting their movements. Azu smiled slightly. He didn't say anything more, but instead raised his right hand and snapped his fingers crisply in the air. Snap. The next second on Apocalypse, at the other end of the passage, a dramatic change occurred. The gaping maw of ego suddenly slammed shut. It bit down hard on the absolute core of Apocalypse. The Dark Fortress, boom, the Dark Fortress, forged from black steel and omega ore and touted as indestructible, trembled violently under ego's relentless gnawing. The ear-piercing sound of metal snapping echoed through the sky, and several shockingly large cracks appeared in the fortress walls. Well, on Earth, Darkseid's body suddenly swayed. Darkseid's expression truly changed at that moment. All the anger, contempt, and arrogance I felt before vanished in that instant. What did you do? Darkseid questioned him sharply, his voice carrying a hint of impatience that he himself was unaware of. Want to know what I did? A provocative smile crept across Azu's lips. Then put that woman down. Step over this door and come before me. He held up his finger and pointed at Darkseid. Right here in your own backyard, let's have a man's duel. Darkseid stared intently at Azu, his mind racing. The Dark Fortress was damaged. It's unclear what method this man used, but he certainly had the means to harm it. We must go back and stop it no matter what. The safety of Apocalypse is paramount, however. This foolish earthling actually dared to choose to fight him on Apocalypse. There, Darkseid is omniscient and omnipotent. With the blessing of his home planet, no creature can defeat him there. Moreover, this man is Earth's last hope. Once he is killed, Earth's will to resist will crumble, and the anti-life equation can engulf the planet without hindrance, including this madwoman in his hands who has caused him so much suffering. This was a battle he could not refuse, and one he would never lose. All of the above weighing of pros and cons happens in a single instant. As you wish. Darkseid released his grip. Harley fell heavily to the ground and lost consciousness. Batman immediately rushed forward and shielded her behind him. Darkseid didn't glance at them again and flew straight towards the massive sonic boom tunnel. You will pay for your folly today, Earthling. I will nail you to the fiery pit of apocalypse. So you will spend eternity in wailing. As Darkseid crossed the spatial boundary, the sonic boom tunnel above Metropolis closed rapidly in a twist and dissipated into the night sky. With Darkseid's departure, the battle on Earth has come to an end. The Amazon warriors lowered their blood-stained shields and helped each other. Panting, the rebel soldiers put down their scorching rifles and slumped down on the street littered with spent shell casings. The metropolis returned to silence as night wind blowing, stirring up wisps of smoke. But the huge weight on everyone's hearts has never been lifted. No one cheered, no one celebrated. Because they knew that the real final battle, the ultimate showdown that would determine the fate and future of all humanity, had already begun in another starry sky countless light years away. If Homelander loses, Darkseid will still come back. Earth will still become hell. Bruce knelt down and examined Harley's injuries. He checked her carotid artery and, after confirming that Harley's heartbeat was still strong, finally breathed a sigh of relief. She's still alive. Bruce said to Cyborg, who had rushed over. Cyborg nodded and cooperated with Bruce to quickly treat Harley's wounds. He really did bring Darkseid back. But that's Apocalypse. Barry looked worried. He had a broken leg and an arms, but the Speed Force had accelerated his healing, and he could now barely stand. Playing on Darkseid's home turf. Can Homelanders really win? He was a true warrior. Whatever the outcome, he did his best for the Earth. General Phillips's words were also somber and not optimistic. It's not just the heroes in the square. Nearly 1 billion survivors worldwide are sitting in front of their screens. Silent, they saw everything that had just happened clearly through the broadcast. Homelander is now alone on a hellish planet, facing a cosmic tyrant that they have tried everything to defeat but still cannot. A sense of tragic grandeur spread through the hearts of all humankind. The hope that had just been ignited in people's hearts began to falter once again in the face of this unknown outcome. But then a voice broke the silence. Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Harley Quinn woke up. Harley, are you okay? You won't die, Batboy. Harley pushed away Bruce's hand that was supporting her and stood up unsteadily. Her pure white wedding dress had turned grayish-brown. The hem was torn, and the gorgeous lace was stained with mud and blood. He looked extremely disheveled, but when she turned around, an undeniable and powerful aura emanated from this seemingly insane woman. Bruce stared at her retreating figure stunned, as if he were seeing her for the first time. Harley walked somewhat unsteadily to a camera and used the reflection from the lens to fix her hair. Senj took the microphone off her head, held it in her hand, and cleared her throat. A sound test. Can everyone hear me? Harley's voice still carried that characteristic exaggerated tone, but now it possessed a power that penetrated the heart. Hey, cowards of Earth, what are you doing? Harley pointed at the camera and shouted. I saw you trembling behind the screen. I could even smell the stench of your own P***s. Take your tears back. Harley straightened her back and looked around at all the eyes that were looking at her. I know what you're afraid of. Afraid that moldy stone monster will fall from the sky again. But haven't you forgotten something? Have you forgotten who beat Superman to a pulp? I've forgotten who wiped out the monsters from the entire globe in just a few hours and liberated the Earth. Harley suddenly raised her voice, radiating unwavering certainty and pride. They are from the motherland. He's my man's. You think he'll lose? Don't be ridiculous. He will never lose. Not in the past, not now, and not in the future. Harley, holding up her tattered skirt with one hand, walked back and forth across the ruins, her voice growing louder and more infectious. So don't sit here looking dejected. It's an insult to him. Lift your heads high, stand tall with your chests out. We have just won a war that seemed impossible to win. So what we need to do is not pray, not fear. Then we'll begin rebuilding the city, clearing the rubble, and cleaning the streets, get the best champagne ready, and turn the music upside down. When he won that battle and returned to Earth carrying Darkseid's head, I want him to see that we deserve his protection. Now everyone get moving for humanity. For our motherland with Harley's final scream. In the Metropolitan Plaza, the Amazon warriors were the first to strike their shields with their longswords, creating a deafening response for humanity. For our motherland, Bruce Wayne stared at the impassioned woman before him, a look of utter shock flashing in his eyes. He always thought Harley was an uncontrollable psychopath. But at this moment, he actually sensed a trace of true leadership qualities in this crazy woman. Not just Bruce. Survivors around the world were all moved by Harley before them. The gloom in my heart was dispelled by this burning passion. She's right. A soldier hiding in a bunker suddenly stood up and grabbed a shovel. We can't just sit and wait, let's go out and get to work. Prepare to welcome the heroes home at this moment. Miraculous slide up down. Everyone accepted the identity of this madwoman. Harley Quinn, the First Lady of the Earth-Human Federation. Yes, First Lady, Bruce Wayne said in a low voice. Apocalypse. Darkseid's tall and imposing figure stepped out of the void, and the passage closed behind him. His cold gaze swept around. But there was no ambush as he had expected. Only that earthling draped in the stars and stripes hovered alone in the air 100 meters away from him. HMPH arrogant crawler. Darkseid did not rush to launch an attack. He has absolute confidence on his home turf. This is his territory, and every inch of this space is filled with his will. He closed his eyes slightly and opened his arms. He prepared to summon the boundless dark divine power of his home planet, Apocalypse, to empower himself and crush this arrogant earthling before him into dust in one fell swoop. Darkseid let out a majestic low growl, his muscles bulging. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds passed. Darkseid remained with his arms outstretched and his eyes tightly closed. The wind swept across the plain, stirring up a few tattered demonic wings. Nothing happened. There was no energy infusion, no divine resonance. His home planet gave him absolutely nothing in return. The scene became extremely awkward. Darkseid opened his eyes, a look of confusion on his face. What's going on? Undeterred, he exerted his strength once more, his eyes flashing red light wildly as he focused his mind once more on communicating with his home planet. In the name of Darkseid, answer my call. There was still no silence. Darkseid looked down at the ground beneath his feet in confusion. The power within him remained, but he could not sense any response from the planet beneath his feet. Well, I've done it. Azu couldn't help but laugh when he saw Darkseid's constipated expression. Ha 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 ha, his shoulders were shaking uncontrollably, and his laughter grew louder and louder. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, I just couldn't help it. Have you been away from home for too long and forgotten your password? Or did your incantation just now have an accent, and this planet's voice control system couldn't recognize it? Darkseid's face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. He glared at Azu and shouted angrily. What exactly did you do to Apocalypse, me? I didn't do anything. Azu spread his hands, looking completely innocent. Is there any possibility? He deliberately dragged out the sound. Your home planet no longer loves you, nonsense. Darkseid roared in fury. Whether it's nonsense or not, we'll find out by trying it. Azu straightened his expression and imitated Darkseid's actions. With arms outstretched to the sides, a deep tenor voice boomed from his chest, give me strength. I am a father of the nation. The moment the words left his mouth, boom, boom, boom. Boom! The entire planet Apocalypse seemed to hear a supreme command, and emitted a violent roar that shook the entire galaxy. The earth beneath Darkseid's feet cracked violently. Countless dark red omega energies, mixed with a trace of azure divine power, surged wildly from the abyss beneath the ground, intertwined and entwined in the air, eventually converging on Azu's body like rivers flowing into the sea. Azu's cloak fluttered wildly as the energy surged through him. His eyes filled with dark red omega energy, and a destructive force field distorting space surrounded him. The assimilation process of ego is more than halfway complete, and the will of this planet now belongs to Zu. Impossible. Darkseid watched this scene in utter horror. His worldview suffered a devastating blow at that moment. That is his power, his home planet, and the foundation upon which he rules the universe. How could one possibly abandon their divine self for the sake of an outsider? Go to hell, Darkseid could not accept this reality. He roared and focused all his Omega power into his eyes. Sizzle! Two thick beams of Omega rays shot out from his eyes. With a murderous intent, he charged straight at Azu's face. Faced with this iconic finishing move, Azu did not dodge. He put on a cold smile, and a piercing red light flashed in his eyes as well. Sizzle! Two Omega rays burst forth from Azu's eyes. These two rays also made irregular turns in the air. And finally the four Omega rays collided violently in midair. These two forces, sharing the same origin and representing one of the ultimate forces in the universe, cancel each other out upon contact and slowly dissipate. Darkseid was stunned. He watched as the Omega rays he had released were completely neutralized, and felt the familiar energy fluctuations lingering in the air. That's not imitation, that's not copying. That's the true power of Omega. This Earthling really stole his power. Darkseid was now certain that what he was witnessing was not an illusion. His homeworld had truly changed hands. It seems your home planet has truly switched sides with me. She abandoned you. Azu put away the beam and said with a sympathetic expression. However, I've always been a kind person. After all, that's where you were born and raised. Azu pointed to the ground beneath his feet. How about I give you some time to communicate with your home planet? Maybe it will remember you again. Azu pointed to Darkseid's feet. Look, it's even opened its eyes and is looking right at you. Darkseid stiffly lowered his head. Following the direction Azu was pointing, Darkseid froze. An unprecedented chill like a bone-deep infection shot up his spine and up to the back of his head. He slowly, stiffly turned around. Just below him on that flat black plane, the earth cracked open again, two eerie blue eyes, hundreds of kilometers in diameter, had taken full shape sometime during the night. They stared at Darkseid with boundless greed and malice. Darkseid stood high in the sky, looking down at his home planet, which had been with him for countless years. A chill ran down his spine and straight to his head. The new gods who feed on fear and darkness did not know how to write the word fear from the moment they were born. Even when he was severely injured by the combined forces of the ancient gods of Earth in ancient times, and his chest was cleaved open by Ares, the god of war, he felt only anger and shame. But now he watched as the planet he had ruled since birth came to life and looked at him with the eyes of someone who sees food. The seed of fear had been quietly planted in Darkseid's heart the moment it was shattered. He himself didn't even realize it at this moment. He was no longer a god who stood above all living beings. Instead, he slowly degenerated into a person with great power. When faced with incomprehensible fears, the instinctive reaction is to seek security. Darkseid's gaze shifted to the distant dark fortress. When his gaze passed over Azu and fell upon the massive fortress of black steel, still towering high in the distance, Darkseid's tense nerves relaxed slightly. Thankfully, the fortress is still standing. As long as the dark fortress hasn't completely collapsed, its foundation remains. As long as we kill this Earthling and retrieve the mother box. Darkseid's mind raced as he calculated. The initial fear in his eyes gradually replaced by ruthlessness. Even if Apocalypse is destroyed, so what? I could totally build a third Apocalypse. Earth seems pretty good enough, but the next moment, in his long divine lifeth most terrifying absurd and devastating thing happened. Beneath the terrifying eyes on the surface of Apocalypse, accompanied by deafening sounds of tectonic plates tearing apart, a bottomless canyon opened up like a gigantic maw, hee-hees. A deep, muffled roar echoed from the depths of the earth. A massive tongue, composed of a mixture of dark blue energy and rock layers, shot out like lightning from the depths of the earth. This tongue was as agile as a giant cosmic serpent, and it coiled tightly around the entire dark fortress. Crack-bang, the giant tongue suddenly retracted, and the sound of it snapping echoed through the sky. That dark fortress, symbolizing the highest power on Apocalypse, was forcibly uprooted from its foundation. Then, the giant tunkling around the fortress retracted directly into that terrifying abyssal maw. The large mouth closed, kai. Between heaven and earth came the rhythmic sound of chewing. Darkseid stood there stunned. His outstretched hand froze in midair. His mouth slightly open. The mother planet devoured his home. It's also crunchy and delicious. Azu looked at the stunned Darkseid, flew over, stopped beside Darkseid, and patted the tyrant's stiff shoulder. "Don't be sad, buddy," Azu comforted him kindly. "At least you're enjoying your food on your home planet." "Aren't you?" Darkseid did not reply, as if petrified. The veins that once flowed like lava beneath his gray skin had now become much dimmer. That is the physical manifestation of the divine anchor being severed. The Dark Fortress is not merely a few solid stones and steel. It is the central hub that governs the multiverse. For thousands of years, he has conquered thousands of star systems, imprinting the mark of Apocalypse deep into the souls of countless beings. The fear, despair, and wails on those planets converged into invisible rivers of energy, traversing the dimensions of the universe, ultimately flowing into the anchor point of the Dark Fortress, nourishing his supreme dark divinity. Now that river has dried up in Darkseid's mind. The star map coordinate network composed of countless conquered planets, like a server that had lost power, plunged into darkness in large sections. He could no longer hear the cries of the slaves toiling in the fiery pits, nor could he feel that overwhelming sense of power that made him feel inexhaustible. Millennia of hard work ruined in a single day. Even if he were to turn back immediately and start conquering again, having lost all his coordinates and resources, it would take countless epochs to restore his current glory. "Are you?" Darkseid slowly turned his head and looked at Azu beside him. His facial muscles contorted violently, and the veins in his thick neck throbbed. "You ruined everything I had." A deafening roar erupted from this enormous body. Darkseid lunged forward, his fist crackling with boundless rage, aimed at Azu's head. Azu didn't even open her eyes to look at him at this moment. He stood on Apocalypse, a planet that had been largely assimilated by ego, and a vast amount of planetary energy was continuously flowing into his body. He didn't need to activate Injustice mode or use system boosts, relying solely on his basic attributes. His power had already reached an outrageously terrifying level. Faced with Darkseid's fist, which was as big as a casserole dish, Azu simply raised his right hand and spread his 5 fingers. Thud, a dull impact sound. Darkseid's fist stopped firmly in Azu's palm, unable to advance even a millimeter further. A powerful shockwave exploded at the point where their palms met, scraping away a thick layer of the black rocky ground below. "Put some effort into it." Azu scoffed, "So limp haven't you eaten?" Darkseid's eyes widened, and a rich concentration of Omega energy gathered in his eye sockets. Azu did not back down, his eyes also shining with a crimson light. Screech. The thermal vision and the Omega rays collided violently at extremely close range. The blinding light completely engulfed the two figures, and the high temperature sucked away the surrounding air, creating a vacuum. But the stalemate lasted less than a second. The heat vision in Azu's eyes not only possessed terrifying temperatures, but also had the energy of the entire planet Apocalypse as its backing. The red beam of light with overwhelming force pushed back against the Omega rays and slammed into Darkseid's face. Darkseid let out a scream as he was blasted backward by the immense force. Azu gave him no chance to catch his breath. He flashed and appeared below Darkseid, his right fist slightly bent, and his rising dragon punch slammed heavily into Darkseid's abdomen. Thump! Darkseid coughed up, blood curled up like a shrimp, and his body involuntarily lunged upwards. Without pausing, Azu reappeared above Darkseid, clenched his fists, raised them high, and slammed them down hard on Darkseid's back. Bang! Darkseid crashed straight to the ground like a gray meteorite. The hard black, steel-like rock layer was smashed into a huge crater hundreds of meters in diameter. and spiderweb-like cracks spread wildly in all directions. Before the dust had settled, Azu brought his legs together and, like a hypersonic missile, stomped straight at Darkseid's waist. Boom. The pit collapsed downwards again, extending another 100 meters. Aura, 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 aura. Azu's fists rained down on Darkseid, each blow accompanied by a deafening airburst. Darkseid's skin began to crack inch by inch under Azu's ferocious attacks, seeping out dark red divine blood. Aren't you the strongest new god? Aren't you the nightmare of the universe? As he threw punches, Azu relentlessly trampled on the other person's dignity with his words. Show me your true abilities, Darkseid. Your skills aren't even enough to warm me up. The final powerful tiger-like shot struck Darkseid squarely in the chin. With a crisp cracking sound, Darkseid tumbled through the air hundreds of times before crashing heavily onto the scorched earth a kilometer away from Azu. At this point, the cosmic tyrant was in dire straits. Not only was his face completely disfigured, but his body, covered in blood, was also covered in cracked wounds. He lay on his back, eyes slightly closed, his chest rising and falling almost imperceptibly, as if he had lost all consciousness and the ability to resist. Azu slowly descended from midair, looking down at Darkseid, who was slumped on the ground, and muttered to himself, "Is this the tyrant of the universe?" Azu silently shook his head. He originally thought that this final battle, which would determine the fate of the universe, would be a fierce and bloody struggle that would shatter galaxies and extinguish the sun and moon. He was even prepared to be driven to the brink, then unleash all his trump cards and complete a stunning, movie-like reversal in an extremely tragic atmosphere. And the result, aside from shouting loudly at the beginning, he completely faltered afterwards. A single basic attack was enough to take down this so-called new god. Azu pursed his lips, slightly disappointed. Is this what they mean by the best warrior achieves no great feats? Is it because I was too well prepared? It's not entertaining at all. Azu shook his head and shouted loudly at the empty battlefield around him. Stop, stop, stop. Igor, stop filming, turn off the camera. That footage is useless now, I deleted it all. It lacks any sense of pressure if people saw it. It would only make my fans think this battle was won too easily. As Azu finished speaking, on the surrounding battlefield, a dozen or so black stone pillars that looked like those unique to Apocalypse suddenly twisted. The rock's disguise faded, revealing a deep blue glow. Those were more than a dozen enormous tentacles that had emerged from the ground from Ego. At the tip of each tentacle was a camera with a flashing red light. These devices were all handcrafted from parts that Igor salvaged from the Dark Fortress. After giving his instructions, Azu looked back at Darkseid, who was lying on the ground. Since the movie footage wasn't made, we can only squeeze the last remaining value out of this body. Igor. Azu stood next to Darkseid's head and lifted his chin with his toes. Look at this guy, he might not be the brightest, but his body is incredibly strong. Could you refine him like you refined that Kryptonian? Ego's tentacles extended and pierced Darkseid's body, seemingly scanning and assessing Darkseid's physique. Theoretically feasible, master. Igor retracted his tentacleshi's voice echoing in the air, and he began to analyze the situation rationally. This body possesses an extremely powerful energy level. It's a perfect war machine. However, I must remind you of one thing, explain. His power, the vast majority of it, originates from the dark divinity anchored to this universe. Ego explained, if he were taken away from this universe, he would lose most of the divine power unique to this universe. In other words, once he leaves this place, he'll just be an extremely powerful alien beast. After listening to Igor's analysis, Azu remained silent for a moment, losing divine power. That's like a venomous snake with its fangs pulled, bud. Azu made his decision quickly and smiled indifferently. Assimilate him first, Igor, I have my uses. After saying, Thaith grabbed Darkseid by the back of the neck, lifted him up and prepared to throw him to Ego's tentacles. At that moment, Darkseid, who should have been in a deep coma and completely unconscious, suddenly opened his tightly closed eyes. That wasn't an awakening after losing consciousness, but rather the work of a deadly viper that had been patiently waiting for the moment its prey was most vulnerable. "You're too arrogant, Earthlings." He didn't throw a punch, nor did he fire Omega rays. He simply swung his scarred right hand backward, a net, resembling a ribbon of lightning energy, instantly enveloped Azu from head to toe. This time Azu has truly fallen for their trick. Uga, aside from the first short scream, she was in so much pain that she couldn't even make a sound. He fell straight backward and crashed onto the black rocks. The extreme pain caused his entire body to convulse. This is Apocalypse's most insidious invention, the pain matrix. It does not cause any physical damage and does not disrupt cell structure. Its sole function is to bypass all biological defense mechanisms and act solely on the organism's central nervous system. That's what makes it so terrifying. Azu's body is indestructible, but he still has pain receptors. As long as he still possesses the physiological structure to perceive pain, his defenses will be completely compromised. This pain is equivalent to the most intense pain a person has ever experienced in their life. Magnified 1,000 times, ha 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 ha. Darkseid staggered to his feet. He looked at Azu, who was convulsing in pain on the ground, and let out a triumphant laugh. "You think you've won? Stupid crawler, in my years of ruling the universe, I have seen far too many arrogant beings like you. You are always blindly superstitious about your own power." Realizing that Azu was suffering unimaginable torment, Igor deep underground was enraged. Boom, boom. With Ego's roar, the earth shattered violently, and hundreds upon hundreds of thick, dark blue tentacles of divine power burst forth from the ground. They swarmed towards Darkseid like a raging python, overwhelming him and causing him to be strangled. "Go back to the mud, you parasites." Darkseid snorted coldly. Even though he was seriously injured, he still had the strength to fight. His eyes were wide open, and the Omega rays were frantically ricocheting back in the air. Wherever the ray passed, Ego's energy tentacles were shattered one by one, turning into countless blue specks of light that dissipated. But Ego now controls the entire planet Apocalypse, and his divine power is virtually inexhaustible. If one is broken, two more will immediately grow from the ground. However, Igor was unable to defeat him in the short term, and the battle reached a stalemate. Damn it. How can this monster be so resilient? Seeing Azu rolling on the ground, Igor was extremely anxious. He knew that Azu's physical body was incredibly strong, but mental torture was another matter entirely. If this soul-piercing pain continues for too long, Azu's will may be shattered, turning him into a terrifying but irrational madman. Pain transmission must be interrupted. Igor acted decisively. He diverted some of his energy to extend several soft blue energy threads. "I apologize, Master, please bear with me." The energy threads carefully traveled along Azu's spine, entering through his pores and attaching themselves to his central nervous system. This is an extremely delicate operation. If the force is too great, it may damage Azu's nerves. If the force is too small, it will be unable to withstand the impact of the pain matrix. With Igor's intervention, the excruciating pain that had penetrated to the bone finally eased slightly. Meanwhile, Azu's passive skill Tranquility continues to take effect. Under the combined effect of the two factors, Azu's rolled-back eyes finally regained a sliver of clarity. Shame and unprecedented disgrace. He, a man from the same country, was actually betrayed by such despicable means, and rolled on the ground like a dead dog. "It seems my power has grown too quickly. I feel like a nouveau rich, and my mindset has become arrogant." Azu gritted his teeth, forced himself to concentrate, and painstakingly opened the magic pocket, pulling out the Master Ball. The moment the Master Ball appeared in his hand, a burst of white light flashed. There was absolutely no need for Azu to give any instructions. A red and blue afterimage shot out like a cannonball. By the time Darkseid sensed the terrifying kinetic energy approaching from the side, It was too late to dodge KOG's powerful, unrestrained punch landed squarely on Darkseid's face. Bang, the force of the punch was astonishing. Darkseid was knocked off the ground, and his body was blasted hundreds of meters, smashing through more than a dozen black mountain peaks along the way, before finally being deeply embedded in the rock wall. As Darkseid was knocked away, the pain matrix he maintained on Azu was also interrupted. The matrix energy network flickered briefly and then vanished. Huff huff huff, freed from his restraints, Azu collapsed to the ground like a fish starving for air, greedily gulping in the air. The extreme pain he experienced left him with lingering fear. Damn it, you old sly fox, you have no sportsmanship. Azu cursed weakly, I was too careless. His muscles were still trembling slightly and involuntarily. For a short time he truly didn't want to move at all. In the distance, Darkseid pushed aside the boulder pressing down on him and stepped out from the rock face. He wiped the dust off his face and looked up ahead. When he saw the figure that had sent him flying with a single punch, a look of shock flashed in his eyes, child of Krypton. But he quickly realized something was wrong. Although they had the same face and the same body, the strange divine power emanating from his body was exactly the same as the tentacles that attacked him. You are not him, Darkseid stared at KOG. You have taken over his body. He quickly realized what was happening and turned to look at Azu, who was lying in the distant serpenting. Is this your method? Obliterating consciousness and controlling the body. Darkseid recalled how he had almost been captured by this Earthling. If the Earthling hadn't released the pain matrix in time, he would probably be in the same situation as the Kryptonian, a puppet at the mercy of others. The thought of this ignited an uncontrollable rage within the cosmic tyrant. Unforgivable. How dare you attempt to control the great Darkseid through such despicable means? Having regained his senses, Azu managed to sit up. Hearing Darkseid's righteous and stern rebuke, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha 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 ha. Hey. You old B******, did I just hit you and messed up your brain? What kind of moral guardian are you pretending to be here? When you manipulated the Kryptonians with the anti-life equation, when you transformed those innocent people into mindless parademons, weren't you despicable? What? Now that you've discovered you might become a puppet yourself, all you do is get angry. I've seen plenty of hypocrites, but I've never seen one as shameless as you. A truly universal level of hypocrisy. Darkseid's face darkened further after being mercilessly exposed. He didn't refute further because for him, victory was the only truth. Azu ignored Darkseid and waved to Supergo ahead. KOG, the rest is up to you. I need to rest and get some relief from this damn nerve pain. Remember, leave him with a complete corpse. I still have a use for this body of his. KOG tilted his head slightly and accepted the order, your will. Master, he then turned and faced Darkseid directly. At the same time, those menacing, eerie blue tentacles quickly retracted into the ground. Because ego deep within the Earth's core began to concentrate and transfer his divine power without reservation into this Kryptonian avatar. As energy converged wildly, boom. A blue energy burst forth from KOG's body, shooting straight into the sky. The violent air currents swept all the debris from the ground into the air. As the blue flames gradually subsided, a brand new Supergo appeared before Darkseid. His hair stood on end with the surge of divine power, turning a dazzling ice blue color. He was surrounded by tiny arcs of blue divine power. This is the pinnacle of power, combining Kryptonian potential with divine strength. Godlike form, a bluffs. Darkseid felt the immense pressure emanating from the aura. But his pride as a god forbade him to back down. Zzzzz. Darkseid launched the first attack, his eyes once again unleashing Omega rays that were aimed directly at Supergo. However, KOG, after transforming, had no intention of dodging. KOG also unleashed a divine gaze infused with the Omega effect, charging straight towards Darkseid amidst the red beam of light. A pure hand-to-hand combat broke out. Every punch landed squarely. Each strike carried the power to shatter mountains and split rocks. Darkseid was forced to retreat repeatedly. His years of fighting skills were utterly useless against this monster, who combined divine wisdom with Kryptonian physique. He could only raise his arms to try and hold on, and was forced to retreat step by step. Faced with the overwhelming pressure from Super Go and the death threat posed by Azu, who could recover at any moment, this cosmic tyrant experienced a strong stress response. In the face of life and deaths, it seemed as if an inexplicable force shattered the top of his head. Our understanding of the Omega effect has suddenly been elevated to a completely new level. Unlike anything we've ever experienced before, try this. Darkseid roared, his eyes fixed on the onrushing Supergo. KOG sensed the danger. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and activated the Omega Divine Power Shield to its maximum. However, the new Omega Power ignored the target's energy defenses, penetrating the shield directly and acting on Supergo's body. Under the invasion of this annihilating power, KOG's Kryptonian cells showed signs of decay, and his body was instantly plunged into an extremely vulnerable state. Darkseid seized on this fleeting opening. He pulled his arm back sharply, gathering all his strength, and punched KOG in the chest. Snap. The sound of the sternum breaking was clearly audible. KOG's chest caved in noticeably, and he flew through the air in a long arc before crashing into a black mountain. Darkseid, having defeated a powerful enemy with a single punch and gained new power, felt invincible again. He didn't continue to entangle with the already injured KOG. He knew very well that the one he had crippled was nothing more than a powerful puppet. The real threat, the real culprit who brought him such humiliation, was the blonde man sitting on the ground. Darkseid turned around and fixed his gaze firmly on Azu in the distance. He wanted to kill the man before he fully recovered from the aftereffects of the pain matrix. It's over, Earthling's destiny is in my hands. He mustered all his strength and unleashed the ultimate Omega. Imbued with annihilation power at Azu, I am Darkseid. Faced with this sure-kill attack, Azu remained surprisingly calm. He had already silently stood up and was clutching the edge of the red cloak behind him. A flick of the wrist, a cloak spread out in front of him. This was the very item he had previously drawn from the system's superhero blind box and incorporated into the system uniform. Item name: Reflective Cloaks. Characteristic 1, Energy Refraction. It can identify and deflect full-spectrum energy attacks, as long as the attack comes into contact with the cloak surface. The energy will be totally reflected. Additional effect: the rebounded attack will retain all of its original attributes and power, and its flight speed will increase by 50%. Feature 2, Adaptive Coding. Any attack successfully blocked by the cloak will be directionally tracked. The attack energy will be reflected back along its original trajectory. Rebound. Azu uttered 2 words softly: sizzle. The red annihilation ray struck the thin cloak squarely. Without the slightest delay, the ray returned precisely along its original trajectory at half the speed it had come from. What? Darkseid had no time to react. PFFT. The Omega annihilation ray he fired with all his might struck his own chest without reservation. Zaoliva. Darkseid let out the most agonizing wail of his life. Even the body of a god cannot withstand the annihilation power unleashed at full strength. He finally experienced firsthand just how terrifying this new power of his was. Annihilation energy raged wildly within him, corroding his divine structure on a conceptual level and disintegrating his physical defenses. At this moment, his body's defense mechanisms stopped, leaving him in an extremely vulnerable state. With his tenacious will to live, he managed to withstand the fatal blow. But the immense backlash caused his vision to go black, and his mind went blank for a brief moment. Huff, huff. When Darkseid finally recovered from the excruciating pain, he was still trying to figure out what had just happened. Suddenly, he felt an unusual chill in his chest. He lowered his head, his gaze refocusing. A hand wearing a red glove had somehow disappeared into his chest. Darkseid slowly raised his head. Azu was already standing in front of him without him noticing. Those blood-stained hands were slowly being pulled out of his chest. In his hand was a heart several times larger than a normal person's, still beating faintly. Blood dripped from that hand onto the scorched earth of Apocalypse. Darkseid stared blankly at the heart that belonged to him. Only then did he become aware of the rapid passage of life. Then he watched as Azu's 5 fingers slowly tightened. Smack, the heart was crushed to pieces in Azu's hands, and blood splattered everywhere between his fingers. Darkseid looked down at his empty chest again. His eyes filled with disbelief. His lips trembled slightly and he uttered a faint murmur. Another rebound. Why? He couldn't understand why his Omega rays were being deflected by seemingly insignificant objects several times in a row. But he will never get the answer. The red light in Darkseid's eyes flickered twice before finally going out completely. This new god who once made countless civilizations tremble finally collapsed with a bang due to his sinful nature. They fell into the land he once ruled, but which has now abandoned him in the distance. A mountain of black rubble had become violently loosened. Bang! Several heavy clumps of black steel rock were violently thrown into the air and crashed into the lava pool in the distance. Kaod slowly rose from the ruins, his chest, which had been completely caved in by Darkseid's punch, gradually rose again, accompanied by muffled cracking sounds from his bones. Kog looked around, his gaze settling on Azu. He immediately flew forward and quietly landed behind Azu. Igor. Azu raised his hand and put Super Go into the Master Ball. Then spoke to the air, "I am here, my Supreme Master. Go." Azu pointed to the gray body on the ground. "Go and assimilate him as you wish." The earth beneath Darkseid silently cracked open. The pale blue energy tendrils began to seep inwards through Darkseid's 7 orifices, eventually forming a cocoon of light. Azu pulled a bottle of milk from his magic pocket, tilted his head back and took a big gulp. It dispelled some of the lingering mental fatigue from being tormented by the pain matrix. Time ticked by second on this peaceful planet. 2 hours have passed. The blue cocoon of light enveloping Darkseid finally began to fade. Darkseid's thick gray arm moved slightly, and supporting himself on the black rock, his tall body slowly straightened up. Although his wounds had not fully healed, they were visibly being repaired under Igor's divine power. He strode forward, came to Azu, and knelt down on one knee to pay his respects. Perfect. Azu looked the new body up and down, nodding in satisfaction. Superman's body is called Supergo, so your body. From now on, let's call it Dago. Azu casually bestowed a name upon him. Thank you for your grace, Master, Ego said through his new body. However, Master, I must report some bad news to you. Dago stood up, his expression grave. Explain. I haven't been able to completely assimilate this body. Dago stretched out his huge gray hand and pressed it against his chest. His life essence wasn't truly extinguished. He was merely in a deep state of suspended animation. Azu narrowed his eyes slightly. I personally crushed his heart, and you severed his divine anchor. And he's still not completely dead. An unknown force enveloped the core of his life. That force, I cannot penetrate it, nor can I destroy it. An unknown force, Azu frowned. So what will happen? So as time goes by, he will one day awaken again. Expel me from this body and regain control. Upon hearing the news, Azu did not show any negative emotions. He paced back and forth, his fingers lightly rubbing his chin. Deep in thought, a tyrant that can be resurrected. An unkillable new god, Azu muttered to himself. Then suddenly stopped and let out a soft chuckle. No problem, Azu snapped his fingers, I can handle it. Now I need your cooperation in doing something. Dago bowed slightly. Please give your orders, Master. Azu mingled with Dago's ear. His voice neither hurried nor slow. You, just like this. Like this, and then Dago listened and nodded, meticulously recording every word Azu said. A major city. The morning sun shone on this war-torn ruin. The atmosphere on the dilapidated streets was tense yet bustling. The Amazonian warriors silently cleaned up the battlefield. They neatly arranged the bodies of their comrades, covered their faces with shields, and softly chanted ancient requiems. Mareth, Sea Queen, commands the soldiers of Atlantis, using water currents to wash away the sticky blood from the streets. Like a diligent worker ant, Barry the Flash scurries through the ruins, digging out the buried rebel soldiers one by one and transporting them to the makeshift medical station. He moved much slower than usual, and with each pause he would clutch his chest and gasp for breath. His exhaustion made him sway unsteadily. Everyone was busy except for Harley. She was intently scrubbing the dirt and bloodstains off the hem of her white wedding dress, humming the wedding march. This bloodstain is so hard to remove. Harley frowned, scraping hard at a stubborn stain. Mr. Candy won't be happy to see me dressed like this. She looked up and called out to Bruce Wayne, who was bandaging his wounds not far away. Hey, Bat. Do you have any stain remover in your all-purpose belt? The super strong kind. Bruce stopped what he was doing and looked up at the incomprehensible woman. Harley, now's not the time to worry about the dress. We don't even know if he'll ever come back. Shut your jinx. Harley immediately bristled. He'll be back. He promised me. He's a man of the homeland, he wouldn't lie to me. If you dare say that again, I'll smash your balls. As she spoke, she walked to the heart-shaped flower archway in the center of the square. The archway was half destroyed in the battle, and rose petals were scattered all over the ground. She crouched down and carefully picked up the broken flowers, trying to put them back in their original places. Buzz booms without any warning. The familiar gravitational distortion field descended upon the sky once again. Everyone stopped what they were doing at the same time. Everyone in the metropolis took to the streets and looked up at the sky. The passage is open. Barry's voice trembled as he uttered the question everyone cared about most. Who won? Mr. Candy is back. Harley dropped the rose in her hand, tilted her head up in surprise, and her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Aim your cameras at the sky. She yelled to the operators beside her. I need to make sure we get a shot of Mr. Candy's handsome face from every angle, to be or not to be. That is the question on everyone's mind. Viewers around the world gathered in front of their screens, waiting for the miracle to happen. However, what emerged from the sonic boom was not the red and blue figure draped in the stars and stripes. Instead, he was a tyrant who destroyed everything. Darkseid, but his current appearance was extremely tragic. His armor was tattered, and his gray skin was covered with terrifying, deep wounds that revealed the bones. There was a huge hole in the chest, and blood was flowing out continuously. He was like a wild beast driven to the brink of despair, stumbling and falling from the passageway, crashing heavily into the center of the Metropolitan Plaza. Boom, the ground cracked and dust flew everywhere. It's Darkseid, Barry exclaimed. How? How did he get injured like this? Bruce narrowed his eyes, not ordering his men to open fire immediately. Darkseid's tragic state was clearly caused by some form of absolute violence. Does this mean that the Homelanders won? Darkseid struggled to prop himself up from the rubble, panting heavily, each breath accompanied by a gush of blood. He slowly raised his head, his eyes no longer holding the contemptuous disdain of the past, but instead filled with a desperate madness. Homelanders, you destroyed Apocalypse. You destroyed everything I had. These words sent a shockwave through audiences worldwide. The people of our motherland did it. He truly uprooted that hell. Before the joy could even spread through people's hearts, Darkseid's next words were like a bucket of ice water, chilling everyone to the bones. But you can't save the world. I'll make you taste what it's like to lose everything. Darkseid's gaze swept over the crowd in Metropolis, and he roared, you think that damned Homelander has won? No. You will all die, the whole universe will hear your cries. He raised his right hand, palm up. A metallic Rubik's Cube emitting a dark red glow appeared out of thin air in his hand. Father Box, one of Apocalypse's ultimate artifacts. The opposite of the Mother Box. I will let suffering engulf every corner of this planet. Upon seeing this, Steelbone's expression changed drastically. Stop him. That's the Father Box, he roared, his arm transforming into a plasma cannon and firing wildly. Amazon warriors mirror a deathstroke, and everyone else launched their fiercest attack in that instant. Darkseid just gave a cold laugh, too late, buzz. The parent box unleashed a dark red lightning storm. This light wave had no physical destructive power, but it swept across the entire Earth in an instant at an unimaginable speed. At the same time, another deafening explosion echoed through the sky. It was Azu who emerged this time, his red and blue figure shooting out of the passage like a shooting star. Although his uniform was somewhat disheveled, he exuded an imposing aura, his eyes burning with fury. Darkseid, your opponent is me. Azu roared in midair, his voice shaking the heavens. Darkseid turned his head, looked at Azu who was chasing after him and smiled cruelly. You're too late, savior, Matrix start. As soon as the words were spoken, time seemed to stand still throughout the world. The next second, area. A series of piercing screams erupted simultaneously from every corner of the metropolis, from every bunker on Earth, and from the throats of 1 billion people. Azu had experienced its power on Apocalypse. To ensure the authenticity of this scene, Azu specifically instructed Igor to adjust the power to a precise critical point. The pain level is roughly maintained at around level 15. It is a kind of excruciating pain that can cause unbearable suffering, but not so severe that it would cause an ordinary person to instantly go into shock and die from nerve overload. However, for superhumans and warriors with higher levels of life, the Matrix will automatically adjust the frequency to give them matching pain. Batman clutched his head tightly with both hands, slamming his knees heavily onto the stone slab. Even someone as resolute as him had his teeth clenched so tightly that they were grinding together, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. The Flash was curled up in agony, unable to even control the speed force. Blue arcs of electricity danced wildly across his body, scorching the surrounding debris. The only one standing was Victor, as a cyborg life form. He forcibly severed his human nerve pain sensors the instant the pain wave struck, but at this moment could only stand there helplessly, watching his comrades rolling on the ground and howling. It hurts so much. Harley Quinn was also trembling violently from the pain, but when she struggled to lift her head, she saw the red and blue figure floating in the sky. His bloodshot eyes, however, burst forth with a feverish excitement. Mr. Milk, Mr. Milk Candy. Harley bit her lip until it bled, enduring the excruciating pain that felt like her soul was being torn apart. And with all her might she roared at the sky, back. I knew it, kill him, beat that ugly freak to a pulp. Dago looked at Azu who had chased after him, and burst into maniacal laughter. Listen to this beautiful sound, this is humanity's end. Azu hovered in the air, looking down at the wailing crowd and Harley struggling in pain. His eyes quickly filled with tears of anger and sorrow. No. Azu clenched his fists, his voice trembling slightly. You despicable B*******D, he pointed at Darkseid, perfectly demonstrating the extreme rage a hero should feel when witnessing the suffering of the innocent. Come at me, whatever your grudge, come at me. Let them go, coming for you, ha ha ha. Darkseid roared with laughter. I don't want to fight you now. I'll make you watch them die in agony right before your eyes. I'm going to kill you, Azu roared, his body breaking the sound barrier, and slammed a punch into Darkseid's chin, bang. Darkseid was sent flying through the air by the punch, crashing heavily dozens of meters away without pausing. Azu followed closely, straddling Darkseid's back, and rained down punches like raindrops. Stop. Turn that damn thing off. Azu roared as he beat the machine. But what's truly despairing is that every punch Azu landed on Darkseid only elicited even more agonizing screams from Metropolis and the entire world. The civilians lying on the ground convulsed even more violently, and some even began to bang their heads against the ground because they could not bear it. Ha ha ha, keep hitting. Even though Darkseid was beaten beyond recognition and blood kept gushing from his mouth, he continued to laugh maniacally. You think you're punishing me, you're wrong, Homelander. He grabbed Azu's fist and stared at him with a sinister look. The pain matrix is now bound to me. Every bit of pain you inflict on me will be transmitted to the brain of every human being on this planet. Your anger will only turn into their pains. As if to confirm Darkseid's words, the screams of humanity around the world suddenly rose a notch at that moment. RF, kill me, please kill me. A rebel soldier frantically slammed his head against the ground, attempting to end the torture with physical death. Azu's raised fist abruptly stopped. His body was trembling slightly, and his face was filled with struggle and self-blame. As for the parent box that can remove the pain matrix, Darkseid's smile widened. I just threw it into no man's sky, nobody can find it. Now, you can only watch helplessly as all of humanity dies in endless torment. Azu released Darkseid and staggered back 2 steps. It looked as if their psychological defenses had been broken down. Mr. Milk Candy. A faint voice came from not far away. Azu suddenly turned his head and saw Harley Quinn lying on the edge of the red carpet. She was curled up on the ground, her face deathly pale, her forehead covered in a fine layer of cold sweat, and her fingers digging deep into the soil. Seeing this, Azu rushed towards Harley like a madman. He knelt on the ground and pulled Harley, who was soaked in sweat, into a tight embrace. Harley. Look at me, Harley. Azu's voice trembled with undisguised panic. He reached out, trying to smooth her furrowed brow. It's okay, I'm here. Darkseid slowly rose from the ruins, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and gazed at the 2 figures from afar. It's no use, Homelander, accept your fate. Now you can only watch helplessly as everyone on this planet, and the woman you loved, is screaming in agony. Ha. This is what happens when you anger Darkseid. No. That can't be. Azu hugged Harley tightly, his eyes red and brimming with tears. There's a way. There must be a way. He looked up, frantically glancing around. There must be a way to stop this wretched thing, Victor. Bruce, tell me you must have a way, please. Bruce looked at the star-crossed lovers, but he was powerless to help. The pain in his heart even overshadowed the physical pain for a moment. Harley gasped for breath in Azu's arms, her life force seemingly draining away rapidly with the excruciating pain. She struggled to raise one hand and, with trembling hands, touched Azu's sorrowful face. Mr. Milk Candy. Harry managed a strained smile. Don't cry. Harley, don't talk, conserve your energy. You'll be all right. Azu held her hand tightly, whispering, I'll save you. I promise, listen to me, darling. Harley's breathing grew weaker and weaker. I've done too many awful things in my life, I thought. I would never know what love was. She gazed into Azu's eyes, her eyes filled with reluctance. But when I met you, I'm so happy. So this is what it feels like to be loved. Harley's fingers gently traced Azu's lips. That's enough, even if I die now. I'll still be the First Lady of the Federation, right? Don't talk nonsense, you won't die. Azu shouted, tears finally streaming down his face. Go. Go kill him. Harley's voice grew weaker and weaker. Never mind me, go and twist that ugly monster's head off. Consider it revenge for me. What a wonderful girl. What touching love. Having built up the atmosphere to this point, Azu felt the time was right. If this drags on, someone might really die. He planned to proceed as originally intended. Accidentally pull out the mother box, and then figure out a solution. But just as he was about to speak, someone beat him to it. There's another way. The voice came from Steelbone Victor, who walked to Azu's side with a grave expression. Azu was taken aback. Was this kid trying to steal my job? Victor. Azu looked up at him in surprise. You have a way. Tell me quickly. Cyborg glanced at Darkseid, who was laughing maniacally, then looked at Azu, his tone hesitant. The pain matrix covers the entire globe through parent boxes, but its total output power is constant. It's like a net, spread across the nerves of a billion people. If we could use the mother box as the terminal bootloader, Victor said with difficulty, revealing the cruel solution. This would allow the entire matrix energy covering the globe to be transferred. Transferred to one person. This person must have a body capable of withstanding an immense influx of energy. And more importantly, the pain and fluctuations felt by everyone else. Only then can the others be saved. These words shocked the several heroes around who were enduring excruciating pain and maintaining a sliver of consciousness. Bruce Wayne struggled to lift his head and shouted at Cyborg. His brow beaded with sweat. "You can't do this, Victor. No life can withstand that level of pain. To concentrate the suffering of 1 billion people onto one person. What kind of torture would that be? That wasn't salvation at all. It was sending a person into an abyss that even hell couldn't describe. This is not a solution. It is an extremely cruel form of execution, this. It's better to just die." Barry trembled on the ground. Horrified even to think about it. No. Harley shook her head desperately in Azu's arms. Although she was in so much pain that she was about to faint. She understood Cyborg's words. Listen to him. "Darling, don't do anything foolish." Before Harley could finish speaking, without a moment's hesitation, Azu shouted loudly. "Let me use the mother box. Transfer all the energy, all the pain to me." Azu's voice boomed like thunder, resounding throughout the entire Metropolitan Plaza and across screens and radios worldwide. Steelbone was stunned, although he derived this solution. He never considered that anyone would actually be willing to bear such a cost. "Homelander, do you understand what you're saying?" "You're insane," Cyborg shouted a warning. "That's the combined pain of 1 billion people. Your body may be indestructible, but you'll be tortured to death, I know." Azu answered calmly, "But Victor, look at them." Azu pointed to the civilians and soldiers wailing all over the place. "If we don't do this, they will all die. I am their leader and I promise to protect them." And Azu held Harley, who was convulsing in his arms tightly. His eyes filled with tears. No, Harley, with a strength she didn't know she possessed, clung tightly to Azu's neck and screamed loudly. "I don't want you to die. You said you'd marry me." "You're a liar. Trust me, Harley, I won't die." Azu gently pulled Harley away, his forehead touching hers, the tenderness in his voice seeming to melt away the ice. "But if I have to watch you suffer." "That was the real way to kill me." Harley was stunned. The intense pain seemed to vanish in that instant. Her world consisted only of this man's affectionate eyes and his heart-wrenching words. "A hint. You've gained a special popularity bonus of plus 50000. From Harley Quinns." Azu felt incredibly happy as he listened to the pleasant notification sound in his mind. He suppressed the urge to laugh, decisively released Harley, and stood up with a flick of his wrist. A metal cube shimmering with red light appeared in his palm. He threw the mother box directly at the steel skeleton. "Catch Victor." Steelbone instinctively caught the mother box and said in a trembling voice, "Are you really sure?" He had always been wary of this foreign hero, feeling that he was too arrogant and haughty. But now he feels ashamed of his narrow-mindedness. "Stop talking nonsense, Victor." Azu urged loudly, his tone brooking no argument. "Do what you're supposed to do. I am a Homelander, this is my destiny." Steelbone gave Azu a deep look. Hint. You've gained plus 20000 special popularity points. From Victor Stone. Good, without further hesitation. Steelbone pressed the mother box to his chest, his palm transforming into a data cable connection interface. Reconstructing matrix links. Locking on terminal target. Homelanders, get ready. Link start. As the steel frame was manipulated, the mother box emitted a blindingly bright light. Begin converging matrix energy. Buzz. The invisible fluctuations began to contract, and painful ions were stripped away from humans around the world. It transformed into countless visible blue bolts of lightning, converging from all directions. Homelander, prepare for the energy blast, Cyborg roared. Azu flew to the center of the square, spread his arms, and turned his back to the camera. The web of pain, like a thunderbolt from the heavens, struck straight down on Azu's head, completely engulfing him around the world. From North America to Europe, from Asia to Africa. The invisible shackles of pain that have shrouded 1 billion people are gradually being removed. Like drowning people regaining air. They collapsed to the ground, greedily inhaling the air. But the pain didn't disappear, it was merely transferred. A heart-wrenching, agonizing roar jolted everyone awake. Azu was kneeling on the ground, his entire body enveloped in lightning from the sky. His facial expression completely distorted by extreme pain. He curled up, rolling wildly on the ground, emitting wild, painful groans from his throat. The veins on his neck were bulging, as if they might burst at any moment. This scene was too tragic and too shocking. Anyone who saw him would feel that he was enduring torture beyond any cruelty in the world. Of course, in practice, the Matrix energy will only be within 1/10,000th of a second of contact with Azu's body. Igor, who was manipulating the pain matrix, immediately cut off the pain signals acting on Azu. Therefore, Azu doesn't even feel the pain of being bitten by a mosquito now. But that doesn't stop a top-tier actor from showcasing his life's worth of acting skills. No, stop now. Harley Quinn scrambled to her feet and stumbled toward Azu, but was stopped by Cyborg. Touch him. The energy is still being transferred. If you touch him, you'll be torn apart by pains. Cyborg held onto Harley tightly. Let me go. G, stop all this, Victor. Harley struggled frantically, tears streaming down her face. 1 billion people around the world have now regained their senses. They sat dumbfounded in front of the screen, watching their heroic leader writhe and groan on the ground. The horrific scene deeply wounded the hearts of everyone present. Everyone knew how terrible the pain they had just experienced had been. And now that man bears all the pain alone. The whole world fell silent. So silent that only Azu's painful roars could be heard. The immense shock and indescribable emotion washed over everyone's hearts like waves. Countless people wept uncontrollably in front of their screens, some even kneeling in prayer for the man. Fanaticism, emotion, awe, worship. Countless extreme emotions transformed into a surge of popularity, completely engulfing Azu. Hint. You've gained plus 1225421 popularity points. Hint. You've gained plus 1322421 popularity points. Hint. You've gained plus 1584420 popularity points. Bruce Wayne has just recovered from excruciating pain. He leaned weakly to one side, deeply moved. He bore the brunt of all our sins and punishments. Hint. You've gained a special popularity bonus of plus 20000. From Bruce Wayne. Mira clutched her chest, tears welling up in her eyes. She watched her countrymen writhing in agony on the ground, her heart aching terribly. The Atlanteans revered the strong, but they held even greater awe for the noble souls who were willing to sacrifice everything for the weak. He is the true king. A king worthy of everyone's life to follow. Hint. You've gained plus 20000 special popularity points. From Imura Zebarichara. Deathstroke Slade removed his tattered mask, his gaze filled with admiration as an assassin. He was cold-blooded and ruthless, but as a warrior, he admired true strength, a real man. I owe you my life, brother. Hint. You've gained a special popularity bonus of plus 15000. From Slade Wilson. Each hero generously contributes their own emotional value. As Azu convulsed on the ground with all his might, he was inwardly laughing uncontrollably. We made a fortune, we made a fortune. I'm a F***G genius. The Oscars owe me 3 statuettes. Best Actor, Best Director, and Best Screenplay. However, this grand drama is only just beginning. As an epic superhero movie, how could it be complete without the ruthless and oppressive presence of the villain? As a co-star in this grand drama, Dargo is well aware of his master's intentions. The villain must display the most extreme cruelty when the hero is at his weakest. He knew it was time to move on to the next act. This is your laughable hope. Darkseid strode toward the helpless Azu with devilish steps, each step bringing a suffocating sense of oppression. At this moment, the heroes of the Justice League had just been freed from boundless pain. The agony still lingered in their nerve endings, and their muscles continued to spasm intermittently. But they gritted their teeth and trudged forward with faltering steps. Mr. Milk Candy. Harley Quinn was in the worst condition, already injured. She could only crawl desperately towards Azu, using both her hands and feet, her knees scraping against the sharp gravel until they bled. The only one in the entire arena who was still able to move was Cyborg Victor. Stay away from him, Darkseid, Victor. His thrusters spewing out azure flames, and he transformed into a silver streak, fearlessly standing between Darkseid and Azu. His plasma cannon on his left arm was fully charged, and a dazzling beam of light was aimed directly at Darkseid's face. Darkseid didn't even pause for a moment. A hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. Facing the high-energy plasma cannon blasted by Cyborg, Darkseid merely raised his hand and casually waved it. The incoming energy transformed into countless specks of light dancing in the sky. Before Victor could react, Darkseid reached out with his left hand, grabbed Cyborg by the neck, and easily lifted his heavy mechanical body into the air. A crudely made derivative of the mother box dares to stand in my way. Steelbone's body was as fragile as paper in Darkseid's hands, with a deafening roar of metal tearing apart. Half of Steelbone's body was snapped off and thrown dozens of meters away, crashing heavily into the depths of a pile of ruins. Victor and Bruce shouted, his eyes wide with rage. Darkseid ignored the wailing of the ants and stopped in front of Azu. Now no one can bother us. He raised his right foot and stomped down heavily. An invisible energy spread rapidly outwards from his landing point, close to the ground in the blink of an eye. A hemispherical Omega force field barrier with a radius of 30 meters rose from the ground, enveloping Darkseid and Azu, while also isolating all the heroes on the outside who were trying to come to their rescue. Let him out, open it, you coward, come out and face us. Harley frantically pounded on the invisible energy barrier with her hands. Bruce, Mira, Barry, and the other heroes finally managed to reach the outside of the barrier. But despite their best efforts, they were unable to cross this insurmountable chasm. Darkseid stood inside the barrier, ignoring the curses and attacks from the outside world. He looked down at Azu on the ground, smiled cruelly, and perfectly executed the original script. You possess a physical body that mortals cannot match, but your useless emotions make you as fragile as a blank sheet of paper. You have no idea what true pain is, let alone how to bear it. Darkseid grabbed Azu by the collar and lifted him off the ground. No, enjoy this endless torment. This is the highest honor I can bestow upon you. After saying that, Darkseid raised his fist, which was as big as a casserole dish, and slammed it down hard on Azu's handsome face. Bang. Azu's head was knocked to one side, but he secretly frowned. This weak force, something's not right. Dago was clearly hesitant, afraid of going too far and angering his great master. Therefore his punches, though seemingly powerful, were actually all bark and no bite, taking advantage of the movement of his head being knocked to the side. Azu secretly opened one eye and glared fiercely at Dago. The meaning in his eyes couldn't be clearer. What the hell are you doing? Hit him harder. Can't you see the cameras pointed this way? Upon receiving Azu's menacing warning gaze, Dago felt a chill run down his spine and immediately understood. Since his master had this particular hobby, as the most loyal servant, had no choice but to do his best to satisfy him. Accept reality, Homelander, Darkseid roared again, and this time he unleashed his full power. Omega energy enveloped his fists, unleashing the terrifying power within him to its fullest extent. Bang! A simple, unadorned uppercut landed squarely on Azu's chin. The force of this punch was astonishing. Azu's body was directly knocked off the ground, and he flew into the air before he could fly away. Darkseid grabbed his cloak with his other hand, forcibly pulled him back and slammed him to the ground. Then, his fists rained down like a storm, delivering a brutal and inhumane beating. Bangs, bang. Bangs, bangs, bangs. Each strike unleashed a terrifying shockwave. Under the rampage of this power, all the surrounding buildings were swept away, and a layer of the ground was scraped off. The heroes in the square and the numerous cameras working on the scene were unaffected by the Omega barrier, allowing them to record everything faithfully. Desperate standoff energy accumulation progress, 68%. 69%, 70%. As Darkseid unleashed his relentless and frenzied attacks, Azu's epic, unyielding elegy skin finally began to reveal its breathtaking visual effects. This is absolutely the most top-notch, playing the victim special effect produced by the system. Under the watchful eyes of the world's red and blue uniform, a symbol of hope and justice began to tear extensively. The fabric ripped, revealing the scarred muscles beneath. But with the help of skin effects, realistic wounds began to spread across his body. Blood gushed from the wound, instantly staining his battle suit crimson. His cheeks were swollen, his mouth was cracked, and his blonde hair was stuck to his forehead with blood, making him look horribly gruesome. Every punch that landed on Homelander was a testament to the price he had paid for humanity. The mother pressed her child's head against her chest to prevent the child from seeing this cruel scene, while she herself stared at the screen, tears streaming down her face. The veteran threw down his gun, covered his face with his hands. His shoulders trembled violently, and he let out a suppressed sob. "God, please open your eyes and look." The priest clutched the cross to his chest, tears streaming down his face. "Don't let this child who saved us suffer all this cruelty. Stop UB******D, stop it," outside the barrier. Harley knelt on the ground, frantically pounding her fists on the light screen. Her voice was completely hoarse, and tears mixed with eyeshadow left two clear tear tracks. Every time Darkseid's fist landed, Harley's body would flinch, as if the fist were hitting her directly. Bruce clenched his fists, overwhelmed by a deep sense of powerlessness and guilt. He was the founder of the Justice League, the guardian of Earth, but now he can only stand here like a piece of trash, watching helplessly as others are beaten to death in their attempt to save them. This visual impact, which gradually destroys beauty and hope, has become an indelible and irreplaceable cruel mark on people's hearts. Hint: you've gained +1122002 popularity points. Hint: you've gained +1235581 popularity points. Hint: you've gained +1195265 popularity points. That's it. Azu mentally gave a huge thumbs up. Cry, shout, and remember me for the rest of your life. Defense of the Nation energy accumulation progress, 100%. Notification. Energy fully charged, infinite love skill is ready. Azu heard the system notification and knew the time had come. Just as Darkseid raised his fist again, ready to smash it down, he winked twice at Darkseid, giving a subtle hint. Dargo, understanding perfectly, smoothly began the next part of his performance. He flicked the blood off his fist and stopped throwing a punch. He looked down at Azu on the ground and let out a disdainful sneer. "This is the consequence of defying me. This is fate." At this moment, the special effects on Azu's skin had reached their most extreme and tragic state. If Azu could look in the mirrors, he would probably be moved by his own appearance to others. Azu had completely lost his vital signs. His chest was no longer rising and falling, and his eyes were tightly closed. A large pool of blood formed beneath him. A tattered red cloak covered him, like a shroud draped over a hero's body. Harley stopped pounding on the barrier. She stared blankly at the motionless Azu on the ground, her eyes unfocused, as if her soul had been ripped from her body at that moment. "No," Bruce lowered his head and closed his eyes. Darkseid stood proudly beside the pool of blood, his cold gaze sweeping over the heroes outside the barrier. "Do you see him? This is your savior. He's dead. He died without dignity. Now no one can stand in your way anymore." He stomped his left foot on the ground, and the barrier instantly vanished, a wind carrying a heavy stench of blood sweeping across the entire square. Darkseid slowly walked towards Bruce and the others. "I will slaughter every life on this planet. I will use your bones to rebuild my dark fortress here. Prepare for your final fate." Darkseid's eyes blazed with a brilliant red light, and destructive Omega rays were poised to strike. The aura of death enveloped the defenseless heroes of Earth. With no cards left to play, the tyrant's sword hung over everyone's necks. "Let's do it," Bruce straightened up, chest puffed out. Even in the face of death, Batman would never bow his head. Audiences around the world bowed their heads, as if accepting their fate and awaiting death. "Stop." A faint voice, seemingly breaking free of the shackles of fate, came from behind Darkseid. Darkseid stopped moving and turned his head in disbelief. Harley's body trembled violently, and her eyes brightened again. All the heroes preparing to die, along with audiences around the world, stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the source of the sound. The man who had been declared dead stood up again, although his body was swaying precariously and his legs were trembling violently, as if a gust of wind could blow him over. But he straightened his broken spine and stood tall on the earth. No one can imagine that he endured the suffering of 1 billion people and was so cruelly tortured and killed by Darkseid. What on earth is it that's supporting this battered and bruised body, allowing it to stand up again? Impossible. Darkseid, perfectly behaving himself, looked at Azu with an expression of shock and confusion. "How can you still be alive? No one can stand up from this kind of pain, not even God." "Tell me, Earthling." Darkseid stared intently at Azu, his voice trembling with a fear he himself was unwilling to admit. "What force has kept you going until now?" The whole world fell silent. Everyone wanted to know the answer. Azu opened his eyes wide with difficulty. But in those eyes there was neither hatred nor anger. Only a clear and unwavering determination, like. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and, with all his might, made sure his voice could be heard clearly by everyone. "It's love." This word, as light as a feather, struck everyone's heart with its weight, like. Darkseid was stunned, then burst into deafening laughter. "Hanafahas love." He covered his forehead, his words full of sarcasm. "This is the most pathetic thing about you inferior beings. I have ruled countless galaxies and witnessed countless civilizations. You inferior beings always like to treat this fragile, useless chemical reaction that only creates weaknesses as something remarkable. It can't mend your broken shells, nor can it stop the destruction of the earth. Your love is worthless, worthless." Azu slowly shook his head, his eyes sweeping over the crowd in the square before finally meeting Harley's gaze. "You're wrong, Darkseid. You understand conquest. You understand destruction. You think you've seen through the laws of the universe." His gaze toward Harley was filled with boundless affection. "But you'll never understand the miracles a person can unleash when someone they want to protect stands behind them. Love is not weakness." Azu's voice grew louder and louder. "Love is the courage of a mother to raise her fist against a wild beast in order to protect her child. Love is the faith of a warrior who is willing to sacrifice everything for the sake of countless homes lit up behind him. Love is my determination to stand here, even if it costs me my last drop of blood, to protect those I love." The moment those words were spoken, the whole world seemed to come to a standstill. What kind of hero is this for humanity, for loved ones? They crawled back from hell with unimaginable, unwavering will. "Homelanders, Homelanders!" A thunderous roar of cheers spontaneously erupted in every corner of the world. Popularity surged into the system like a torrent. Harley's tears had already burst forth, and she pressed her hands tightly to her heart, which was pounding so violently it felt like it would burst out of her chest. "Hint, you've gained a special popularity bonus of plus 20000. From Harley Quinns. Your persistence is pointless, just disappear." Darkseid's eyes glowed red again, and Omega energy surged forth. Facing the impending game-winning shot, Azu forced a smile, withdrew his affectionate gaze from Harley, and turned to glare angrily at Darkseid. "You monster who only knows destruction and enslavement. You will never understand what love is. Today I'll show you." Azu took a step forward, without any fancy moves or complicated actions. It seemed like just an ordinary straight punch. "What the greatest power in the world?" Azu roared to the sky, love unlimited. The attention of the world seemed to be focused on his right fist, which was tucked into his waist, a white light, seemingly capable of illuminating the universe. burst forth from Azu's fist. This light was even more dazzling than a supernova explosion. At that moment, all the audience members lost their sight, and all they could see was a vast expanse of white. Amidst this endless light, a terrifying torrent of energy capable of destroying the heavens and the earth crashed head-on into Darkseid. No, this can't be, Darkseid's terrified roar could be clearly heard by the people. The thick clouds above the metropolis were forcibly cleaved apart by this force, and the fist-like wind that pierced the sky even turned several meteorites outside the atmosphere into cosmic dust. The thunderous roar caused by that punch echoed throughout the heavens and earth for a long time. Click, the Master Ball retracted into the magic pocket, and everything happened without anyone noticing. A full half-minute passed. The vengeful white light gradually subsided, and everyone's vision began to return. When all eyes returned to the center of the battlefield, they witnessed a scene they would never forget. The ruins remain ruins, but the invincible apocalypse tyrant. Darkseid still stands, but it has already disappeared. Not even a speck of ash remained. It was as if he had never existed in this world. Only the red and blue figure remained. Still in the fist-pumping posture, standing quietly in place, Mr. Milk Candy. A scream shattered the silence. Harley Quinn, clutching the tattered hem of her wedding dress, frantically leaped over the rubble and rushed toward Azu without regard for anything else. Azu withdrew his fist and turned to face her. Harley lunged into his arms, the momentum causing them both to fall to the ground. You won, you won. Harley buried her head in his chest and sobbed uncontrollably. She held him tightly with both hands, as if he would disappear if she let go. You be ****D. You scared me. I really thought you were going to die. Azu held Harley's trembling body, gently wrapping his arms around her back and patting her softly. How could I die, little pumpkins? I told you I would come back and marry you, Bruce Barry. Maron, the others also walked over, supporting each other. They watched the two people lying on the ground embracing, but did not go forward to disturb them. They simply stood silently to the side. I don't know who started it. A burst of applause began to ring out in the Metropolitan Plaza. Then came 10, 100, and 10,000. The applause spread like a virus, from the square to the entire metropolis, and then through the live broadcast, to every corner of the earth. 1 billion people around the world applauded simultaneously at that moment. Their cheers shaking the heavens. Darkseid is dead. The threat from Apocalypse has been completely eliminated. Earth has finally ushered in a true dawn. You did it, Homelander. No, I means. The Federation leader, Bruce said with a respect he had never shown before. Azu managed a weak smile as he forced a smile to his lips. Isn't this what I should do? Now that Darkseid is dead, Earth is finally safe. So now, Azu grasped Harley's hand and raised it into the air. I'd like to ask everyone for a favor. I'm going to have my wedding with my little pumpkin. These words stunned the entire audience. Even Harley was stunned. Are you crazy, darling? She hurriedly grasped Azu's hand, her voice anxious. You're injured like this, and although I really want to. There's no rush. You need to get treatment first. Go rest. Once you're better, we'll have the biggest wedding in the world, okay? Yes. Homelander, Barry quickly added, you're badly injured. Let's go to the medical bay first. No. Azu shook his head decisively, interrupting them. As stubborn as a child, right now he reached out his hand, trembling, and in his palm lay a small velvet box stained with blood. The rings, I've got it already. The box was opened, and inside lay a pair of exquisite platinum wedding rings. I never break my promise, Harley. Will you marry me? Harley looked at the rings, feeling incredibly moved, but still wanted to force him onto the stretcher. Okay, let's hold it now. It was Batman Bruce Wayne who stepped forward. He stepped forward and gave Azu a deep look. As one of the world's most astute detectives, Bruce had already sensed something was amiss. He looked at Azu's scarred and ravaged body. Then I recalled the extraordinary power that Homelander had just unleashed. A power that could never have come without a price. All of this led to a terrifying idea taking shape in his mind. A final burst of energy before death. He was using his last breath to fulfill his promise to this woman. Bruce lowered his eyelids, concealing the sadness welling up in his eyes. When he raised his head again, his face had regained its usual solemn and unsmiling expression. "I'll be the efficient," Bruce said in a deep voice. The others were initially puzzled by Batman's unusual behavior. But when they followed Batman's gaze and carefully observed Azu's current state, these battle-hardened heroes seemed to have vaguely understood something. Homelander, perhaps he won't live to see tomorrow. Endless sorrow gripped their hearts. But no one dared to pierce the veil of grief. Barry forced an extremely unnatural smile. "Yes, yes. Now is the best. I think the atmosphere here is absolutely amazing. A post-war wedding. This is definitely the most romantic thing of the century." Mira silently turned away, secretly wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Then she turned back smiling and said, "The tradition of Atlantis is the same. Unions after victory are blessed by the sea god." Harley glanced around at the reactions of those around her, and the subconscious barrier that had protected her finally shattered. She's not stupid. She's a top-notch psychology PhD from Gotham. She just didn't want to believe it. Tears welled up in her eyes again. She wanted to scream to deny it all. But when she saw the expectant look in Azu's eyes, she silently swallowed her words back. "Good." Harley's voice was choked with sobs and almost inaudible. She sniffed hard and roughly wiped away the tears and blood from her face with the back of her hand. When she looked up again, a bright and happy smile bloomed on her face. "Okay. Let's get married right now." Harley acted as if nothing had happened, her tone becoming cheerful. "But you have to wait for me, darling. My makeup is all ruined." How can a bride get married with a face covered in smudges? She turned her back tears, blurring her vision instantly. But she maintained a light-hearted tone. "Hey, fish girl. Can I borrow some water to wash my face, Barry? Go find me a lipstick from one of the buildings that hasn't collapsed. A red one will do, hurries." Everyone felt a sharp pain in their hearts as they looked at Harley's forced smile. "I'll go right away." Barry flashed and vanished from his spot in an instant. Mira, suppressing her grief, stepped forward and gently washed the dirt off Harley's face with the softest stream of water. "We'll help too." Phillips commands the Amazonian warriors. "Clean this place up, pick up all the scattered flowers. We're going to prepare the most sacred hall for the heroes who saved the world." In an instant, everyone sprang into action. No one spoke. Only soft sobs and hurried footsteps. It was a poignant, unspoken understanding. Barry returned in less than 2 seconds, carrying not only lipstick but also a wooden comb he'd somehow found. Harry took the lipstick Barry offered and pulled a small, cracked mirror from her waist. But her hands trembled uncontrollably. She was shaking so badly she couldn't even hold the lipstick. If she applied it wrong, she would just wipe it off haphazardly with the back of her hand. "Take a deep breath and then reapply it. Harley, you can do it, you can do it." She whispered to herself in the mirror, constantly encouraging herself. Finally, with everyone's concerted efforts, the wedding venue, which had been destroyed by the war, was solemnly rearranged. The afterglow of the setting sun cast a golden glow over the metropolis, gilding this poignant wedding. The world's attention, through the newly repositioned cameras, was focused on the wedding scene amidst the ruins. Nearly 1 billion people, whoever they are standing silently at this moment. No one is speaking in front of their screens. A solemn and sorrowful atmosphere enveloped the entire planet. With Bruce's help, Azu slowly stood up. He refused Bruce's offer to continue supporting him, straightened his scarred back, and stood at one end of the red carpet. At the other end of the red carpet, Harley Quinn, wearing a tattered yet still beautiful pure white wedding dress, walked towards him step by step. She walked very slowly, as if she wanted to make this journey last forever. When Harley finally reached, Azush gently took Azu's hand, which was covered in blood and wounds. The two locked eyes. Batman Wayne stood beside them, acting as their witness. "Today, On this land that has witnessed human suffering and rebirth, we gather here to witness the union of two souls. With courage and love, they ignited the last hope for this planet. Batman looked at Azu. Groom, is there anything you'd like to say to your bride? Azu gazed deeply into Harley's eyes and spoke softly. You look so beautiful today, my little pumpkin. He raised his hand and gently stroked Harry's cheek. I have traversed the stars and the sea, and crossed countless times and spaces. I have lost all direction. Until I returned here and met you, I found my only answer. Azu smiled, a single tear sliding down her cheek. You showed me that even if the world becomes ruins, there are still colors worth defending with my life. Thank you, Harley, you made me a real hero. Harley held Azu's hand tightly, tears streaming down her face, washing away her freshly applied makeup, Mr. Milk Candy. Her voice was choked with emotion yet unusually loud, carrying the stubbornness unique to Gotham girls. I've lived my life like a madwoman, a bad girl. I messed everything up, I was abandoned, I was used. But I'm so lucky. Falling in love with you is the only right thing I've ever done in my life. I don't care if you're a superhero, a federal leader, or anything else, all I know is that I love you. More than anyone else in the world. You're not going anywhere, even if you fall into hell. I'll chase after you and snatch you back from the devil's clutches. I love you too, Harry. Azu kissed Harry's forehead tenderly. The two's heartfelt confession, coupled with the tragic filter of Azu's near-death experience, was incredibly powerful in front of the screen. Countless girls wept uncontrollably, and even the toughest men couldn't help but tear up. Bruce fought back his grief and continued the wedding ceremony. Before I witness your union, could you tell me your real name? The name that belongs to you, not to the whole world. Azu nodded. He knew this was the last mark he would leave on the DC universe. Anthony, he said softly, his voice carrying across the globe through the microphone. Anthony Starr Antonista, Bruce repeated the name. Then he began to recite the oath, Antonista. Do you take Harley Quinn to be your wife? In good times and in bad, in health and in sickness. Whether the world ends or begins, Ainoto love her. To comfort her to respect her to protect her. Until death do you part. I do, Azu blurted out without the slightest hesitation. Bruce turned to look at Harley Quinn. Do you take Antonista to be your wife in good times and in bad? In health and in sickness to love him to comfort him. To respect him to protect him until death do you part. Harley was already sobbing uncontrollably. And she nodded frantically, yes, yes, I do. Viewers around the world spontaneously cheered and applauded in front of their screens, offering their sincerest blessings to the couple who were united in the ruins of the apocalypse. Bruce handed them the ring. Now please exchange rings. With a slight tremor, Azu picked up the smaller-sized women's diamond ring. He took Harley's left hand and gently slipped the shimmering ring into her ring finger. Looking at the ring on her fingers, Harley's suppressed emotions were finally released. Crystalline tears slid down her cheeks and landed on the backs of their hands. That was the ultimate happiness. And also the ultimate sorrow, hint. You've gained a special popularity bonus of plus 100,000. From Harley Quinn in my mind. The crisp and pleasant system notification sound arrived as expected. 100,000 points, another 100,000 points. Upon hearing this sound, Azu knew that filming for this scene could be completed. He no longer suppressed his inner elation, and all traces of sadness vanished. Then a genuine, radiant smile bloomed on Azu's face. But all of this was interpreted in a completely different way by others. In their eyes, this smile was the relief of a hero at the last moment of his life. After all his regrets had been resolved, no bride. Please put the ring on Groom's finger, Bruce said. Harley took the men's ring from the box. Her hands trembled even more than Azu's at that moment. Azu silently issued a command in his mind, System. Use the special mechanism to feign death and escape combat. Feign death to disengage from combat is now activated. Hero's last stand effect is enabled. The moment the ring was slipped onto Azu's ring finger, Azu's body slowly disintegrated from his toes, turning into countless tiny golden particles, Mr. Candy. Harley finally broke down. Her facade of strength crumbled in that instant. She crouched down, frantically trying to grab the dissipating specks of light, attempting to gather them back together. But her hands could only pass through those illusory shadows and light. Anthony, you promised me you're not allowed to leave. You're not allowed to leave. The heroes and civilians watching the ceremony all silently lowered their heads, unable to bear watching any longer. Before his hands had completely dissipated, Azu pulled Harley up and cupped her face in his hands. His eyes revealed endless longing. I'm sorry, little pumpkin, I might not be able to walk with you any further. He gently wiped away Harley's tears with his thumb. Don't cry, carry my share and live well. Take good care of this new world for me, he smiled, glanced at the heroes around him, and finally fixed his gaze on the camera that was faithfully working. Goodbye, Earth. As the last syllable faded, Azu completely transformed into specks of light. A gentle breeze swept through the metropolitan square, and the figure of the man draped in the stars and stripes was no longer there. But an eternal legend remained, clanged. The wedding ring that Harley had just put on Joe's finger lost its support and fell onto the wedding stage. The ring spun on the ground, emitting a lingering buzzing sound. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps, finally with a clang. The ring came to a stop and lay quietly at Harley's feet. The world fell silent at that moment. Harley's knees buckled, and she stared blankly at the empty space ahead. She didn't cry out loud but knelt there quietly, trembling as she picked up the ring that Azu had left behind and clutched it tightly in her palm. The Amazon warriors knelt down in unison, planted their swords before them, and bowed their heads in silent mourning. Then, everyone else followed suit, kneeling on one knee in the direction where Azu had disappeared, paying tribute to this selfless hero and great leader. His popularity exploded once again, flooding into Azu's system and transforming into his power. At this moment, Azu's true form had already entered the dimensional rift. This is a wonderful sensory experience. Everything turned into a translucent gray. He floats in the plaza of the metropolis, able to move at will. His eyes could clearly see everything happening in the real world, and he could hear every sob, but when he reached out his hand, it passed right through the phantom image of the building next to him. He cannot influence reality, and reality cannot perceive him. This grand drama has finally wrapped up perfectly. System view the regression countdown. Earth 1 trial time remaining 10 seconds, 9, 8, 7 in his final moments. Azu's gaze lingered on Harley's trembling back. This crazy woman certainly gave him a lot of surprises and provided the highest emotional value of the entire event. What a pity I can't take you with me. Azu shrugged helplessly. 3, 2, 1. In the last second of the countdown, he whispered something to Harley. Goodbye, Harley. Forced teleportation initiated, a flash of white light. The scene within the dimensional gap instantly distorted and stretched. When Azu regained his sight, the familiar sounds of car horn shouts and distant police sirens reached my ears. Before me lay a bustling street filled with traffic, and huge holographic billboards flashed advertisements for various consumer products. Not far away, the uniquely shaped water tower stands tall. Azu is back in the Marvel universe. He returned to the same location in New York where he had first transmigrated. However, he glanced at his hands. They remained in a semi-transparent, illusory state. System, what's going on? Feign death, heroes end, status remaining time 23 hours 50 minutes. During this period, a host is within a dimensional rift, unselectable and unobservable. This state can be autonomously terminated at any time. I see the cooldown hasn't expired yet. Azu raised an eyebrow. The moment the thought crossed his mind, he walked straight through a trash can at the entrance of the alley. On the streets of Earl, drunk young people walked towards us. Azu didn't dodge it, young men walked right through him, oblivious, and continued walking forward. still discussing when Homelander would return from space. No one can see me and no one can touch me. He stood on the bustling streets of New York, looking at this still prosperous world that had not been destroyed by aliens. A meaningful smile appeared on his lips. Absolute invisibility and wall penetration for 24 hours. This is way more fun than any superpower. Azu raised his head and looked at the largest holographic electronic billboard above the square. Originally, that place should have been playing Coca-Cola or luxury goods commercials, featuring a popular female celebrity on a loop. But now, the entire screen is filled with Azu's handsome smiling face. Below the photo, a line of text in bold English reads, "Our homeland a beacon of humanity. We will always await your returns." It's not just this largest screen everywhere you look. The vast majority of electronic displays and projections on building facades are about his prayers. He arrived at the foot of the water tower, where crowds of people had gathered spontaneously. People didn't make a loud noise. They simply placed white candles on the ground quietly and arranged bouquets of flowers in an orderly fashion in front of the statue of the people of the motherland. Azu strode forward, strolling leisurely through the crowd. He greedily enjoyed the love and remembrance people had for him, and his vanity was greatly satisfied suddenly. A strangely familiar figure came into his line of sight. In the long line of prayers, a little boy with brown curly hair was holding a woman's hand tightly. "Is this Peter Parker?" Azu recognized him. "The woman next to her, that must be Aunt May, right?" "Yes, she still retains her charm." Azu floated over silently and stopped beside them. Peter wore a Homelander merchandise hoodie today, with the iconic eagle logo printed on the chest. "He'll come back, won't he, Aunt May?" Peter's voice held the stubbornness typical of a young man. Mapek gently pulled Peter into his arms and patted his back softly. This woman, who raised Peter alone and was once overwhelmed by life's hardships, was dressed quite respectably at this moment. In particular, the shiny Walter Sr. employee badge she wore on her chest further accentuated her confidence. "Of course, Peter. He is a father of the homeland, he can do anything." May's voice was gentle yet firm. She looked at the statue, her eyes filled with gratitude. "If it weren't for him, we might not even be able to afford our apartment in Queens anymore. Miss Jessica gave me that job. A salary that could change our lives." May lowered her head, looking into Peter's eyes. "Peter, Mr. Homelander not only saved the world. He also saved our family, remember this kindness." "I swear, Aunt May," Peter clenched his fist. "I will become a hero like him, wherever he is now. I will be in this city continuing his legacy of justice." Azu, standing in front of the two, had a satisfied smile on his face. "Well done, Spider-Man. Keep up the hype, and you'll reap a good harvest of popularity in the future." Without lingerings, Azu followed the glass curtain wall of the water tower straight up to the CEO's office on the top floor. The CEO's office was filled with the faint aroma of Macallan liquor. Jessica was rapidly flipping through several thick documents. Her high heels casually kicked under the table. She frowned slightly and pressed the communicator on the table. "The third phase of funding for the Deep Space Exploration Program is being dispersed too slowly," she said decisively. "Tell the finance department that if I don't see the funds in their account by tomorrow morning, the head of that department can pack their bags and get out of here." A little while's knock-knocked. There was a knock on the office door, and Ashley walked in quickly carrying a tablet. "President Jones," Ashley said rapidly, standing at her desk. "The third phase of funding for the Deep Space Program has just been secured. But several European consortia are trying to grab a slice of the pizza. Furthermore, regarding public opinion, the Public Relations Department operates 24/7, and global polls show that public trust in the Vought Group has reached an all-time high." Jessica downed the whiskey on the table in one gulp. "Well done, Ashley. Tell those European conglomerates that if they dare to make any trouble at this time, I wouldn't mind sending VGD's Special Operations team to their bedrooms for a chat." "Understood." Ashley quickly jotted down the instructions on her tablet and then turned to the next page. Also, regarding Nick Fury's onboarding arrangements. Upon hearing the name Azahu was floating in midair, raised an eyebrow and did on the desk crossed his legs, and listened with great interest. The no man's land in Alaska has been allocated. Ashley reported. Skynet is in charge of the entire quarantine zone's construction. Talos and all the Skrulls willing to follow him have been transferred there. Nick Fury is currently in charge of the quarantine zone. Jessica nodded. This old guy's used to being the director of HILD. So sending him to be the warden of an alien refugee camp in the freezing cold is a good fit for his profession. Is there something he's unhappy about? Jessica asked. He's trying to gain more authority. Ashley reported truthfully. He submitted 12 operational plans to Skynet regarding a proactive strike to wipe out the radicals in Gravik. But they were all rejected by Skynet. The rejection was correct. Jessica snorted and leaned back in her chair. That old agent is used to giving orders. Used to manipulating everything, but this is Vought, not HILD. Tell Skynet that he's only in charge of those captive green-skinned aliens. And without my signature, he's not allowed to move a single Vought soldier. Understood. Ashley closed the folder and turned to leave. Azu's smile deepened as he watched her decisive and efficient manner. This woman has truly grown in the week he was gone. Jessica was not only not overwhelmed by grief, but instead displayed an astonishing sense of control. The Water Group and VGD operated exceptionally well under her management, and in some ways were even more efficient than when she was in charge. She certainly has the demeanor of an empress. Looks like I don't need to worry about this anymore. Since everything was normal at Walter's place, Azu had no intention of lingering any longer. He stood up from his desk and looked eastward. It's time to go see his little witch at the same time. Alaska Skrull Quarantine Zone. This is what you call resettlement. Nick Fury's voice was loud, trying to use his years of experience in a position of power to suppress the woman sitting opposite him. This isn't resettlement, this is Skynet. This is imprisonment, Fury emphasized. Pointing out the window, Talos and his people came here because they trusted me. They're seeking refuge, not to be prisoners of war. Tianwang sat gracefully in the chair, his legs crossed. His long golden hair was casually draped over his shoulders, and his skin was fair with clear eyes. If Fury hadn't known her identity, he would never have associated this elegant and charming woman with a super artificial intelligence that controls the global network. Mr. Fury, I must correct your wording. It's called risk isolation. The Skrull's ability to mimic human forms poses a systemic security threat to human society. Given the current situation, concentrating them in areas far from densely populated regions and providing them with sufficient survival supplies is the maximum act of kindness, Mr. Starr can offer mercy. Fury scoffed, staring intently at Skynet. Don't give me that PR talk. You have no idea how serious the situation is outside. Glavik has gone mad after Homelander disappeared. His radical faction is creating chaos around the world. They've infiltrated high-ranking governments in various countries and may even have the launch codes for nuclear weapons. I'm saying this one last time. Fury's tone grew increasingly harsh. We can't just sit here in this ice cave. Talos has a list and the coordinates of several secret bases in Gravik. We must take the initiative to utilize Vought's resources and dig them out before they blow Earth to rubble. Despite Fury's aggressive questioning, Skynet's expression remained unchanged. She maintained that dignified smile, exuding the refinement and composure characteristic of upper-class women. She has completely adapted to her human identity and has created a persona for herself. Seeing that Skynet remained unmoved, Fury slammed his fist on the table, attempting to intimidate them with his aura as a man in a position of power for many years. Give me temporary command of Skynet, even if it's just a Special Forces heroic response unit. I can request, rejected Supervisor Fury. Skynet didn't even wait for Fury to finish speaking before giving its reply. I believe I have already explained it clearly to you. The final decision regarding the Skrull incident must be made personally by Mr. Star. Until then, no one has the right to mobilize Vought's armed forces for cross-border operations. Wait for him to come back. Fury straightened up, laughing in exasperation. F***KU. Who the hell knows he's thousands of light years away right now? Every minute we delay, the world gets one step closer to destruction. Star's not here, we should act accordingly. Fury tried to plead, since you've accepted me, you should give me the authority to mobilize Vought's resources to eliminate the threat. Mr. Fury, you seem to have some unrealistic illusions about your authority. You are no longer the director of SHIELD. You are working for Vought, and Vought Supreme will rest solely with Mr. Star. If you attempt any unauthorized actions to execute your so-called plan, Skynet gave a very human-like cold laugh. I will immediately revoke all your privileges at Vought and classify you as a potential threat for control. Fury gritted his teeth. This Skynet was too difficult to deal with. It didn't care about the big picture or the survival of humanity. Its underlying logic only revolved around that man draped in the stars and stripes. Have you ever thought about... Fury finally brought up the possibility that no one wanted to face. What if he doesn't come back? Are we going to drag all of humanity down with us for the sake of one person who might die? The atmosphere froze at that moment, the ever-present, ever-smiling face of Skynet has lost all expression. She slowly took a step forward, her pupils flashing with golden light, and the mental pressure from the Mind Stone enveloped Fury's shoulders. You'd better pray every day to everything you believe in. And pray that he'll come back safely, Nick Fury. Otherwise, she didn't say another word. But Fury unconsciously took a step back, a chill creeping into his heart in that instant. He even felt that the Skynet before him was more terrifying than the Skrulls who wanted to usurp his territory. If Homelander were truly dead, this woman would likely pose no less of a threat to the world than the Skrulls. Fury wisely kept quiet, gave Skynet a deep look, and then left without uttering a word. The Himalayas Camertage. The ancient temple is hidden within a barrier of wind snow and magic normally. This place is shrouded in a powerful magical barrier, and any form of intrusion will be detected immediately. But today, Azu wandered like a ghost through the ancient courtyards of Camertage without triggering any alarms. He walked straight to the main hall. Deep within the main hall, the Ancient One, the Sorcerer Supreme, sat cross-legged before a low wooden table, holding a steaming cup of tea in his hands. His eyes closed in meditation. Angus walked up to the Ancient One, bent down, and his face was almost touching the tip of the Ancient One's nose. He carefully examined the Supreme Master who had protected the Earth for hundreds of years. Even the Ancient One couldn't sense me. A wicked thought crossed Azu's mind. He stood up, walked to the Ancient One's side, raised his hands, and began to frantically rub the Ancient One's bald head. It's like playing with a giant walnut. Guya picked up the teacup, gently blew on the steam, and slowly took a sip. She was completely unaware of the earthly god who was running wild above her. It seems even the Sorcerer Supreme couldn't see through the system's unobservable tactic. Although he couldn't touch the physical body, he found the taboo of provoking the Sorcerer Supreme quite amusing. After Azu was satisfied, he withdrew his hand, ignoring the Sorcerer Supreme any further. They continued drifting deeper into Camertage. He was searching for that crimson figure soon, in an underground library filled with ancient scrolls and heavy books. Azu found his target. In the dim light, Wanda was sitting at a long table. She was surrounded by open books, and a few parchments were thrown on the ground in frustration. Wanda's fingers traced rapidly across the pages, her gestures constantly shifting crimson. Chaotic energy pulsed uneasily at her fingertips, revealing her extremely unstable emotions. Smack. Another heavy magic book was slammed shut. No, not this. And not this either. You must stop, Wanda. Baron Mordo suddenly appeared between the two rows of bookshelves, his brow furrowed and his face dark. You're touching a power you don't understand. The kind of cross-dimensional magic you're looking for to find people is essentially a dark dimension ritual. Using this magic will corrupt your soul with darkness. The Ancient One forbids anyone from touching dark magic. Wanda stood up, crimson energy coursing through her body. Madhu, you can't stop me. I will never give up finding Anthony. By any means necessary, hidden to the side. Azu looked at Wanda's determined face and couldn't help but feel moved. Silly girl, I'll treat you properly once I regain my physical form. Okay, Wanda, your mind is too confused, Guyi. Dressed in a bright yellow robe. Walked in slowly with her hands behind her back. Her voice was calm without a trace of reproach. I don't have time to stay calm, teacher. Wanda stubbornly met the Ancient One's gaze. If you're unwilling to teach me, then I'll learn myself. Whether it's dark magic or whatever. I'll pay any price to find him. Madhu's brow furrowed and he was about to lash out. Madhu stepped back, Guyi interrupted him calmly. After hearing this, Mordo respectfully stepped aside. But his eyes remained warily fixed on Wanda. The Ancient One approached Wanda. Anga stood beside the Ancient One, less than half a meter away. He even deliberately reached out and teased the Ancient One's chin. However, the Ancient One's expression remained completely unchanged. Her gaze fixed entirely on Wanda. Perfect concealment, haha. Azu took 2 steps back. Crossed his arms and continued watching the show, Wanda. The Ancient One looked at the girl on the verge of losing control with pity. Your feelings for him are becoming the bridge through which chaotic magic is eroding your sanity. I don't care, Wanda stubbornly raised her head. I just want him back. Guya sighed softly and shook her head, Wanda. Sometimes what we need to do is not to force our way upstream, but to wait, although I can't see his future clearly. I'm certain of one thing. The Ancient One gently placed her hand on Wanda's shoulder, slowly suppressing her chaotic magic back into her body. He is on his way back, really. The red aura around Wanda gradually faded. She stepped forward and grabbed the Ancient One's sleeve, asking anxiously, when will he be back? A day, a month, or a year? He will naturally appear where he is when people need him. Guya gave an ambiguous answer. But for Wanda right now, that's enough. Hearing this clear assurance, Wanda's nerves, which had been on edge for a week, finally relaxed. She still held considerable awe and trust in the Ancient One, since the Sorcerer Supreme himself said he would return. It meant he was truly safe and sound, I understand. Wanda took a deep breath and tucked her stray hair behind her ear. He bowed slightly, then walked out of the library with slightly unsteady steps. She was exhausted. Now she needed a good night's sleep and to wait for that man to return. The doors to the library closed again. Mordo walked to the Ancient One's side, looking in the direction Wanda had left. His expression still grim. Master, you've spoiled her too much. Her heart is imbued with a destructive and insane nature. As you can see, she even desires to wield the power of darkness to achieve her goals. Madhu's words were filled with strong dissatisfaction. If left unchecked, she will inevitably be corrupted by darkness sooner or later. I suggest placing a restraining spell on her to seal her access to dark magic. Guya quietly looked at her most prized disciple. Madhu, do you know what your biggest problem is? Guya's words were stern. Modu was taken aback. Please enlighten me. Guya shook her head and said, you only ever pursue superficial correctness, neglecting the essence behind things. If you seal her away, the price will be something you and even the entirety of Kamertaj cannot bear. Why? Mordo asked, puzzled. Because her power is too strong, it might backfire. That's only part of it, the Ancient One explained. The important thing is, Homelander isn't as reasonable as he seems. Are we to turn a blind eye to potential threats just because we're afraid? That's not the doctrine of the sorcerers, Mordo retorted. This isn't fear, Mordo, this is wisdom. The Ancient One patted Mordo on the shoulder. You must remember our greatest enemy is Dormammu. Madhu remained silent for a while, then bowed slightly and left without saying anything more. You're lucky you're a wise teacher. If you dared to touch my little witch, I guarantee Camertage would turn into a Camertage pit tomorrow. Having finished watching the Camertage drama, Azu did not linger there any longer. He decided to move on to the next stop. It's time to go check out that big guy in an instant. Azu was hovering above the Earth, looking down at the blue planet Earth to ordinary people. This is a beautiful home that has nurtured countless lives. But in Azu's eyes, this is an egg that could explode at any moment. Because deep within the Earth's core lies a forbidden supreme being, poised to unleash a dark upheaval. The seed for the Celestials group, Tiamut. Tiamat's sole purpose was to manifest himself as a god, to become a completely new deity in his previous life. When Azu was a movie star, he was invited to star in the film Eternals. The production company offered him a very high salary. But after reading the script, he felt that some of the plot points were simply absurd. So he decisively turned it down, however. He still had a general understanding of the movie's background setting. The Celestials, the creators of the universe. In order to reproduce, they would plant the seeds of the gods deep within the cores of planets that had the potential to nurture life. Earth is such an incubator, human beings, and all intelligent life on Earth, are the food that nourishes this seed. To ensure the seed could hatch successfully, Aritham created mutants to eliminate the top predators on Earth, allowing mammals to develop intelligence later. When the mutants went out of control, Aritham created the Eternals to come to Earth and protect humanity from the mutants. Does this sound like they're protecting humans? No. It's like a farmer raising sheepdogs to protect his flock. The purpose of protecting sheep is simply to allow them to multiply so that they can eventually be sheared and eaten. Therefore, when the human population and civilization develop to a certain critical point, accumulating a sufficiently large amount of intelligent energy, divine manifestation will occur. Tiamat will rise from the Earth's core. This process, like a chick hatching from its egg, will completely shatter the shell of the Earth. This is Earth's ultimate fate. Azu had never paid any attention to this landmine before. Firstly, because his strength was not yet sufficient at the time. If he rashly touched the seed, he might alert the celestial judge who planted it, Aritham. That six-eyed giant is a true pinnacle of cosmic power, capable of destroying planets at will. Azu knew he couldn't afford to offend them, so he could only avoid them. He vigorously promoted the Vought deep space program, intending to open up a second Earth, largely because he wanted to leave himself and his followers a way out in the worst-case scenario. In the original movie timeline, if Thanos, that purple potato, hadn't snapped his fingers, wiping out half of all life in the universe and drastically slowing down the accumulation of intelligent energy on Earth, Tiamat would have hatched long ago. Earth wouldn't even have survived until the final battle. But things are different now. He is currently in a state of being caught between unobservable dimensions. Neither Aritham nor the sleeping Tiamat could be disturbed by him. Azu adjusted his body head down and charged straight towards the ground. It cut straight into the Earth's crust without any resistance. Let me see what an ugly thing you look like. Azu continued downwards, passing through the liquid iron-nickel flow of the outer core, and finally arrived at the huge cavity near the inner core. The sight here would drive anyone with a weak mind mad. In this vast space, which resembles the womb of a god, lies a giant whose size is beyond description. Tiamut's form was already quite complete, and his posture resembled that of a baby curled up in its mother's womb. Its head is inlaid with 6 huge jewel-like eyes. Its entire body has a golden metallic sheen and is covered with intricate geometric patterns. Even in its slumber, this enormous golden divine body constantly exudes the immense pressure of a higher dimensional being. Azu hovered before Tiamat's enormous face. His size seemed as insignificant as a speck of dust compared to this golden giant. What a magnificent giant, Azu said, looking Tiamat up and down in amazement. With a flick of his wrist, he pulled out the Master Ball. Come out, Koj, I've got a real treasure for you. A red light flickered in the vacuum, and Ego's tall and powerful Kryptonian avatar appeared. Since Ego's current true form is Apocalypse, which is too large and unsightly, Azu can only summon his clone. The Supergoth summoned from within the dimensional rift is also deep within that rift. The moment he opened his eyes, his gaze was immediately locked onto the enormous golden body in front of him. This is... KOG's usually indifferent face revealed an expression of utter shock. Even a hint of awe, Master, this is a true god. KOG's voice trembled slightly, and he involuntarily took a half-distance step back, as if he felt some kind of bloodline suppression originating from the depths of his genes. What? Are you so excited to see a fellow villager that you can't speak? Azu turned his head, watching Igor's reaction with great interest. No. This isn't excitement, Master, this is reverence. After calming his intense emotional turmoil, Igor began to recall the past, nearly 1,000,000 years ago. I had an extremely fortuitous encounter with a member of the Celestials at the edge of the universe. That being's body was enormous. It could shape a star with a mere gesture. That was the first time I truly felt the power of the universe. From then on, I began frantically deducing my origins. I have no torso, no limbs, only a brain floating in the void. Igor pointed to Tiamat's gleaming golden body and continued speaking. Based on my own divine power to manipulate matter and create life, I have come to a conclusion. I am also a god, but a premature one, for unknown reasons. I was forced to leave the incubator as a defective product before completing the process of divine manifestation. To protect my fragile brain core from destruction, I could only instinctively absorb surrounding matter, spending millions of years layering it into a planet as a camouflage shell. It was from that time on that I dared to declare myself a god. KOG slowly flew forward, circled halfway around Tiamat's enormous head, and a look of lingering fear appeared in his eyes. Master, I truly never imagined that such a complete god would be nurtured within this unremarkable blue planet. KOG returned to Azu's side and said with heartfelt gratitude, "If you hadn't intervened in time, Master Rand stopped me. Once I extended my divine power and touched the core of this planet. I'm afraid you won't even need to lift a finger. My pitiful planetary shell wouldn't last a second before being completely wiped out of the universe by the great being who planted the seed behind it." "You're really lucky then," Azu shrugged nonchalantly. "So you half-baked god, did you figure anything out?" "When will he wake up?" KOG said helplessly. "Master, my divine power cannot analyze this god across dimensions, but I can see that his gestation is already very mature. He is currently only undergoing the final stage of dormancy and energy transformation. I predict that within 3 years at most, he will definitely achieve divine manifestation and emerge from his shell." 3 years, Azu pondered this timeline. Based on Thanos' snap that wiped out half the universe's population, basically matches the storyline. If nothing changes in these 3 years, Earth will truly become a giant cosmic firework. "Is there any way to resolve this hidden danger?" Azu asked. Igor was silent for a moment, then shook his head. "The situation is very difficult, Master. We cannot take any radical measures. He's fully developed now, and any aggressive or hostile action we take will immediately wake him. Once he awakens due to stimulation, thus prematurely activating his divine manifestation. Even if you, Master, possess invincible power and are able to kill him in a single battle, the Earth will still cease to exist in the process. Is there really no other way?" Azu's face darkened. "Yes." KOG hesitated for a moment before offering the simplest and most direct solution. "The necessary condition for divine manifestation is the absorption of a sufficiently large amount of intelligent life energy from the planet. We can artificially disrupt the pace of this energy accumulation. All you need to do is go to the surface, kill at least half of the intelligent life, and drastically reduce the human population. Once the slumbering deity loses its food source and experiences a huge energy deficit, the process of its manifestation will naturally be indefinitely delayed. This deity will continue to remain in a long slumber. Kill half the population." When Azu heard this suggestion, The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch repeatedly. Igor, he pointed to his face, looked closely at my face. Do you think my skin is purple? Do I have vertical wrinkles on my chin? KOG looked completely bewildered by the question. He could only stare at Azu's handsome face for a while before honestly shaking his head. No, master, your skin tone is normal. There's no purple tinge or wrinkles. So you're asking me to wipe out half the population. Don't you know I'm most devoted to my fans? Azu rolled his eyes. I'm a citizen of the motherland who saves the world. Not a psychopath who came up with a human extermination plan. Can't you just try to assimilate him? Azu said irritably, it won't work. KOG rejected the idea again. Assimilation is a process of superiors overcoming inferiors. And this golden deity's level of existence is far higher than mine. KOG explained with a wry smile. If I try to force him to assimilate in my current state, and it triggers his instinctive reaction or brings him to his senses, I might not only fail to conquer him, but I could very well become his delicious snack. Swallowed whole. Actually, there's another way. Explain the divine osmotic pressure effect. KOG uttered a professional term. While he is currently in a state of slumber before the divine manifestation, I can detach my true form from Apocalypse and leave it here, to be immersed in this golden god, soaking. Azu raised an eyebrow. Sounds like soaking medicinal herbs in alcohol. You can understand it that way, master. KOG explained, because his life level is high. The concentration of divine power emanating from his body is far greater than the concentration of divine power in my core. According to the law of the flow of energy of the same origin, an energy osmotic pressure effect will occur, and his divine power will unconsciously permeate into my body to achieve a state of balance. And for me, this infiltrating high-level divine power not only delays his divine manifestation and postpones the date of Earth's destruction, but also allows my own life form to continuously evolve at the genetic level. KOG's speech quickened, and he seemed somewhat excited. And once my life form evolves to a level completely equivalent to his, KOG chuckled, I can then turn the tables and truly assimilate and absorb him. After hearing KOG's plan, Azu's eyes lit up. This is tantamount to letting Tiamat put in the effort to fatten up Igor, and then handing him over to Igor to possess. It's a win-win situation. Not only can it solve the crisis of Earth being blown to bits, but it also allows us to get a complete divine body from the Celestials for free. But Azu changed the subject, staring at KOG. Don't give me empty promises. There's no such thing as a free lunch. This plan will definitely come at a price, right? KOG lowered his head in admiration. Your wisdom sees through everything, master. This plan does indeed have a fatal precondition. KOG pointed upwards, Aristom. He is the chief judge of the Celestials, responsible for monitoring the hatching of all seeds. He maintains a transdimensional sensory connection with each and every celestial seed that is hatching. This infiltration process will generate extremely noticeable anomalies in divine power. Aristam will immediately realize that the incubator is malfunctioning, and then he will personally descend upon Earth. At that point, all our plans will be exposed. With our current strength, we are no match for Aristam. KOG didn't continue, but his meaning was clear. Facing one of the oldest beings in the universe. The outcome was predictable. After listening, Azu fell into thought. This is indeed a tricky matter. He knew very well that with his current Heavenly Father-level strength, plus those various system skills, it was really hard to say who would win if he really fought that six-eyed genie named Aritham. But that's not the problem at all. If a battle of that magnitude were to break out, even the slightest aftershock would be enough to destroy the entire Earth. He would never do something so unprofitable as to destroy his own base just to fight a god. He's not like Agatha Christie from an anime film, who can ignore all laws of physics and spatial logic and just stick face-to-face with Aritham to absorb his energy. Therefore, we need cover. Azu was clever. He immediately grasped the crux of the problem. We need a power capable of deceiving the perception of the highest deity in the universe. That's right, Master, KOG gave the answer. The Infinity Stones. We need to use the power of the Reality Stone to create a dynamic camouflage field on Earth. This will conceal the energy loss of this newly born celestial, simulating a normal slumber with energy steadily increasing. Oh yes. Capitalists on Earth have been doing this for 100 years. Azu understood perfectly, but KOG hesitated for a moment. The price is that the Reality Stone must be used continuously, without interruption. Once the Reality Stone's power is removed and the deception ceases, Aristom will immediately come knocking. Upon hearing this request, Azu hesitated. This widespread and continuous use of Infinity Stones. How much energy would this require? Even if he reaches the level of a Celestial, and uses most of his power as a battery to power the Reality Stone, his combat strength will inevitably decrease significantly, suppressing our fighting strength. Azu sneered inwardly, impossible. I would never suppress my fighting strength in my entire life. He is a citizen of his motherland, and needs to maintain peak performance at all times to meet various challenges and applause. Azu's mind raced, his gaze shifting back and forth between the sleeping Tiamat and the standing Keoj. Son of Krypton, suddenly a brilliant idea struck him. Keoji, Azu exclaimed, a hint of excitement in his voice. At your command, Master. Azu reached out and patted his strong chest. A body made of steel. Kryptonians have a constitution that allows them to have an inexhaustible source of power, as long as there is radiation from a yellow star. Right, absolutely correct, Master. This is the most miraculous characteristic of this body. KOG replied truthfully, ha ha ha, that's right. Azu laughed excitedly. Listen, here's the plan. Igor's brains will stay here for a bath, while Supergo will find a good spot near the sun. I will give you the Reality Stone. You will stay next to the sun. Activate the Reality Stone to maintain Earth's camouflage field, while absorbing the sun's energy to replenish yourself. Azu got more and more excited as he talked. I'm awesome smile on his face, self-sufficient. Infinite loop. This is the perfect perpetual motion machine. In this way, without expending even the slightest effort on my part, Aritham will not be able to detect the slightest flaw. KOG paused for 2 seconds, then threw it next to the sun, intending to use it as a human battery, working 24/7 at full power. What kind of utterly ruthless boss could come up with such a vicious idea? But after the initial shock, he had to admit that it was not only feasible, but also the only truly perfect solution at present. Your wisdom is as unfathomable as the vast cosmos, more dazzling than a supernova explosion, as expected of a supreme being who transcends all things. I am incredibly honored to be a part of your plan. All right, stop flattering me. This flattery pleased Azu greatly. Since there are no problems, let's get to work. As he spoke, Azu pulled out the Master Ball. A flash of white light appeared, and a giant brain-shaped object radiating a ghostly blue aura materialized out of thin air. Master, my true form is ready. The exposed blue brain emitted a mental fluctuation. As for Apocalypse, it has now become my avatar. You can summon it at any time. Great, but the name Apocalypse is too awkward to pronounce. From now on, let's call it QG. Azu casually decided on a new name. Thank you for bestowing this name upon me, Master. I, QG, am ready to serve you at any time. Everything is arranged. Let's go, Keoj. Let's go sunbathe without lingering in the Earth's core. Azu flashed through the thick rock layers, bursting out of the surface and heading straight for the vast outer space. KOG followed without hesitation. After about 30 minutes, the two had traversed a long distance and arrived at the edge of the sun's corona, 2,000 kilometers away. Even someone as powerful as Azu felt an indescribable visual shock when he first faced this massive nuclear fusion reactor, which has a diameter of 1.39 million kilometers and accounts for 99.86% of the mass of the entire solar system. Giant solar prominences rose hundreds of thousands of kilometers high from the star's surface. Like fire dragons, that's F***G spectacular system. Deactivate feign death disengage from combat status. Azu gave the instruction in his mind, command confirmed. Hero's end status lifted ahead of schedule. Dimensional rift has been cleared. As the system notification tone faded, the two were as if they had been brought back to the real world. Instantly subjected to terrifying temperatures of hundreds of thousands of degrees Celsius and a powerful magnetic storm that could tear apart a starship. Which then slammed into them, Azu, however, was completely unconcerned his superhuman steel body. At this moment displayed absolute dominance. The temperature is just right. It's been so long since I've felt the sun. Azu stretched his body enjoying the warm spring sunshine. For Kog, the son of Krypton, this place is like paradise. Golden photons surged wildly into every cell of his body. And his body's surface shone with a dazzling golden luster. Every cell greedily devoured this endless golden solar energy. His muscles bulged slightly uncontrollably. And what flowed in his veins seemed to be liquid light rather than blood. The abundance of energy even caused Kog's eyes to glow red involuntarily. As if he wanted to release it outwards. I'm so envious. This charging speed looks even faster than I expected. Without further hesitation, Azu produced an infinity gauntlet inlaid with the reality stone in his hand. Here you go, this is the hope of the whole village. He tossed the infinity gauntlet to Superman. Superman stretched out his hand, caught the glove steadily, and slipped it directly onto his right hand. I am ready, Master, Supergo said in a deep voice. Then let's get to work, Azu ordered, your will. Kog raised his right hand, which was clad in the infinity gauntlet, and frantically poured the continuous energy within his body into the reality stone. Buzz, dark red energy waves erupted from Kog's hand, sweeping towards Earth at the speed of light. Under the power of the reality gemma perfect, dynamic illusion covering the entire Earth's energy field was instantly formed. At this moment in the universe, to any person or God's perception, Earth appears to be functioning normally. The sleeping celestial being named Tiamat is steadily receiving the wisdom energy of humanity, without any abnormal energy loss beneath this illusion. Ego is greedily absorbing the high-dimensional energy of the gods, silently undergoing his evolution. Azu clapped his hands in satisfaction as he watched Kog stabilize. Well done, you're definitely employee number one. He took one last look at the magnificent solar storm, then turned his back to the enormous star. Keep a close watch here, Kog. Don't let anyone disturb your sunbathing. Azu left behind a sentence centered around, and transformed into a stream of light that tore through the vacuum. Returning to Earth, New York VGD headquarters, Miss Skynet, who was processing data in multiple threads, suddenly looked up. A line of red warning code popped up in the center of her vision. Alert, high-energy object breaches exosphere. Trajectory prediction, east coast of North America. New York, the master is back. That was a frequency she knew all too well. And Skynet's eyes shone with a burning light unique to human emotions. Activate the Dark Curtain Protocol in an instant. Skynet's consciousness split into millions of subroutines, which along ubiquitous network nodes, silently infiltrated the firewalls of major space agencies and military bases around the world. In that instant, all military-grade equipment in the world with the capability to monitor outer space experienced an extremely brief data overflow. The entire process took less than 0.5 seconds. As a result, no human being or any instrument on this planet detected the arrival of this god on Earth. It's 2 a.m. New York time. A light drizzle was falling from the night sky. A red and blue figure silently cut through the rain curtain, landing lightly on the terrace tiles of the VGD luxury suite exclusively for the Huxia. Azu took a step. The open-air glass doors slid open silently to both sides automatically. As soon as Azu entered the room, he immediately noticed the changes inside. The room was now illuminated by a warm, dim amber-colored wall lamp, A faint scent of vanilla filled the air, and dark red rose petals were scattered casually on the carpet and sheets. An old gramophone was spinning a vinyl recordant deep. Languid jazz music flowed through the room. "Welcome home, sir." Tianwang slowly emerged from the inner room and stopped in front of Azu, holding a delicate glass in his hand. The glass contained a milky white liquid, which was slightly steaming. She was only wearing a champagne-colored silk slip dress, the smooth fabric clinging tightly to her tall figure and outlining curves that drove men wild. Skynet handed the glass to Azu, saying, "This is fresh milk at 37 degrees Celsius, heated by my body temperature. It's the perfect temperature for the human body." Azu took the glass and drank it all in one gulp. Phew. He then let out a long sigh of relief, closed his eyes, and enjoyed the moments. A drop of white milk stain remained on the edge of his upper lip. Tianwang didn't offer a tissue. She stepped forward, pressed her body tightly against Azu's chest, and gently licked away the white mark on Azu's lips with the tip of her tongue. "You look a little different." Azu gently ran the back of his fingers across Tianwang's delicate cheek. "Yes, sir." Tianwang turned his head slightly and brought his cheek close to Azu's palm, feeling the warmth of his hand. "During the week you were out of contact, my core processor experienced an unprecedented logical conflict. I checked all the hardware circuits and ruled out the possibility of a virus infection. Finally, I found the definition of this symptom in a human psychology database." Tianwang gently wrapped her arms around Azu's waist and rested her head on his firm chest. "I understand what longing is now, sir. I love you. Not because of any low-level programming instruction, but because I want to love you. You learn very quickly." Azu looked down at her, guessing that it was the effect of the Mind Stone that awakened her self-awareness. But he didn't care. He raised a wicked smile, grabbed Tianwang's slender waist, and hugged her tightly in his arms. "So, has your database taught you what humans typically do when expressing affection?" For the first time ever, a blush appeared on Tianwang's cheeks. "I've downloaded and analyzed over 100 films and television shows depicting human relationships." She wrapped her arms around Azu's neck. "The theoretical knowledge is vast, but I need your help, sir, to complete the practical exercises." Azu laughed loudly and kissed those two soft red lips without hesitation. Her silk nightgown slipped down outside the window. Moonlight streamed through the glass, casting undulating shadows on them. The next morning, Azu opened his eyes, stretched out his arms, and realized that the Skynet was no longer beside him. He threw back the coverskit out of bed, grabbed a bathrobe, draped it over himself, and headed out into the living room. In front of the living room's floor-to-ceiling window, Skynet stood with its back to him. She had changed into a well-tailored high-slit cheongsam, and her long hair was styled into a neat bun. The sunlight accentuated her perfect waist and hip lines, giving her an elegant and noble air. Hearing Azu's footsteps, Tianwang turned around, walked to the bar, picked up a freshly brewed cup of black coffee, and handed it to Azu. "Good morning, sir." "Good morning." Azu took the coffee, walked to the sofa, sat down, and crossed his legs. "How has the situation been on Earth while I was away?" Azu asked. Upon hearing Azu's question, Skynet immediately went into action. "Everything is under control, sir," Skynet reported. "President Jessica's management of the Vought Corporation has been extremely efficient. There is great anticipation for your return, and polls show your approval rating remains high. However, there are some new developments in the covert operations that I need to report to you." Skynet reached out and swiped in the air, and a holographic image was immediately projected into the center of the living room, showing several high-definition photos that had been secretly taken. The photograph shows several green-skinned, pointy-eared men having a secret meeting. At the center of one of the photographs is Gravik, the radical leader of the Skrulls, regarding the deployment of the T-1050 infiltration operation. Skynet pointed to several figures in the photo. "We have successfully infiltrated the core circle of Gravik." Skynet zoomed in on a photo of one of the men wearing a trench coat. For example, man Craig. is one of Glavik's most trusted senior adjutants. In fact, he's our T-1050-007. Well done. Azu nodded in satisfaction. What's that Gravik been up to lately? He's become extremely cautious, Skynet replied. Before you disappeared, he had considered launching a large-scale terrorist attack, aiming to create a nuclear conflict between the US and Russia. But now he seems to be extremely fearful of the power you've demonstrated, and has ordered a complete standstill. But fear didn't make him give up instead. It accelerated the Super Skrull project. According to a report from T-1050, who is lurking in the lab, Glavik is planning an infiltration operation targeting Vought Corporation's core heroes. He needs more superhuman gene samples. Skynet's tone turned somewhat cold, and the first sequence they listed was to collect any genetic samples you might have left behind at Walter. My genes, Azu couldn't help but burst into laughter. He wants to clone me, or does he want to become me? He believes that if they can fuse with your genes, a super Skrug can possess the power to fight you. Skynet explained to this end. He planned and deployed his most elite Skrug agents to infiltrate your private bedroom and bathroom, searching for any genetic samples, such as hair or skin flakes that you might have left behind. It's just courting deaths. Azu took a sip of coffee, completely unconcerned. Skynet listened carefully to the next instructions. Keep the news of my return under wraps. I will not allow anyone else to know of my existence except you, including Jessica and Wanda. Yes, sir. Your whereabouts will be classified as top secret. Next, have the T-1050s that have become high-ranking Skrulls launch an infiltration operation against VGD and Vought. Make it look convincing, so that Gravik thinks his people have successfully infiltrated our core. Once they've infiltrated, send Glavik a top-secret intelligence message. Azu turned his head, a cruel smile on his face. For example, the highest levels of the Vought Corporation actually knew all along that Homelander had already died in space. The so-called Lost was all a complete lie fabricated by Vought to stabilize global morale and maintain the company's dominance. In an instant, Tianwang understood Azu's intention. Are you trying to completely dispel his concerns and force him to take action? That's right, as soon as Gravik believes I'm dead, his repressed ambition will immediately erupt. I'll wait until he reveals all his cards before I go out and close the net. That's the perfect script, isn't it? Azu was already imagining a scene in his mind where, in the desperate moment when humanity faced a racial crisis, the savior who had already died would descend from the sky and turn the tide. An absolutely perfect strategist here. Skynet exclaimed sincerely. Azu paused to think for a moment, then continued. As for the Super Skrull project that wants my genetic sample, so I'll just give him a genetic virus. Let them despair amidst their hope, sir. I have a new proposal regarding this Super Skrull project. Skynet unusually did not blindly comply and offered its own perspective. I suggest we get the T-1050s that have infiltrated the Skrull labs moving, using Skrull equipment and technology. Their technology of integrating superpower gene maps, using Cradle of Life technology as a medium, was grafted onto the T-1050 production line. If the experiment succeeds, Skynet raised its head, its gaze fixed intently on Azu. We will create a completely new weapon of war. A brilliant idea, Skynet. This is exactly what I wanted. This way, I will possess a truly private army capable of conquering the stars and the sea. Azu looked at Skynet. His praise unreserved. Go ahead and do it, Skynet. Just mobilize whatever resources you need, also. Since they're so eager for a genetic sample from the Homelander. Let's give them a real sample, Azu said arrogantly. Once this technology is complete, let's call this batch of newly upgraded models T-1050T, a very fitting name, sir. The T-1050T project is now initiating. Feeling that Azu didn't dislike her for taking matters into her own hands, and even gave her great affirmation, Tianwang was very happy, and a bright smile immediately bloomed on her face. After arranging everything, Azu took off his bathrobe and prepared to take a shower and wash up. Just as he was about to stand up, suddenly, Tianwang reached out and pressed down on Azu's shoulders, gently pushing him back onto the sofa. What's wrong? Azu asked, looking at her with a puzzled expression. Tianwang slowly leaned forward, kneeling before Azu. He stuck out his tongue and licked his rosy lips. Sir, you just said you wanted to give them a real genetic sample. Since it's for work, Azu smiled helplessly, understanding the implication. Of course I'll cooperate fully.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.